Chapter 21. The damn call came, and I knew what I knew, and didn't want to know. Blue Oyster Cult, live for me. Robin woke next day to a sore head and a weight in the pit of her stomach. In the time it took to roll over on unfamiliar crisp white pillows, the events of the previous evening seemed to come crashing down on her. Shaking her hair out of her face, she sat up and looked around. Between the carved posts of her wooden four-poster, she made out the dim outlines of a room barely illuminated by the line of brilliant light between brocade curtains. As her eyes became accustomed to the gilded gloom, she made out the portrait of a fat gentleman with mutton-chop whiskers framed in gilt. This was the kind of hotel in which you took an expensive city break, not where you slept off a hangover with a few hastily snatched clothes in a hold-all. Had Strike deposited her here in elegant old-fashioned luxury as preemptive compensation for the serious talk he would initiate today? You're obviously in a very emotional place. I think it would be good if you took a break from work. 2/3 of a bottle of bad wine, and she had told him everything. With a weak groan, Robin sank back on the pillows, covered her face with her arms, and succumbed to the memories that had regained all their power now that she was weak and miserable. The rapist had worn a rubber gorilla mask. He had held her down with one hand and the weight of a whole arm on her throat, telling her she was about to die as he raped her, telling her he was going to choke the fucking life out of her. Her brain a scarlet cavity of screaming panic, his hands tightening like a noose around her neck. Her survival had hung on her ability to pretend that she was already dead. Later there had been days and weeks when she had felt as though she had in fact died, and was trapped in the body from which she felt entirely disconnected. The only way to protect herself, it had seemed, was to separate herself from her own flesh, to deny their connection. It had been a long time before she had felt able to take possession again. He had been soft-spoken in court, meek. Yes, Your Honour. No, Your Honour. A nondescript middle-aged white man, florid in complexion, except for that white patch under his ear. His pale, washed-out eyes blinked too often, eyes that had been slits viewed through the holes in his mask. What he had done to her shattered her view of her place in the world, ended her university career, and drove her back to Massam. It forced her through the grueling court case in which the cross-examination had been almost as traumatic as the original attack, for his defence was that she had invited him into the stairwell for sex. Months after his gloved hands had reached out of the shadows and dragged her, gagging, into the cavity behind the stairs, she had not been able to stand physical contact, not even a gentle hug from a family member. He had polluted her first and only sexual relationship, so that she and Matthew had had to start again, with fear and guilt attending them every step of the way. Robin pressed her arms down over her eyes, as though she might obliterate it all from her mind by force. Now, of course, she knew that the young Matthew, whom she had considered a selfless paragon of kindness and understanding, had in fact been cavorting with a naked Sarah in his student house in Bath, while Robin lay on her lonely bed in Massam for hours at a stretch, staring blankly at Destiny's Child. Alone in the sumptuous quiet of Hazlitt's, Robin contemplated for the first time the question of whether Matthew would have left her for Sarah had she been happy and unharmed, or even whether she and Matthew might have grown naturally apart if she had completed her degree. She lowered her arms and opened her eyes. They were dry today. She felt as though she had no tears left to weep. The pain of Matthew's confession no longer pierced her. She felt it as a dull ache underlying the more urgent panic about the damage she feared she might have done to her work prospects. How could she have been so stupid as to tell Strike what had happened to her? Hadn't she already learned what happened when she was honest? A year after the rape, when the agoraphobia had been overcome, when her weight was nearly back to normal, when she was itching to get back out into the world and make up the time she had lost. She had expressed a vague interest in something related to criminal investigative work. Without her degree, and with her confidence so recently shredded, she had not dared voice aloud her true desire to be some kind of investigator. A good thing, too, because every single person she knew had tried to dissuade her even from her tentatively expressed desire to explore the outer reaches of police work, even her mother, usually the most understanding of creatures. They had all taken what they thought a strange new interest as a sign of continuing sickness, a symptom of her inability to throw off what had happened to her. It was not true. The desire had long predated the rape. At the age of 8, she had informed her brothers that she was going to catch robbers and had been roundly mocked, for no better reason than that she ought to be laughed at, given that she was a girl and their sister. Though Robin hoped that their response was not a true reflection of their estimate of her abilities, but based on a kind of collegiate male reflex, it had left her diffident about expressing her interest in detective work to 3 loud, opinionated brothers. She had never told anyone that she had chosen to study psychology with a secret eye towards investigative profiling. Her pursuit of that goal had been utterly thwarted by the rapist. That was another thing he had taken from her. Asserting her ambition while recuperating from a state of intense fragility, at a time when everyone around her appeared to be waiting for her to fall apart again, had proved too difficult. Out of exhaustion and a feeling of obligation to the family that had been so protective and loving in her time of greatest need, she had let a lifelong ambition fall by the wayside, and everyone else had been satisfied to see it go. Then a temping agency had sent her by mistake to a private detective. She should have been there a week, but she had never left. It had felt like a miracle. Somehow, by luck, then through talent and tenacity, she had made herself valuable to the struggling Strike, and ended up almost exactly where she had fantasized being before a total stranger had used her for his perverse enjoyment like a disposable, inanimate object, then beaten and throttled her. Why? Why had she told Strike what had happened to her? He had been worried about her before she revealed her history. Now what? He would decide she was too fragile to work, Robin was sure of it, and from there it would be a swift, short step to the sidelines, because she was unable to take on all the responsibilities he needed a workmate to shoulder. The calm Georgian room silence and solidity was oppressive. Robin struggled out from under the heavy covers and crossed the sloping wooden floorboards to a bathroom with a claw-footed bath and no shower. 15 minutes later, as she was dressing, her mobile, which she had mercifully remembered to charge the previous night, rang on the dressing table. "Hi," said Strike. "How are you?" "Fine," she said, her voice brittle. He had called to tell her not to come in, she knew it. "Wardle's just phoned. They've found the rest of the body." Robin sat down hard on the needlepoint stool, both hands clutching the mobile to her ear. "What? Where? Who is she?" "Tell you when I pick you up. They want to talk to us. I'll be outside at 9. Make sure you eat something," he added. "Cormoran," she said, to stop him hanging up. "What?" I've still got a job, then." There was a slight pause. "What are you talking about? Of course you've still got a job." "You don't... Nothing's changed," she said. "Are you going to do as you're told?" he asked. "When I say nothing after dark, you're going to listen from now on." "Yes," she said, a little shakily. "Good. I'll see you at 9. Robin breathed a deep, shuddering sigh of relief. She was not finished. He still wanted her. As she went to replace the mobile on the dressing table, she noticed that the longest text message that she had ever received had arrived overnight. "Robin, I can't sleep for thinking about you. You don't know how much I wish it hadn't happened. It was a shitty thing to do, and there's no defence. I was 21, and I didn't know then what I know now. That there's nobody like you, and that I could never love anyone else as much as I love you. There's never been anyone apart from you since then. I've been jealous of you and Strike, and you might say I don't have the right to feel jealous because of what I did. But maybe on some level I think you deserve better than me, and that's what's been getting to me. I only know I love you, and I want to marry you, and if that's not what you want now, then I'll have to accept that. But please, Robin, just text me and let me know you're okay, please. Matt. 7 kisses. Robin put the mobile back on the dressing table and continued dressing. She ordered a croissant and coffee from room service and was surprised how much better food and drink made her feel when they arrived. Only then did she read Matthew's text again. Maybe on some level I think you deserve better than me, and that's what's been getting to me. This was touching, and most unlike Matthew, who frequently expressed the view that citing subconscious motivation was no more than chicanery. Hard on the heels of that thought, though, came the reflection that Matthew would never cut Sarah out of his life. She was one of his best friends from university, embracing him tenderly at his mother's funeral, dining out with him as part of a cosy foursome, still flirting with Matthew, still stirring between him and Robin. After a brief inner deliberation, Robin texted back, "I'm fine." She was waiting for Strike on the doorstep of Hazlitt's, neat as ever, when the black cab drew up at 5 to 9. Strike had not shaved, and as his beard grew with vigour, his jaw looked grimy. "Have you seen the news?" he asked, as soon as she had got into the cab. "No." "Media have just got it. Saw it on the telly as I left." He leaned forward to slide shut the plastic divider between themselves and the driver. "Who is she?" asked Robin. "They haven't formally ID'd her yet, but they think she's a 24-year-old Ukrainian woman." "Ukrainian?" said Robin, startled. "Yeah." He hesitated, then said, "Her landlady found her dismembered in a fridge freezer in what looks like her own flat. The right leg's missing. It's definitely her." The taste of Robin's toothpaste in her mouth turned chemical. Croissant and coffee churned in her stomach. "Where's the flat?" "Conningham Road, Shepherd's Bush. Ring any bells?" "No, oh God. Oh God. The girl who wanted to cut off her leg." "Apparently." "But she didn't have a Ukrainian name, did she?" "Wardle thinks she might have been using a fake one. You know, hooker name." The taxi bore them down Pall Mall towards New Scotland Yard. White neoclassical buildings slid past the windows on both sides, august, haughty, and impervious to the shocks of frail humanity. "It's what Wardle expected," said Strike, after a long pause. "His theory was that the leg belonged to a Ukrainian prostitute last seen with Digger Malley." Robin could tell that there was more. She looked at him anxiously. "There were letters from me in her flat," said Strike. 2 letters signed with my name. "But you didn't write back?" "Wardle knows they're fake. Apparently they spelled my name wrong, Cameron. But he's still got to get me in." "What do the letters say?" "He wouldn't tell me over the phone. He's being pretty decent," said Strike, "not being a dick about it." Buckingham Palace rose up ahead of them. The gigantic marble statue of Queen Victoria frowned down on Robin's confusion and her hangover, then slid out of view. "They're probably going to ask us to look at pictures of the body to see whether we can ID her." "Okay," said Robin, more stoutly than she felt. "How are you?" asked Strike. "I'm fine," she said. "Don't worry about me." "I was going to call Wardle this morning anyway." "Why?" "Last night, walking away from Hazlitt's, I saw a big guy in a black beanie hat lurking down the side street. There was something about his body language I didn't like. I called out to him. I was going to ask him for a light in his scarpard. Don't, said Strike, though Robin had not made a sound, tell me I'm jumpy or imagining things. I think he followed us, and I'd tell you something else. I think he was in the pub when I arrived. I didn't see his face, just the back of his head as he left. To his surprise, Robin did not dismiss him. Instead, she frowned in concentration, trying to recall a vague impression. You know, I saw a big bloke in a beanie hat somewhere yesterday too. Yeah, he was in a doorway on Tottenham Court Road. His face was in shadow, though. Strike muttered another oath under his breath. Please don't tell me to stop working, said Robin in a more high-pitched voice than usual. Please, I love this job. And if the fucker's stalking you? She could not repress a frisson of fear, but determination overrode it. To help catch this animal, whoever he was, would be worth almost anything. I'll be vigilant. I've got 2 rape alarms. Strike did not look reassured. They disembarked at New Scotland Yard and were shown upstairs at once, into an open-plan office where Wardle stood in his shirt-sleeves, talking to a group of subordinates. When he saw Strike and Robin, he left his colleagues at once and led the detective and his partner into a small meeting room. Vanessa, he called through the door, as Strike and Robin took seats at an oval table. Have you got the letters? Detective Sergeant Equenzi appeared shortly afterwards with 2 typewritten sheets, protected in plastic slips, and a copy of what Strike recognised as one of the handwritten letters that he had given Wardle in the Old Blue Last. Detective Sergeant Equenzi, who greeted Robin with a smile that the latter again found disproportionately reassuring, sat down beside Wardle with a notebook. You want coffee or anything? Wardle asked. Strike and Robin shook their heads. Wardle slid the letters across the table to Strike. He read both before pushing them sideways to Robin. I didn't write either of them, Strike told Wardle. I didn't think so, said Wardle. You didn't answer on Strike's behalf, Miss Ellacott. Robin shook her head. The first letter admitted that Strike had indeed arranged the removal of his own leg because he wished to be rid of it, confessing that the story of an Afghan IED was an elaborate cover-up and that he did not know how Kelsey had found this out, but implored her not to tell anybody else. The fake Strike then agreed to help her with her own encumbrance and asked where and when they could meet face-to-face. The second letter was brief, confirming that Strike would come and visit her on the 3rd of April at 7 p.m. Both of the letters were signed Cormoran Strike in thick black ink. That, said Strike, who had pulled the second letter back towards him after Robin had finished reading it, reads as though she wrote back to me suggesting a time and place. That was going to be my next question, said Wardle. Did you get a second letter? Strike looked towards Robin, who shook her head. OK, said Wardle. For the record, when did the original letter from... He checked the photocopy. Kelsey, she signed herself. Come in. Robin answered. I've got the envelope back in the nut. The ghost of a smile passed over Strike's face. In the drawer where we keep unsolicited letters. We can check the postcode, but as far as I can remember, it was early this year, maybe February. OK, excellent, said Wardle. We'll be sending someone over to retrieve that envelope. He smiled at Robin, who was looking anxious. Calm down, I believe you. Some total nutter's trying to frame Strike. None of it hangs together. Why would he stab a woman, dismember her, and then mail her leg to his own office? Why would he leave letters from himself in the flat? Robin tried to smile back. She was stabbed, interposed Strike. They're working on what actually killed her, said Wardle. But there are 2 deep wounds to the torso they're pretty sure would have done it before he started cutting her up. Beneath the tabletop, Robin made fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Now, said Wardle, and Detective Sergeant Equenzi clicked out the nib of her pen and prepared to write. "Does the name Oksana Voloshina mean anything to either of you?" "No," said Strike, and Robin shook her head. "It looks like that was the victim's real name," Wardle explained. "That's how she signed her tenancy agreement, and the landlady says she provided ID. She was claiming to be a student." "Claiming?" said Robin. "We're looking into who she really was," said Wardle. "Of course," thought Robin. "He's expecting her to be a prostitute." "Her English was good, judging by her letter," commented Strike. "That's if she genuinely wrote it." Robin looked at him, confused. "If someone's faking letters from me, why couldn't they have faked the letter from her?" Strike asked her. "To try and get you to genuinely communicate with her, you mean?" "Yeah. Lure me to a rendezvous or lay some kind of paper trail between us that would look incriminating once she was dead." "Van, go and see if the photos of the body are viewable," said Wardle. Detective Sergeant Equenzi left the room. Her posture was that of a model. Robin's insides began to crawl with panic. As though Wardle had sensed it, he turned to her and said, "I don't think you'll need to look at them if Strike—" "She should look," said Strike. Wardle looked taken aback, and Robin, though she tried not to show it, found herself wondering whether Strike was trying to scare her into compliance with his nothing after dark rule. "Yes," she said, with a decent show of calm. "I think I should." "They're not nice," said Wardle, with uncharacteristic understatement. "The leg was sent to Robin," Strike reminded him. "There's as much chance that she's seen this woman previously as I have. She's my partner. We work the same jobs." Robin glanced sideways at Strike. He had never before described her as his partner to somebody else, or not within Robin's hearing. He was not looking at her. Robin switched her attention back to Wardle. Apprehensive though she was, after hearing Strike put her on equal professional footing with himself, she knew that, whatever she was about to see, she would not let herself or him down. When Detective Sergeant Equenzi returned, holding a sheet of photographs in her hand, Robin swallowed hard and straightened her back. Strike took them first, and his reaction was not reassuring. "Holy fucking shit." "The head's best preserved," said Wardle quietly, "because he put it in the freezer." Just as she would have withdrawn her hand instinctively from something red-hot, Robin now had to fight a powerful urge to turn away, to close her eyes, to flip the photograph over. Instead, she took it from Strike and looked down. Her intestines became liquid. The severed head sat on what remained of its neck, staring blindly into the camera, its eyes so frosted their colour was invisible. The mouth gaped darkly. Her brown hair was stiff, flecked with ice. The cheeks were full and chubby, the chin and forehead covered in acne. She looked younger than 24. "Do you recognise her?" Wardle's voice sounded startlingly close to Robin. She had felt as though she had travelled a long distance as she stared at the severed head. "No," said Robin. She put the picture down and took the next from Strike. A left leg and 2 arms had been rammed into the fridge, where they had begun to decompose. Having steeled herself for the head, she had not thought anything else could be as bad, and she was ashamed of the small bleat of distress that escaped her. "Yeah, it's bad," said Detective Sergeant Equenzi quietly. Robin met her eyes with gratitude. "There's a tattoo on the wrist of the left arm," Wardle pointed out, handing them a third picture in which the relevant arm lay outstretched on a table. Now feeling definitely nauseated, Robin looked and made out 1D in black ink. "You don't need to see the torso," said Wardle, shuffling the photographs and handing them back to Detective Sergeant Equenzi. "Where was it?" asked Strike. In the bath, said Wardle. That's where he killed her, the bathroom. It looked like an abattoir in there. He hesitated. The leg wasn't the only thing he cut off her. Robin was glad that Strike did not ask what else had gone. She did not think she could stand to hear. Who found her? Asked Strike. The landlady, said Wardle. She's elderly and she collapsed right after we got there. Looks like a heart attack. They took her to Hammersmith Hospital. What made her go round? Smell, said Wardle. Downstairs had rung her. She decided to pop in early before doing her shopping, try and catch this Oksana at home. When she didn't answer, the landlady let herself in. Downstairs hadn't heard anything. Screams, anything. It's a converted house full of students, less than bloody useless, said Wardle. Loud music, mates coming and going all hours. They gaped like sheep when we asked them if they'd heard anything from upstairs. The girl who'd rung the landlady had total hysterics. She said she'd never forgive herself for not phoning up when she first smelled something bad. Yeah, that would have changed everything, said Strike. You could have stuck her head back on and she'd have been fine. Wardle laughed. Even Detective Sergeant Equenzi smiled. Robin stood up abruptly. Last night's wine and this morning's croissant were churning horribly in her guts. Excusing herself in a small voice, she moved briskly towards the door. Chapter 22. I don't give up, but I ain't a stalker. I guess I'm just an easy talker. Blue Oyster Cult. I just like to be bad. Thank you, I get the concept of gallows humour, said Robin an hour later, part exasperated, part amused. Can we move on? Strike regretted his witticism in the meeting room, because Robin had returned from a 20-minute bathroom trip, looking white and slightly clammy, a whiff of peppermint revealing that she had cleaned her teeth again. Instead of taking a taxi, he had suggested they take a short walk in the fresh air along Broadway to the Feathers, the closest pub, where he ordered them a pot of tea. Personally, he was ready for a beer, but Robin had not been trained up to consider alcohol and bloodshed natural fellows, and he felt a pint might reinforce her impression of his callousness. The Feathers was quiet at 11:30 on a Wednesday morning. They took a table at the back of the large pub, away from a couple of plain-clothes officers who were talking in soft voices near the window. I told Wardle about our friend in the beanie while you were in the bathroom, Strike told Robin. He says he's going to put a plain-clothes man around Denmark Street to keep an eye out for a few days. Do you think the press are going to come back? Asked Robin, who had not yet had time to worry about this. I hope not. Wardle is going to keep the fake letters under wraps. He says it's playing into this nutter's hands to release them. He inclines to the view that the killer's genuinely trying to frame me. You don't? No, said Strike. He's not that unhinged. There's something weirder going on here. He fell silent, and Robin, respecting his thought process, maintained her own silence. Terrorism. That's what this is, said Strike slowly, scratching his unshaven chin. He's trying to put the wind up us, disrupt our lives as much as possible. And let's face it, he's succeeding. We've got police crawling over the office and calling us into the yard. We've lost most of our clients. Don't worry about me, said Robin at once. I don't want you to worry. For fuck's sake, Robin, said Strike on a flash of temper. Both of us saw that guy yesterday. Wardle thinks I should tell you to stay home, and please, she said, her early morning fears swarming back upon her. Don't make me stop work. It's not worth being murdered to escape your home life. He regretted saying it immediately, as he saw her wince. I'm not using it as an escape, she muttered. I love this job. I woke up this morning feeling sick about what I told you last night. I was worried you... might not think I'm tough enough anymore. This hasn't got anything to do with what you told me last night, and nothing to do with being tough. It's about a psycho who might be following you, who's already hacked a woman to bits. Robin drank her lukewarm tea and said nothing. She was ravenous. However, the thought of eating pub food containing any form of meat made sweat break out over her scalp. It can't have been a first murder, can it? Strike asked rhetorically, his dark eyes fixed on the hand-painted names of beers over the bar. Beheading her, cutting off her limbs, taking bits of her away. Wouldn't you work up to that? You'd think so, Robin agreed. That was done for the pleasure of doing it. He had a one-man orgy in that bathroom. Robin was now unsure whether she was experiencing hunger or nausea. A sadistic maniac who's got a grudge against me and has decided to unite his hobbies. Strike mused aloud. Does that fit any of the men you suspect? Robin asked. Have any of them killed before, that you know of? Yeah, said Strike. Whittaker. He killed my mother. But in a very different way, thought Robin. It had been a needle, not knives, that had dispatched Leda Strike. Out of respect for Strike, who was looking grim, she did not voice the thought. Then she remembered something else. I suppose you know, she said cautiously, that Whittaker kept another woman's dead body in his flat for a month. Yeah, said Strike, I heard. The news had filtered through to him while he was out in the Balkans, passed on by his sister Lucy. He had found a picture online of Whittaker walking into court. His ex-stepfather had been almost unrecognisable, crew-cutted and bearded, but still with those staring gold eyes. Whittaker's story, if Strike remembered correctly, had been that he had been afraid of another false accusation of murder, so he had attempted to mummify the dead woman's body, binding it up in bin bags and hiding it under floorboards. The defence had claimed to an unsympathetic judge that their client's novel approach to his problem was due to heavy drug use. He hadn't murdered her, though, had he? Robin asked, trying to remember exactly what Wikipedia had said. She'd been dead a month, so I doubt it was an easy post-mortem, said Strike. The look that Shanker had described as ugly had returned. Personally, I'd lay odds he killed her. How unlucky does a man get? 2 of his girlfriends dropping dead at home while he's sitting there doing nothing. He liked death, Whittaker. He liked bodies. He claimed he'd been a gravedigger when he was a teenager. He had a thing about corpses. People took him for a hardcore goth or some ten-a-penny poser. The necrophiliac lyrics, the satanic Bible, Aleister Crowley, all that crap. But he was an evil, amoral bastard who told everyone he met he was an evil, amoral bastard. And what happened? Women fell over themselves to get at him. I need a drink, said Strike. He got up and headed for the bar. Robin watched him go, slightly taken aback by his sudden rush of anger. His opinion that Whittaker had murdered twice was unsupported by either the courts or, as far as she knew, police evidence. She had become used to Strike's insistence on the meticulous collection and documentation of facts, his oft-repeated reminders that hunches and personal antipathies might inform, but must never be allowed to dictate, the direction of an investigation. Of course, when it was a case of Strike's own mother. Strike returned with a pint of Nicholson's pale ale and a couple of menus. Sorry, he muttered, when he had sat back down and taken a long pull on the pint. Thinking about stuff I haven't thought about for a long time. Those bloody lyrics. Yes, said Robin. For fuck's sake, it can't be Digger, said Strike in frustration, running a hand through his dense curly hair and leaving it entirely unchanged. He's a professional gangster. If he'd found out I gave evidence against him and wanted retribution, he'd have bloody shot me. He wouldn't fanny about with severed legs and song lyrics, knowing it'd bring the police down on him. He's a businessman. Does Wardle still think it's him? Yeah, said Strike. But he should know as well as anyone the procedures on anonymous evidence are watertight. You'd have coppers lying dead all over town if they weren't. He refrained from further criticism of Wardle, though it cost him an effort. The man was being considerate and helpful when he could be causing Strike difficulties. Strike had not forgotten that the last time he had tangled with the Met, they had kept him in an interrogation room for 5 solid hours on what appeared to be the whim of resentful officers. "What about the 2 men you knew in the army?" asked Robin, dropping her voice because a group of female office workers were settling themselves at a table nearby. Brockbank and Lang. Had either of them killed anyone? I mean, she added, I know they were soldiers, but outside combat. It wouldn't surprise me to hear Lang had done someone in, said Strike. But he hadn't, as far as I know, before he went down. He used a knife on his ex-wife, I know that. Tied her up and cut her. He spent a decade inside, and I doubt they managed to rehabilitate him. He's been out over 4 years. Plenty of time to commit murder. I haven't told you. I met his ex-mother-in-law in Melrose. She reckons he went to Gateshead when he got out of the nick, and we know he might have been in Corby in 2008, but, said Strike. She also told me he was ill. What kind of ill? Some kind of arthritis. She didn't know the details. Could an unfit man have done what we saw in those photos? Strike picked up the menu. Right, I'm bloody starving, and you haven't eaten anything except crisps for 2 days. When Strike had ordered pollock and chips, and Robin a ploughman's, he made another conversational swerve. Did the victim look 24 to you? I couldn't tell, said Robin, trying and failing to block the image of the head with its smooth, chubby cheeks, its frosted white eyes. No, she said, after a brief pause. I thought she looked younger. Me too. I might... Bathroom, said Robin, standing up. You okay? I just need a pee. Too much tea. He watched her go, then finished his pint, following a train of thought he had not yet confided to Robin, or indeed anyone else. The child's essay had been shown to him by a female investigator in Germany. Strike could still remember the last line, written in neat, girlish handwriting on a sheet of pale pink paper. The lady changed her name to Anastasia and dyed her hair, and nobody ever found out where she went. She vanished. Is that what you'd like to do, Brittany? The investigator had asked quietly on the tape Strike had watched later. You'd like to run away and vanish? It's just a story, Brittany had insisted, trying for a scornful laugh, her little fingers twisting together, one leg almost wrapped around the other. Her thin blonde hair had hung lank around her pale, freckly face. Her spectacles had been wonky. She had reminded Strike of a yellow budgerigar. I only made it up. DNA testing would find out soon enough who the woman in the fridge had been. And then the police would troll backwards to see who Oksana Voloshina, if that was her name, really was. Strike could not tell whether he was being paranoid or not in continuing to worry that the body belonged to Brittany Brockbank. Why had the name Kelsey been used on the first letter to him? Why did the head look so young, still smooth with puppy fat? I should be on platinum by now, said Robin sadly, checking her watch as she sat back down at the table. One of the office workers beside them seemed to be celebrating her birthday. With much raucous laughter from her colleagues, she had just unwrapped a red and black basque. I wouldn't worry about it, Strike said absently, as his fish and chips and Robin's ploughman's descended in front of them. He ate silently for a couple of minutes, then set down his knife and fork, pulled out his notebook, looked something up in the notes he had made back in Hardacre's Edinburgh office, and picked up his phone. Robin watched him key in words, wondering what he was doing. "Right," said Strike, after reading the results. "I'm going to Barrow in Furness tomorrow." "You're what?" asked Robin, bewildered. "Why?" "Brockbank's there, or he's supposed to be." "How do you know?" "I found out in Edinburgh that his pension's being sent there, and I've just looked up the old family address. Someone called Holly Brockbank's living in the house now, obviously a relative. She should know where he is. If I can establish that he's been in Cumbria for the last few weeks, we'll know he hasn't been delivering legs or stalking you in London, won't we?" "What aren't you telling me about Brockbank?" Robin asked, her blue-grey eyes narrowing. Strike ignored the question. "I want you to stay at home while I'm out of town. Sod 2 times, he's got only himself to blame if Platinum cops off with another punter. We can live without his money." "That'll leave us with a single client," Robin pointed out. "I've got a feeling we'll have none at all unless there's Nutter's Court," said Strike. "People aren't going to want to come near us." "How are you going to get to Barrow?" asked Robin. A plan was dawning. Hadn't she foreseen this very eventuality? "Train," he said. "You know I can't afford a hire car right now." "How about," said Robin triumphantly, "I drive you in my new, well, it's ancient, but it goes fine, Land Rover." "Since when have you had a Land Rover?" "Since Sunday. It's my parents' old car." "Ah," he said. "Well, that sounds great." "But?" "No, it'd be a real help." "But?" repeated Robin, who could tell that he had some reservations. "I don't know how long I'll be up there." "That doesn't matter. You've just told me I'll be mouldering at home in any case." Strike hesitated. How much of her desire to drive him was rooted in the hope of wounding Matthew, he wondered. He could well imagine how the accountant would view an open-ended trip north, the two of them alone, staying overnight. A clean and professional relationship ought not to include using each other to make partners jealous. "Oh, shit," he said suddenly, plunging his hand into his pocket for his mobile. "What's the matter?" asked Robin, alarmed. "I've just remembered I was supposed to be meeting Ellen last night. Fuck. Totally forgot. Wait there." He walked out into the street, leaving Robin to her lunch. Why, she wondered, her eyes on Strike's large figure as he paced up and down outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, phone pressed to his ear, hadn't Ellen called or texted to ask where Strike was? From there, it was an easy step to wondering, for the first time, no matter what Strike had suspected, what Matthew was going to say if she returned home only to pick up the Land Rover and disappeared with several days' worth of clothes in a bag. He can't complain, she thought, with a bold attempt at defiance. It's nothing to do with him anymore. Yet the thought of having to see Matthew even briefly was unnerving. Strike returned, rolling his eyes. "Doghouse," he said succinctly. "I'll meet her tonight instead." Robin did not know why the announcement that Strike was off to meet Ellen should lower her spirits. She supposed that she was tired. The various strains and emotional shocks of the last 36 hours were not to be overcome in one pub lunch. The office workers nearby were now screeching with laughter as a pair of fluffy handcuffs fell out of another package. It isn't her birthday, Robin realized. She's getting married. "Well, am I driving you or what?" she asked curtly. "Yeah," said Strike, who appeared to be warming to the idea, or was he merely cheered by the thought of his date with Ellen? "You know what? That'd be great. Thanks." Chapter 23. Moments of Pleasure in a World of Pain. Blue Oyster Cult, make rock, not war. Mist lay in thick, soft layers like cobweb over the treetops of Regent's Park next morning. Strike, who had swiftly silenced his alarm so as not to wake Ellen, stood balancing on his single foot at the window, the curtain behind him to block out the light. For a minute he looked out upon the ghostly park and was transfixed by the effect of the rising sun on leafy branches rising from the sea of vapour. You could find beauty nearly anywhere if you stopped to look for it. But the battle to get through the days made it easy to forget that this totally cost-free luxury existed. He carried memories like this from his childhood, especially those parts of it that he had spent in Cornwall. The glitter of the sea as you first saw it on a morning as blue as a butterfly's wing, the mysterious emerald and shadow world of the Gunnerer Passage at Treba Garden, distant white sails bobbing like seabirds on blustery gunmetal waves. Behind him in the dark bed, Ellen shifted and sighed. Strike moved carefully out from behind the curtain, took the prosthesis leaning against the wall, and sat down on one of her bedroom chairs to attach it. Then, still moving as quietly as possible, he headed for the bathroom with the day's clothes in his arms. They'd had their first row the previous evening, a landmark in every relationship. The total absence of communication when he failed to turn up for their date on Tuesday ought to have been a warning, but he had been too busy with Robin and a dismembered body to give it much thought. True, she had been frosty when he had phoned to apologise, but the fact that she had so readily agreed to a rescheduled date had not prepared him for a near-glacial reception when he had turned up in person 24 hours later. After a dinner eaten to the accompaniment of painful, stilted conversation, he had offered to clear out and leave her to her resentment. She had become briefly angry as he reached for his coat, but it was the feeble spurt of a damp match. She had then crumbled into a tearful, semi-apologetic tirade in which he learned firstly that she was in therapy, secondly that her therapist had identified a tendency towards passive aggression, and thirdly that she had been so deeply wounded by his failure to turn up on Tuesday that she had drunk an entire bottle of wine alone in front of the television. Strike had apologised again, offering in extenuation a difficult case, a tricky and unexpected development, expressing sincere remorse for having forgotten their date, but added that if she could not forgive, he had better clear out. She had flung herself into his arms. They had gone straight to bed and had the best sex of their brief relationship. Shaving in Ellen's immaculate bathroom, with its sunken lights and snow-white towels, Strike reflected that he had got off pretty lightly. If he had forgotten to turn up to a date with Charlotte, the woman with whom he had been involved on and off for 16 years, he would have been carrying physical wounds right now, searching for her in the cold dawn, or perhaps trying to restrain her from throwing herself from the high balcony. He had called what he felt for Charlotte love, and it remained the most profound feeling he had had for any woman. In the pain it had caused him, and its lasting after-effects, it had more resembled a virus that, even now, he was not sure he had overcome. Not seeing her, never calling her, never using the new email address she had set up to show him her distraught face on the day of her wedding to an old boyfriend. This was his self-prescribed treatment, which was keeping the symptoms at bay. Yet he knew he had been left impaired, that he no longer had the capacity to feel in the way that he had once felt. Ellen's distress of the previous evening had not touched him at his core in the way Charlotte's had once done. He felt as though his capacity for loving had been blunted, the nerve endings severed. He had not intended to wound Ellen. He did not enjoy seeing her cry. Yet the ability to feel empathetic pain seemed to have closed down. A small part of him, in truth, had been mentally planning his route home as she sobbed. Strike dressed in the bathroom, then moved quickly back into the dimly lit hall, where he'd stowed his shaving things in the hold-all he had packed for Barrow in Furness. A door stood ajar to his right. On a whim, he pushed it wider. The little girl whom he had never met slept here where not at her father's. The pink and white room was immaculate, with a ceiling mural of fairies around the cornice. Barbies sat in a neat line on a shelf, their smiles vacant, their pointy breasts covered in a rainbow of gaudy dresses. A fake fur rug with a polar bear's head lay on the floor beside a tiny white four-poster. Strike knew hardly any little girls. He had 2 godsons, neither of whom he had particularly wanted, and 3 nephews. His oldest friend back in Cornwall had daughters, but Strike had virtually nothing to do with them. They rushed past him in a blur of ponytails and casual waves. "Hi, Uncle Corm! Bye, Uncle Corm!" He had grown up, of course, with a sister, although Lucy had never been indulged with sugar-pink canopied four-posters, much as she might have wanted them. Brittany Brockbank had had a cuddly lion. It came back to him suddenly out of nowhere, looking at the polar bear on the floor. A cuddly lion with a comical face. She had dressed it in a pink tutu, and it had been lying on the sofa when her stepfather came running at Strike, a broken beer bottle in his hand. Strike turned back to the hall, feeling in his pocket. He always carried a notebook and pen on him. He scribbled a brief note to Ellen, alluding to the best part of the previous night, and left it on the hall table so as not to risk waking her. Then, as quietly as he had done everything else, he hoisted his holdall onto his shoulder and let himself out of the flat. He was meeting Robin at West Ealing Station at 8. The last traces of mist were lifting from Hastings Road when Robin left her house, flustered and heavy-eyed, a carrier bag of food in one hand and a holdall full of clean clothes in the other. She unlocked the rear of the old grey Land Rover, swung the clothes into it, and hurried around to the driver's seat with the food. Matthew had just tried to hug her in the hall, and she had forcibly resisted, 2 hands on his smooth, warm chest, pushing him away, shouting at him to get off. He had been wearing only boxer shorts. Now she was afraid that he might be struggling into some clothes, ready to give chase. She slammed the car door and dragged on her seatbelt, eager to be gone. But as she turned the key in the ignition, Matthew burst out of the house, barefoot, in t-shirt and tracksuit bottoms. She had never seen his expression so naked, so vulnerable. "Robin!" he called, as she stepped on the accelerator and pulled away from the curb. "I love you! I love you!" She spun the wheel and moved precariously out of the parking space, missing their neighbour's Honda by inches. She could see Matthew shrinking in the rear-view mirror. He, whose self-possession was usually total, was proclaiming his love at the top of his voice, risking the neighbours' curiosity, their scorn, and their laughter. Robin's heart thumped painfully in her chest. 7:15. Strike would not be at the station yet. She turned left at the end of the road, intent only on putting distance between herself and Matthew. He had risen at dawn, while she was trying to pack without waking him. "Where are you going?" "To help Strike with the investigation." "You're going away overnight?" "I expect so." "Where?" "I don't know exactly." She was afraid to tell him their destination, in case he came after them. Matthew's behaviour when she had arrived home the previous evening had left her shaken. He had cried and begged. She had never seen him like that, not even after his mother's death. "Robin, we've got to talk." "We've talked enough." "Does your mother know where you're going?" "Yes." She was lying. Robin had not told her mother about the ruptured engagement yet, nor that she was heading off north with Strike. After all, she was 26. It was none of her mother's business. She knew, though, that Matthew was really asking whether she had told her mother that the wedding was off, because they were both aware that she would not have been getting in the Land Rover to drive off to an undisclosed location with Strike if their engagement had still been intact. The sapphire ring was lying exactly where she had left it, on a bookshelf loaded with his old accountancy textbooks. "Oh, shit," Robin whispered, blinking away tears as she turned at random through the quiet streets, trying not to focus on her naked finger or on the memory of Matthew's anguished face. One short walk took Strike much further than simple physical distance. This, he thought, as he smoked his first cigarette of the day, was London. You started in a quiet, symmetrical Nash terrace that resembled a sculpture in a vanilla ice cream. Ellen's pinstripe Russian neighbour had been getting into his Audi, and Strike had received a curt nod in response to his "morning." A short walk past the silhouette of Sherlock Holmes at Baker Street Station, and he was sitting on a grimy tube train, surrounded by chattering Polish workmen, fresh and businesslike at 7 a.m. Then bustling Paddington, forcing a path through commuters and coffee shops, hold-all over shoulder. Finally, a few stops on the Heathrow Connect, accompanied by a large West Country family, who were already dressed for Florida in spite of the early morning chill. They watched the station signs like nervous meerkats, their hands gripping their suitcase handles, as though expecting an imminent mugging. Strike arrived at West Ealing Station 15 minutes early and desperate for a cigarette. Dropping the hold-all by his feet, he lit up, hoping that Robin would not be too prompt because he doubted that she would want him smoking in the Land Rover. He had only taken a couple of satisfying drags, however, when the box-like car rounded the corner, Robin's bright red gold head clearly visible through the windscreen. "I don't mind," she called over the running engine, as he hoisted his hold-all back onto his shoulder and made to extinguish the cigarette. "As long as you keep the window open." He climbed inside, shoved his bag into the back, and slammed the door. "You can't make it smell worse than it already does," said Robin, managing the stiff gears with her usual expertise. "It's pure dog in here." Strike pulled on a seatbelt as they accelerated away from the pavement, looking around at the interior of the car. Shabby and scuffed, a pungent fug of Wellington boot and Labrador certainly pervaded. It reminded Strike of military vehicles that he had driven across all terrains in Bosnia and Afghanistan, but at the same time it added something to his picture of Robin's background. This Land Rover spoke of muddy tracks and ploughed fields. He remembered her saying that an uncle had a farm. "Did you ever have a pony?" She glanced at him, surprised. In that fleeting full-face look he noted the heaviness of her eyes, her pallor. She had clearly not slept much. "What on earth do you want to know that for?" "This feels like the kind of car you'd take to the Gymkhana." Her reply had a touch of defensiveness. "Yes, I did." He laughed, pushing the window down as far as it would go and resting his left hand there with the cigarette. "Why's that funny?" "I don't know. What was it called?" "Angus," she said, turning left. "He was a bugger, always carting me off." "I don't trust horses," said Strike, smoking. "Have you ever been on one?" It was Robin's turn to smile. She thought it might be one of the few places where she would see Strike truly discomforted, on the back of a horse. "Nope," said Strike, "and I intend to keep it that way." "My uncle's got something that'll carry you," said Robin. "Clydesdale. It's massive." "Point taken," said Strike dryly, and she laughed. Smoking in silence, as she concentrated on navigating through the increasingly heavy morning traffic, Strike noted how much he liked making her laugh. He also recognized that he felt much happier, much more comfortable, sitting here in this ramshackle Land Rover, talking inconsequential nonsense with Robin, that he had felt last night at dinner with Ellen. He was not a man who told himself comfortable lies. He might have argued that Robin represented the ease of friendship, Ellen the pitfalls and pleasures of a sexual relationship. He knew that the truth was more complicated, and certainly made more so by the fact that the sapphire ring had vanished from Robin's finger. He had known, almost from the moment they had met, that Robin represented a threat to his peace of mind, but endangering the best working relationship of his life would be an act of willful self-sabotage that he, after years of a destructive on-off relationship, after the hard graft and sacrifice that had gone into building his business, could not and would not let happen. "Are you ignoring me on purpose?" "What?" It was just plausible that he had not heard her. So noisy was the old Land Rover's engine. "I said, how are things with Ellen?" She had never asked him outright about a relationship before. Strike supposed the confidences of 2 nights ago had moved them onto a different level of intimacy. He would have avoided this, if he could. "All right," he said repressively, throwing away his cigarette butt and pulling up the window, which marginally reduced the noise. "She forgave you, then?" "What for?" "For completely forgetting that you had a date," said Robin. "Oh, that, yeah, well, no. Then, yeah." As she turned onto the A40, Strike's ambiguous utterance brought to Robin a sudden, vivid mental image. Of Strike, with his hairy bulk and his 1.5 legs, entangled with Ellen, blonde and alabaster against pure white sheets. She was sure that Ellen's sheets would be white and Nordic and clean. She probably had somebody to do her laundry. Ellen was too upper-middle class, too wealthy to iron her own duvet covers in front of the TV in a cramped sitting room in Ealing. "How about Matthew?" Strike asked her, as they moved out onto the motorway. "How'd that go?" "Fine," said Robin. "Bollocks," said Strike. Though another laugh escaped her, Robin was half inclined to resent his demand for more information when she was given so little about Ellen. "Well, he wants to get back together." "Course he does," said Strike. "Why, of course?" "If I'm not allowed to fish, you aren't." Robin was not sure what to say to that, though it gave her a small glow of pleasure. She thought it might be the very first time that Strike had ever given any indication that he saw her as a woman, and she silently filed away the exchange to pore over later, in solitude. "He apologized and kept asking me to put my ring back on," Robin said. Residual loyalty to Matthew prevented her mentioning the crying, the begging. "But I—" Her voice trailed away, and although Strike wanted to hear more, he asked no further questions, but pulled down the window and smoked another cigarette. They stopped for a coffee at Hilton Park Services. Robin went to the bathroom, while Strike queued for coffees in Burger King. In front of the mirror, she checked her mobile. As she had expected, a message from Matthew was waiting, but the tone was no longer pleading and conciliatory. "If you sleep with him, we're over for good. You might think it'll make things even, but it's not like for like. Sarah was a long time ago. We were kids, and I didn't do it to hurt you. Think about what you're throwing away, Robin. I love you." "Sorry," Robin muttered, moving aside to allow an impatient girl access to the hand dryer. She read Matthew's text again. A satisfying gush of anger obliterated the mingled pity and pain engendered by that morning's pursuit. Here, she thought, was the authentic Matthew. If you sleep with him, we're over for good. Did he not really believe that she had meant it when she took off her ring and told him she no longer wished to marry him? It would be over for good only when he, Matthew, said so. It's not like for like. Her infidelity would be worse than his by definition. To him, her journey north was simply an exercise in retaliation, a dead woman and a killer loose, mere pretext for feminine spite. Screw you, she thought, ramming the mobile back into her pocket as she returned to the cafe, where Strike sat eating a double croissant-wich with sausage and bacon. Strike noted her flushed face, her tense jaw, and guessed that Matthew had been in touch. "Everything all right?" "Fine," said Robin, and then, before he could ask anything else, So, are you going to tell me about Brockbank? The question came out a little more aggressively than she had intended. The tone of Matthew's text had riled her, as had the fact that it had raised in her mind the question of where she and Strike were actually going to sleep that night. "If you want," said Strike mildly. He drew his phone out of his pocket, brought up the picture of Brockbank that he had taken from Hardacre's computer, and passed it across the table to Robin. Robin contemplated the long, swarthy face beneath its dense, dark hair, which was unusual, but not unattractive. As though he had read her mind, Strike said, "He's uglier now. That was taken when he just joined up. One of his eye sockets is caved in, and he's got a cauliflower ear." "How tall is he?" asked Robin, remembering the courier standing over her in his leathers, his mirrored visor. "My height or bigger." "You said you met him in the army?" "Yeah," said Strike. She thought for a few seconds that he was not going to tell her anything more, until she realized that he was merely waiting for an elderly couple who were dithering about where to sit to pass out of earshot. When they had gone, Strike said, "He was a major, 7th Armoured Brigade. He married a dead colleague's widow. She had 2 small daughters. Then they had one of their own, a boy." The facts flowed, having just reread Brockbank's file, but in truth, Strike had never forgotten them. It had been one of those cases that stayed with you. "The eldest stepdaughter was called Brittany. When she was 12, Brittany disclosed sexual abuse to a school friend in Germany. The friend told her mother, who reported it. We were called in. I didn't interview her personally. That was a female officer. I just saw the tape." What had crucified him was how grown up she had tried to be, how together. She was terrified of what would happen to the family now she had blabbed, and was trying to take it back. No, of course she hadn't told Sophie that he had threatened to kill her little sister if she told on him. No, Sophie wasn't lying exactly. It had been a joke, that was all. She'd asked Sophie how to stop yourself having a baby because she'd been curious. Everyone wanted to know stuff like that. Of course he hadn't said he'd carve up her mum in little pieces if she told. The thing about her leg? Oh, that. Well, that was a joke too. It was all joking. He told her she had scars on her leg because he'd nearly cut her leg off when she was little, but her mum had walked in and seen him. He'd said he did it because she'd trodden on his flower beds when she was a toddler. But of course it was a joke. Ask her mum. She'd got stuck in some barbed wire, that was all, and badly cut trying to pull herself free. They could ask her mum. He hadn't cut her. He'd never cut her. Not Daddy. The involuntary expression she had made when forcing herself to say Daddy was with Strike still. She had looked like a child trying to swallow cold tripe under threat of punishment. 12 years old, and she had learned life was only bearable for her family if she shut up and took whatever he wanted to do without complaint. Strike had taken against Mrs. Brockbank from their first interview. She had been thin and over-made up, a victim no doubt in her way, but it seemed to Strike that she had voluntarily jettisoned Brittany to save the other 2 children, that she turned 2 blind eyes to the long absences from the house of her husband and eldest child, that her determination not to know was tantamount to collaboration. Brockbank had told Brittany that he would strangle both her mother and her sister if she ever spoke about what he did to her in the car when he took her on lengthy excursions into nearby woods, into dark alleyways. He would cut all of them up into little bits and bury them in the garden. Then he'd take Ryan, Brockbank's small son, the only family member whom he seemed to value, and go where no one would ever find them. "It was a joke, just a joke. I didn't mean any of it." Thin fingers twisting, her glasses lopsided, her legs not long enough for her feet to reach the floor. She was still refusing point-blank to be physically examined when Strike and Hardacre went to Brockbank's house to bring him in. "He was pissed when we got there." I told him why we'd come, and he came at me with a broken bottle. I knocked him out, said Strike without bravado. But I shouldn't have touched him. I didn't need to. He had never admitted this out loud before, even though Hardacre, who had backed him to the hilt in the subsequent inquiry, had known it as well. If he came at you with a bottle, I could have got the bottle off him without decking him. You said he was big. He was pretty pissed. I could have managed him without punching him. Hardacre was there. It was 2-on-1. Truth is, I was glad he came at me. I wanted to punch him. Right hook literally knocked him senseless, which is how he got away with it. Got off, said Strike. Got clean away. How? Strike drank more coffee, his eyes unfocused, remembering. He was hospitalized after I hit him because he had a massive epileptic seizure when he came out of the concussion. Traumatic brain injury. Oh, God, said Robin. He needed emergency surgery to stop the bleeding from his brain. He kept having fits. They diagnosed TBI, PTSD and alcoholism. Unfit to stand trial. Lawyers came stampeding in. I was put on an assault charge. Luckily, my legal team found out that the week before I hit him, he'd played rugby. They dug around a bit and found out he'd taken a knee to the head from an 18-stone Welshman and been stretchered off the field. A junior medic had missed the bleeding from his ear because he was covered in mud and bruises, and just told him to go home and take it easy. As it turned out, they'd missed a basal skull fracture, which my legal team found out when they got doctors to look at the post-match X-ray. The skull fracture had been done by a Welsh forward, not me. Even so, if I hadn't had Hardy as a witness to the fact that he'd come at me with a bottle, I'd have been in it up to my neck. In the end, they accepted that I'd acted in self-defence. I couldn't have known his skull was already cracked, or how much damage I'd do by punching him. Meanwhile, they found child porn on his computer. Brittany's story tallied with frequent sightings of her being driven out alone by her stepfather. Her teacher was interviewed and said she was getting more and more withdrawn at school. 2 years he'd been assaulting her and warning her he'd kill her mother and her sister if she told anyone. He had her convinced that he'd already tried to cut her leg off once. She had scarring all around her shin. He told her he was just sawing it off when the mother came in and stopped him. In her interview, the mother said the scarring was from an accident when she was a toddler. Robin said nothing. Both hands were over her mouth and her eyes were wide. Strike's expression was frightening. He lay in hospital while they tried to get his fits under control. And whenever anyone tried to interview him, he faked confusion and amnesia. He had lawyers swarming all over him, smelling a big fat payout. Medical neglect. Assault. He'd claimed he'd been a victim of abuse himself, that the child porn was just a symptom of his medical issues, his alcoholism. Brittany was insisting she'd made everything up. The mother was screaming to everyone that Brockbank had never laid a finger on any of the kids, that he was a perfect father, that she'd lost one husband and now she was going to lose another. Top brass just wanted the accusation to go away. He was invalided out, said Strike, his dark eyes meeting Robin's blue-grey ones. He got off scot-free, with a payout and a pension to boot. And off he went, Brittany in tow. Chapter 24. Step into a world of strangers, into a sea of unknowns. Blue Oyster Cult, hammer back. The rattling Land Rover devoured the miles with stoic competence, but the journey north had begun to seem interminably long before the first signs to Barrow in Furness appeared. The map had not adequately conveyed how far away the seaport was, how isolated. Barrow in Furness was not destined to be passed through or visited incidentally. An end unto itself, it constituted a geographical cul-de-sac. Through the southernmost reaches of the Lake District they travelled, past rolling fields of sheep, dry stone walls, and picturesque hamlets that reminded Robin of her Yorkshire home. Through Ulverston, birthplace of Stan Laurel, until they achieved their first glimpse of a wide estuary that hinted at their approach to the coast. At last, past midday, they found themselves in an unlovely industrial estate, the road flanked by warehouses and factories, which marked the periphery of the town. "We'll grab something to eat before we go to Brockbanks," said Strike, who had been examining a map of Barrow for the past 5 minutes. He disdained using electronic devices to navigate on the basis that you did not need to wait for paper to download, nor did the information disappear under adverse conditions. "There's a car park up here. Take a left at the roundabout." They passed a battered side entrance to Craven Park, home ground of the Barrow Raiders. Strike, whose eyes were peeled for a sighting of Brockbank, drank in the distinct character of the place. He had expected, Cornish-born as he was, to be able to see the sea, to taste it, but they might have been miles inland for all he could tell. The initial impression was of a gigantic out-of-town retail centre, where the garish facades of high street outlets confronted them on all sides, except that here and there, standing proud and incongruous between the DIY stores and pizza restaurants, were architectural gems that spoke of a prosperous industrial past. The Art Deco Customs House had been turned into a restaurant. A Victorian technical college embellished with classical figures bore the legend Labor Omnia Vincit. A little further, and they came across rows and rows of terraced housing, the kind of cityscape Lowry painted, the hive where workers lived. "Never seen so many pubs," said Strike, as Robin turned into the car park. He fancied a beer, but with Labor Omnia Vincit in mind, agreed to Robin's suggestion of a quick bite to eat in a nearby cafe. The April day was bright, but the breeze carried with it a chill off the unseen sea. "Not overselling themselves, are they?" he muttered, as he saw the name of the cafe. The Last Resort. It stood opposite Second Chance, which sold old clothing and a flourishing pawnbroker's. Notwithstanding its unpropitious name, the Last Resort was cosy and clean, full of chattering old ladies, and they returned to the car park feeling pleasantly well fed. "His house won't be easy to watch if no one's home," said Strike, showing Robin the map when they were back in the Land Rover. "It's in a dead straight dead end, nowhere to lurk." "Has it occurred to you," said Robin, not entirely flippantly, as they drove away, "that Holly is Noel? That he's had a sex change?" "If he has, he'll be a cinch to find," said Strike. 6'8" in high heels with a cauliflower ear. "Take a right here," he added, as they passed a nightclub called Skint. "Christ, they tell it like it is in Barrow, don't they?" Ahead, a gigantic cream building with the name BAE Systems on it blocked any view of the seafront. The edifice was windowless and seemed to stretch a mile across, blank, faceless, intimidating. "I think Holly's going to turn out to be a sister or maybe a new wife," said Strike. "Hang a left. She's the same age as him. Right, we're looking for Stanley Road. We're going to end up right by BAE Systems by the look of it." As Strike had said, Stanley Road ran in a straight line with houses on one side and a high brick wall topped with barbed wire on the other. Beyond this uncompromising barrier rose the strangely sinister factory building, white and windowless, intimidating in its sheer size. Nuclear site boundary? Robin read from a sign on the wall, slowing the Land Rover to a crawl as they proceeded up the road. "Building submarines," said Strike, looking up at the barbed wire. "Police warnings everywhere. Look." The cul-de-sac was deserted. It terminated in a small parking area beside a children's play park. As she parked, Robin noticed a number of objects stuck in the barbed wire on top of the wall. The ball had undoubtedly landed there by accident, but there was also a small pink doll's pushchair, tangled up and irretrievable. The sight of it gave her an uncomfortable feeling. Somebody had deliberately thrown that out of reach. "What are you getting out for?" asked Strike, coming round the back of the vehicle. "I'll deal with Brockbank, if he's in there," said Strike, lighting up. "You're not going anywhere near him." Robin got back into the Land Rover. "Try not to punch him, won't you?" she muttered at Strike's retreating figure, as he walked with a slight limp towards the house, his knee stiff from the journey. Some of the houses had clean windows and ornaments neatly arranged behind the glass. Others had net curtains in various states of cleanliness. A few were shabby and, on the evidence of grimy interior windowsills, dirty. Strike had almost reached a maroon door when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Robin noticed that a group of men in blue overalls and hard hats had appeared at the end of the street. Was one of them Brockbank? Was that why Strike had stopped? No. He was merely taking a phone call. Turning his back on both the door and the men, he moved slowly back towards Robin, his stride no longer purposeful, but with the aimless ramble of a man intent only on the voice in his ear. One of the men in the overalls was tall, dark and bearded. Had Strike seen him? Robin slipped out of the Land Rover again and, on pretext of texting, took several photographs of the workmen, zooming in on them as closely as she could. They turned a corner and walked out of sight. Strike had paused 10 yards away from her, smoking and listening to the person talking on his mobile. A grey-haired woman was squinting at the pair of them from an upstairs window of the nearest house. Thinking to allay her suspicions, Robin turned away from the houses and took a picture of the huge nuclear facility, playing the tourist. "That was Wardle," said Strike, coming up behind her. He looked grim. "The body isn't Oksana Voloshina's." "How do they know?" asked Robin, stunned. "Oksana's been home in Donetsk for 3 weeks. Family wedding. They haven't spoken to her personally, but they've talked to her mother on the phone and she says Oksana's there. Meanwhile, the landlady's recovered enough to tell the police that she was especially shocked when she found the body because she thought Oksana had gone back to Ukraine for a holiday. She also mentioned that the head didn't look very like her." Strike slid his phone back into his pocket, frowning. He hoped this news would focus Wardle's mind on something other than Mally. "Get back in the car," said Strike, lost in thought, and he set off towards Brockbank's house again. Robin returned to the driver's seat of the Land Rover. The woman in the upper window was still staring. 2 policewomen in high-visibility tabards came walking down the street. Strike had reached the maroon door. The rap of metal on wood echoed down the street. Nobody answered. Strike was preparing to knock again when the policewoman reached him. Robin sat up, wondering what on earth the police wanted with him. After a brief conversation, all 3 of them turned and headed towards the Land Rover. Robin pushed down the window, feeling suddenly and unaccountably guilty. "They want to know," Strike called when within earshot, "whether I'm Michael Ellacott." "What?" said Robin, completely confused by the mention of her father's name. The ludicrous thought came to her that Matthew had sent the police after them, but why would he have told them that Strike was her father? And then the realization came to her voiced as soon as understood. "The car's registered in Dad's name," she said. "Have I done something wrong?" "Well, you parked on a double yellow line," said one of the policewomen dryly. "But that's not why we're here. You've been taking photographs of the facility." "It's all right," she added, as Robin looked panicked. "People do it every day. You were caught on the security cameras. Can I see your driving licence?" "Oh," said Robin weakly, aware of Strike's quizzical look. I thought it would make an arty picture, you know, the barbed wire and the white building and the clouds." She handed over her documentation, studiously avoiding Strike's eye, mortified. "Mr. Ellicott's your father, is he?" "He lent us the car, that's all," said Robin, dreading the idea of the police contacting her parents and them finding out that she was in Barrow, without Matthew, ringless and single. "And where do you two live?" "We don't. Not together," said Robin. They gave their names and addresses. "You're visiting someone, are you, Mr. Strike?" asked the second policewoman. "Noel Brockbank," said Strike promptly. "Old friend. Passing. Thought I'd look him up." "Brockbank," repeated the policewoman, handing Robin her licence. And Robin hoped that the woman might know him, which would surely go a long way to repairing her gaffe. "Good Barovian surname, that. All right, on you go. No more photos round here." "I'm so sorry," Robin mouthed at Strike as the policewomen walked away. He shook his head, grinning through his annoyance. "Arty photo, the wire, the sky." "What would you have said?" she demanded. "I could hardly tell them I was taking pictures of workmen because I thought one of them might be Brockbank. Look." But when she brought up the picture of the workman, she realised that the tallest of them, with his ruddy cheeks, short neck and large ears, was not the man they sought. The door of the nearest house opened. The grey-haired woman who had been watching from the upper window appeared, pulling a tartan shopping trolley. Her expression was now cheery. Robin was sure that the woman had observed the police arrive and depart, and was satisfied that they were not spies. "It's always happening," she called loudly, her voice ringing across the street. She pronounced always. The accent was unfamiliar to Robin, who had thought she knew Cumbrian, hailing from the next county. "They've got cameras all over. Taking registrations. We're all used to it." "Spot the Londoners," said Strike pleasantly, which made her pause, curious. "From London? What brings all the way to Barra?" "Looking for an old friend, Noel Brockbank," said Strike, pointing down the street. "But there's no answer at his house. He'll be at work, I expect." She frowned a little. "Noel, did they say? Not Holly?" "We'd love to see Holly if she's around," said Strike. "She'll be at work now," said the neighbour, checking her watch. "Bakery or in Vickerstown. Or," said the woman with a trace of grim humour, "that can try the Crow's Nest tonight. She's usually there." "We'll try the bakery. Surprise her," said Strike. "Where is it exactly?" "Little white one, just up the road from Vengeance Street." They thanked her, and she set off along the road, pleased to have been helpful. "Did I hear that right?" Strike muttered, shaking open his map once they were safely back in the Land Rover. "Vengeance Street." "That's what it sounded like," said Robin. The short journey took them across a bridge spanning the estuary, where sailing boats bobbed on dirty-looking water or sat marooned on mudflats. Utilitarian, industrial buildings along the shore gave way to more streets of terraced houses, some pebble-dashed, some of red brick. "Ships' names," guessed Strike, as they drove up Amphitrite Street. Vengeance Street ran up a hill. A few minutes' exploration of its vicinities revealed a little white-painted bakery. "That's her," said Strike at once, as Robin pulled in with a clear view of the glass door. "Gotta be his sister. Look at her." The bakery worker looked, thought Robin, harder than most men. She had the same long face and high forehead as Brockbank. Her flinty eyes were outlined in thick kohl, her jet-black hair scraped back into a tight, unflattering ponytail. The cap-sleeved black T-shirt, worn under a white apron, revealed thick bare arms that were covered in tattoos from shoulder to wrist. Multiple gold hoops hung from each ear. A vertical frown line between her eyebrows gave her a look of perpetual bad temper. The bakery was cramped and busy. Watching Holly bag up pasties, Strike remembered his venison pies from Melrose, and his mouth watered. "I could eat again." "You can't talk to her in there," said Robin. "We'd do better to approach her at home or in the pub." "You could nip in and get me a pasty." "We had rolls less than an hour ago." "So? I'm not on a bloody diet." "Nor am I, any more," said Robin. The brave words brought to mind the strapless wedding dress still waiting for her in Harrogate. Did she really not intend to fit into it? The flowers, the catering, the bridesmaids, the choice of first dance, would none of it be needed any more? Deposits lost, presents returned, the faces of stunned friends and relatives when she told them. The Land Rover was chilly and uncomfortable. She was very tired after hours of driving, and for a few seconds, the time it took for a weak, treacherous lurch of her heart, the thought of Matthew and Sarah Shadlock made her want to cry all over again. "You mind if I smoke?" said Strike, pushing down the window and letting in the cold air without waiting for an answer. Robin swallowed an affirmative answer. He had forgiven her for the police after all. Somehow the chilly breeze helped brace her for what she needed to tell him. "You can't interview Holly." He turned to her, frowning. "Taking Brockbank by surprise is one thing, but if Holly recognizes you, she'll warn him you're after him. I'll have to do it. I've thought of a way." "Yeah, that's not going to happen," said Strike flatly. "Odds are he's either living with her or a couple of streets away. He's a nutcase. If he smells a rat, he'll turn nasty. You're not doing it alone." Robin drew her coat more tightly around her and said coolly, "Do you want to hear my idea or not?" Chapter 25. There's a time for discussion and a time for a fight. Blue Oyster Cult, madness to the method. Strike didn't like it, but he was forced to concede that Robin's plan was a good one, and that the danger of Holly tipping off Noel outweighed the probable risk to Robin. Accordingly, when Holly left work with a colleague at 5 o'clock, she was followed on foot by Strike, although unaware of his presence. Robin, meanwhile, drove to a deserted stretch of road beside a wide stretch of marshy wasteland, retrieved her holdall from the back of the car, wriggled out of her jeans, and dragged on a smarter, though creased, pair of trousers. She was driving back across the bridge towards Central Barrow when Strike called to inform her that Holly had not returned home, but headed straight to the pub at the end of her street. "Great! I think that'll be easier anyway," shouted Robin, in the direction of her mobile, which was lying on the front passenger seat, set to speakerphone. The Land Rover vibrated and rattled around her. "What?" "I said, I think. Never mind, I'm nearly there." Strike was waiting outside the Crow's Nest car park. He had just opened the passenger door when Robin gasped, "Get down! Get down!" Holly had appeared in the doorway of the pub, pint in hand. She was taller than Robin and twice as broad in her black cap-sleeve T-shirt and jeans. Lighting a cigarette, she squinted around at what must have been a view she knew by heart, and her narrowed eyes rested briefly on the unfamiliar Land Rover. Strike had scrambled into the front seat as best he could, keeping his head low. Robin put her foot down and drove away at once. "She didn't give me a second look when I was following her," Strike pointed out, hoisting himself into a sitting position. "You still shouldn't let her see you if you can help it," said Robin sententiously, "in case she noticed you and it reminds her." "Sorry, forgot you're highly commended," said Strike. "Oh, sod off," said Robin with a flash of temper. Strike was surprised. "I was joking." Robin turned into a parking space further up the street, out of sight of the Crow's Nest entrance, then checked her handbag for a small package she had brought earlier in the afternoon. "You wait here." "The hell I will. I'll be in the car park keeping an eye out for Brockbank. Give me the keys." She handed them over with ill grace and left. Strike watched her walking towards the pub, wondering about that sudden spurt of temper. Perhaps, he thought, Matthew belittled what he probably saw as meagre achievements. The Crow's Nest stood where Ferry and Stanley Roads met and formed a hairpin bend, a large, drum-shaped building of red brick. Holly was still standing in the doorway, smoking and drinking her pint. Nerves fluttered in the pit of Robin's stomach. She had volunteered for this. Now hers was the sole responsibility for finding out where Brockbank was. Her stupidity at bringing the police down on them earlier had made her touchy, and Strike's ill-timed humour had reminded her of Matthew's subtly belittling comments about her counter-surveillance training. After formal congratulations on her top marks, Matthew had implied that what she had learned was, after all, no more than common sense. Robin's mobile rang in her coat pocket. Aware of Holly's eyes on her as she approached, Robin pulled out the phone to check the caller's name. It was her mother. On the basis that it would look slightly more unusual to switch off the call than to take it, she raised it to her ear. "Robin?" came Linda's voice, as Robin passed Holly in the doorway without looking at her. "Are you in Barrow-in-Furness?" "Yes," said Robin. Confronted by two inner doors, she chose the one on the left, which brought her into a large, high-ceilinged and dingy barroom. Two men in the now familiar blue overalls were playing pool at a table just inside the door. Robin sensed, rather than saw, the turning of several heads towards the stranger. Avoiding all eye contact, she drifted towards the bar as she continued her call. "What are you doing there?" asked Linda, and without waiting for a response, "We've had the police on the phone, checking whether Dad lent you the car." "It was all a misunderstanding," said Robin. "Mum, I really can't talk now." The door opened behind her and Holly walked past, thickly tattooed arms folded, giving Robin a sideways look of appraisal, and she sensed animosity. Apart from the short-haired barmaid, they were the only two females in the place. "We called the flat," her mother went on, unheeding, "and Matthew said you'd gone away with Cormoran." "Yes," said Robin. "And when I asked whether you'd have time to drop round for lunch this weekend—" "Why would I be in Massam this weekend?" Robin asked, confused. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Holly taking a bar stool and chatting to several more blue-overalled men from the BAE factory. "It's Matthew's dad's birthday," said her mother. "Oh, of course it is," said Robin. She had completely forgotten. There was to be a party. It had been on the calendar so long that she had got used to the sight of it and forgotten that the trip back to Massam was actually going to happen. "Robin, is everything all right?" "Like I said, Mum, I can't really talk right now," said Robin. "Are you all right?" "Yes," said Robin impatiently. "I'm absolutely fine. I'll ring you later." She hung up and turned to the bar. The barmaid who was waiting to take her order wore the same look of shrewd appraisal as the watching neighbour in Stanley Road. There was an extra layer to their caginess around here, but Robin understood, now, that theirs was not the chauvinistic antagonism of the local for the stranger. Rather, it was the protectiveness of a people whose business was confidential. With her heart beating slightly faster than usual, Robin said with an air of forced confidence, "Hi, I don't know whether you can help me. I'm looking for Holly Brockbank. I was told she might be in here." The barmaid considered Robin's request and then said, unsmiling, "That's her, down the bar. Can I get to something?" "A glass of white wine, please," said Robin. The woman whom she was impersonating would drink wine, Robin knew. She would also be unfazed by the edge of mistrust she saw in the barmaid's eyes, by Holly's reflexive antagonism, by the up-and-down stares of the pool players. The woman whom she was pretending to be was cool, clear-headed, and ambitious. Robin paid for her drink, then headed directly for Holly and the three men chatting to her at the bar. Curious but cagey, they fell silent when it became clear that they were Robin's destination. "Hello," said Robin, smiling. "Are you Holly Brockbank?" "Yeah," said Holly, her expression grim. "Were thou?" "Sorry?" Aware of several pairs of amused eyes on her, Robin kept her smile in place by sheer force of will. "Who are you?" asked Holly, in a mock London accent. "My name's Venetia Hall." "Oh, unlucky," said Holly, with a broad grin at the closest workman, who sniggered. Robin pulled a business card out of her handbag, freshly printed that afternoon on a machine in a shopping centre, while Strike remained behind, keeping an eye on Holly in the bakery. It had been Strike's suggestion that she use her middle name. Makes you sound like a poncy southerner. Robin handed over the business card, looked boldly into Holly's heavily cold eyes, and repeated, "Venetia Hall. I'm a lawyer." Holly's grin evaporated. Scowling, she read the card, one of 200 Robin had had printed for £4.50. Hardacre and Hall, personal injury lawyers. Venetia Hall, senior partner. Telephone 0888 789 654. Fax 0888 465 877. Email venetia@hnhlegal.co.uk. "I'm looking for your brother Noel," said Robin. How did thou know I was here?" In her mistrust, she seemed to be swelling, bristling like a cat. "A neighbour said you might be." Holly's blue-overalled companion smirked. "We might have some good news for your brother," Robin ploughed on bravely. "We're trying to find him." "I don't know where he is, and I don't care." Two of the workmen slid away from the bar towards a table, leaving only one behind, who smiled faintly as he observed Robin's discomfiture. Holly drained her pint, slid a fiver sideways at the remaining man, and told him to get her another, clambered off her bar stool, and strode away towards the ladies, her arms held stiffly like a man's. "A boy who her don't speak," said the barmaid, who had drifted up the bar to eavesdrop. She seemed to feel vaguely sorry for Robin. "I don't suppose you know where Noel is?" Robin asked, feeling desperate. "He's not been in here for a year or more," said the barmaid vaguely. "You know where he is, Kev?" Holly's friend answered only with a shrug and ordered Holly's pint. His accent revealed him to be Glaswegian. "Well, it's a pity," said Robin, and her clear, cool voice did not betray the frantic pounding of her heart. She dreaded going back to Strike with nothing. "There could be a big payout for the family, if only I can find him." She turned to go. "For the family or for him?" asked the Glaswegian sharply. "It depends," said Robin coolly, turning back. She did not imagine that Venetia Hall would be particularly chummy with people unconnected to the case she was building. "If family members have had to take on a carer role, but I'd need details to judge. Some relatives," lied Robin, "have had very significant compensation." Holly was coming back. Her expression turned thunderous when she saw Robin talking to Kevin. Robin walked off to the ladies herself, her heart pounding in her chest, wondering whether the lie she had just told would bear fruit. By the look on Holly's face as they passed each other, Robin thought there was an outside chance that she might be cornered by the Sinks and beaten up. However, when she came out of the bathroom, she saw Holly and Kevin nose to nose at the bar. Robin knew not to push any harder. Either Holly bit, or she did not. She tied her coat belt more tightly and walked, unhurriedly but purposefully, back past them towards the door. "Oi!" "Yes," said Robin, still a little coolly, because Holly had been rude, and Venetia Hall was used to a certain level of respect. "All right. What's it all about?" Though Kevin seemed keen to participate in their conversation, his relationship with Holly was apparently not far enough advanced to permit listening in on private financial matters. He drifted away to a fruit machine, looking disgruntled. "We can yatter over here," Holly told Robin, taking her fresh pint and pointing Robin to a corner table beside a piano. The pub's windowsill bore ships in bottles, pretty, fragile things compared to the huge, sleek monsters that were being constructed beyond the windows, behind that high perimeter wall. The heavily patterned carpet would conceal 1,000 stains. The plants behind the curtains looked droopy and sad, yet the mismatched ornaments and sporting trophies gave a homey feel to the large room, the bright blue overalls of its customers an impression of brotherhood. Hardacre and Hall is representing a large group of servicemen who suffered serious and preventable injury outside the field of combat, said Robin, sliding into her pre-rehearsed spiel. While we were reviewing records, we came across your brother's case. We can't be sure until we talk to him, of course, but he'd be very welcome to add his name to our pool of litigants. His would be very much the type of case we're expecting to win. If he joins us, it'll add to the pressure on the army to pay. The more complainants we can get, the better. It would be at no cost to Mr. Brockbank, of course. No win, she said, mimicking the TV adverts. No fee. Holly said nothing. Her pale face was hard and set. There were cheap rings of yellow gold on every digit except her wedding ring finger. "Kevin said something about the family getting money?" "Oh, yes," said Robin blithely. "If Noel's injuries have impacted you as a family." "Oh, all right they have," snarled Holly. "How?" asked Robin, taking a notebook out of her shoulder bag and waiting, pencil poised. She could tell that alcohol and a sense of grievance were going to be her greatest allies in extracting maximum information from Holly, who was now warming to the idea of telling the story she thought the lawyer wanted to hear. The first thing to be done was to soften that first impression of animosity towards her injured brother. Carefully, she took Robin over Noel joining the army at 16. He had given it everything. It had been his life. Oh, yeah. People didn't realize the sacrifices soldiers made. Did Robin know Noel was her twin? Yeah, born on Christmas Day. Noel and Holly. To tell this boulder-eyed story of her brother was to elevate herself. The man with whom she had shared a womb had sallied forth into the world, travelled and fought, and been promoted through the ranks of the British Army. His bravery and sense of adventure reflected back on her, left behind in Barrow. "And he married a woman called Irene, widow. Took her on with 2 kids, Jesus. No good turn goes unpunished, don't they say?" "What do you mean?" asked Venetia Hall politely, clasping half an inch of warm vinegary wine. "Married her, had a son with her. Lovely little boy, Brian, lovely. We've not seen him for 6 years, is it? 7 years, bitch. Yeah, Irene just fucked off when he was at the doctor's one day. Took the kids. And his son was everything to Noel, mind. Everything. So much for in sickness and fucking health, eh? Some fucking wife. When he needed support most, bitch." So Noel and Brittany had long since parted company. Or had he made it his business to track down the stepdaughter, whom he surely blamed as much as Strike, for his life-changing injuries? Robin maintained an impassive expression, although her heart was racing. She wished she could text Strike right there and then. After his wife had left, Noel had turned up uninvited at the old family home, the tiny 2 up, 2 down on Stanley Road, in which Holly had lived all her life, and which she had occupied alone since her stepfather had died. "I took him in," said Holly, straightening her back. "Family's family." There was no mention of Brittany's allegation. Holly was playing the concerned relative, the devoted sister, and if it was a ham performance, Robin was experienced enough now to know that there were usually nuggets of truth to be sifted from even the most obvious dross. She wondered whether Holly knew about the accusation of child abuse. It had happened in Germany after all, and no charges had been brought. Yet if Brockbank had been truly brain-damaged on his discharge, would he have been canny enough to remain silent about the reason for his ignominious exit from the army? If he had been innocent and not of sound mind, wouldn't he have talked, perhaps endlessly, of the injustice that had brought him to such a low ebb? Robin bought Holly a third pint and turned her deftly to the subject of what Noel had been like after he had been invalided out. "He wasn't himself. Fits, seizures. He was on a load of medication. I just go over nursing me stepfather. He had a stroke, and then I gets no coming home, with his convulsions and—" Holly buried the end of her sentence in her pint. "That's tough," said Robin, who was now writing in a small notebook. "Any behavioural difficulties? Families often mention those kinds of challenges as the worst." "Yeah," said Holly. "Well, his temper wasn't improved by getting his brain knocked out of his skull for him. He smashed up the house for us twice. He was always raging at us." "He's famous now, the nose," said Holly darkly. "Sorry," said Robin, thrown. "The gadgie that beat him up." "The gadge? Cormoran fucking Strike." "Ah, yes," said Robin. "I think I've heard of him." "Oh, yeah. Fucking private detective now in all the papers. Fucking military policeman when he beat the shit out of Noel. Fucking damaged him for fucking life." The rant went on for some time. Robin made notes, waiting for Holly to tell her why the military police had come for her brother, but she either did not know or was determined not to say. All that was certain was that Noel Brockbank had attributed his epilepsy entirely to the actions of Strike. After what sounded like a year of purgatory, during which Noel had treated both his twin sister and her house as convenient outlets for his misery and his temper, he left for a bouncer's job in Manchester, obtained for him by an old Barovian friend. "He was well enough to work, then?" asked Robin, because the picture Holly had painted was of a man totally out of control, barely able to contain explosions of temper. "Yeah, well, he was all right by then, as long as he didn't drink and took his meds. I were glad to see the back of him. Took it out of me, having him here," said Holly, suddenly remembering that there was a payout promised to those whose lives had been badly affected by their relatives' injuries. "I had panic attacks. Went to my GP. It's in my records." The full impact of Brockbank's bad behaviour on Holly's life filled the next 10 minutes. Robin nodding seriously and sympathetically, and interjecting encouraging phrases such as, "Yes, I've heard that from other relatives," and, "Oh yes, that would be very valuable in a submission." Robin offered the now tractable Holly a fourth pint. "I'll get you one," said Holly, with a vague show of getting to her feet. No, this is all on expenses," said Robin. As she waited for the fresh pint of McEwen's to be poured, she checked her mobile. There was another text from Matthew, which she did not open, and one from Strike, which she did. "All okay?" "Yes," she texted back. "So your brother's in Manchester?" she asked Holly on her return to the table. "No," said Holly, after taking a large swig of McEwen's. "He was sacked." "Oh, really?" said Robin, pencil poised. "If it was a result of his medical condition, you know, we can help with an unfair dismissal." "It weren't 'cause of that," said Holly. A strange expression crossed the tight, sullen face, a flash of silver between storm clouds, of something powerful trying to break through. "He come back here," said Holly, "and it all started again." More stories of violence, irrational rages, broken furniture, at the end of which Brockbank had secured another job, vaguely described as security, and taken off for Market Harborough. "And then he came back again," said Holly, and Robin's pulse quickened. "So he's here in Barrow?" she asked. "No," said Holly. She was drunk now, and finding it harder to retain a hold on the line she was supposed to be peddling. "He just come back for a couple of weeks, but this time I told him I'd have the police on him if he come back again, and he left for good." "Need a slash," said Holly. "And a fag. Do you smoke?" Robin shook her head. Holly got a little unsteadily to her feet and proceeded to the ladies, leaving Robin to pull her mobile out of her pocket and text Strike. "Says he's not in Barrow, not with family. She's drunk, still working on her. She's about to go outside for a cig. Lie low." She regretted the last two words as soon as she had pressed send, in case they elicited another sarcastic reference to her counter-surveillance course. But her phone buzzed almost immediately, and she saw two words: "Will do." When Holly finally returned to the table, smelling strongly of Rothmans, she was carrying a white wine, which she slid across to Robin, and her fifth pint. "Thanks very much," said Robin. "See," said Holly plaintively, as though there had been no break in the conversation, "it was having a real impact on me health, having him here." "I'm sure," said Robin. "So does Mr. Brockbank live—" "He was violent. I told you about the time he shoved me head into the fridge door." "You did, yes," said Robin patiently. "And he blacked me eye when I tried to stop him smashing up me mum's plates." "Awful." "You'd certainly be in line for some kind of payout," lied Robin, and ignoring a tiny qualm of guilt, she plunged straight towards the central question. "We assumed Mr. Brockbank was here in Barrow because this is where his pension's being paid." Holly's reactions were slower after 4.5 pints. The promise of compensation for her suffering had given her a glow. Even the deep line that life had graven between her eyebrows, and which gave her a look of permanent fury, seemed to have diminished. However, the mention of Brockbank's pension turned her muzzily defensive. "No, it's not," said Holly. "According to our records, it is," said Robin. The fruit machine played a synthetic jingle and flashed in the corner. The pool balls clicked and thudded off the bays. Barovian accents mingled with Scots. Robin's flash of intuition came to her like certain knowledge. Holly was helping herself to the military pension. "Of course," said Robin with a convincing lightness. "We know Mr. Brockbank might not be picking it up for himself. Relatives are sometimes authorized to collect money when the pensioner is incapacitated." "Yeah," said Holly at once. A blush was creeping blotchily up her pale face. It made her look girlish, notwithstanding the tattoos and multiple piercings. "I collected it for him when he was first out, when he was having fits." Why, thought Robin, if he was so incapacitated, did he transfer the pension to Manchester and then to Market Harborough and then back to Barrow again? "So are you sending it on to him now?" asked Robin, her heart beating fast again. "Or can he pick it up for himself now?" "Listen," said Holly. There was a Hell's Angels tattoo on her upper arm, a wing-helmeted skull that rippled as she leaned in towards Robin. Beer, cigarettes and sugar had turned her breath rancid. Robin did not flinch. "Listen," she said again. "You get people payouts, like, if they've been hurt, like, or wherever." "That's right," said Robin. What if Social services should have done something, and they never. It would depend on the circumstances, said Robin. Our mam left when we was 9, said Holly. Left us with our stepfather. I'm sorry, said Robin. That's tough. 1970s, said Holly. Nobody gave a shit. Child abuse. A lead weight dropped inside Robin. Holly's bad breath was in her face, her mottled face close. She had no idea that the sympathetic lawyer who had approached her with a promise of sacks of free cash was only a mirage. He'd done it to both of us, said Holly. Misstep. Noel got it and all. From when we was tiny, we used to hide under our beds together, and then Noel did it to me. Mind, she said, suddenly earnest. He could be all right, Noel. We was close and that when we was little. Anyway, her tone revealed a sense of double betrayal. When he was 16, he left us to join the army. Robin, who had not meant to drink any more, picked up her wine and took a large slug. Holly's second abuser had also been her ally against her first, the lesser of two evils. Bastard he were, she said, and Robin could tell she meant the stepfather, not the twin who had abused her, then disappeared abroad. He had an accident at work when I was 16, though, and after that I could manage him better. Industrial chemicals, fucker. Couldn't get it up after that, on so many painkillers and shit. And then he had his stroke. The look of determined malice on Holly's face told Robin exactly what kind of care the stepfather might have received at her hands. Fucker, she said quietly. Have you received counselling at all? Robin heard herself ask. I do sound like a Ponzi southerner. Holly snorted. Fuck no. You're the first person I've ever told. Suppose you've heard a lot of stories like this. Oh, yes, said Robin. She owed Holly that. I told Noel last time he come back, said Holly, 5 pints to the bad now, and slurring her words badly. Fuck off and stay away from us. You leave, or I'm going to the police about what you did to us before and see what they think of that, after all these little girls keep saying you fiddled with them. The phrase turned the warm wine rancid in Robin's mouth. That's how he lost the job in Manchester. Groped a 13-year-old. Probably the same in Market Harborough. He wouldn't tell me why he was back, but I know he'll have done something like that again. He learned from the best, said Holly. So could I sue? I think, said Robin, fearful of giving advice that would cause further damage to the wounded woman beside her, that the police would probably be your best bet. Where is your brother, she asked, desperate now to extract the information she wanted and leave. Dunno, said Holly. When I told him I'd go to the police, he went berserk, but then... She mumbled something indistinct, something in which the word pension was just audible. He told her she could keep the pension if she didn't go to the police. So there she sat, drinking herself into an early grave with the money her brother had given her not to reveal his abuse. Holly knew he was almost certainly still fiddling with other young girls. Had she ever known about Brittany's accusation? Did she care? Or had the scar tissue grown so thick over her own wounds that it rendered her impervious to other little girls' agony? She was still living in a house where it had all happened, with the front windows facing out on barbed wire and bricks. Why hadn't she run? Robin wondered. Why hadn't she escaped like Noel? Why stay in the house facing the high blank wall? You haven't got a number for him or anything like that? Robin asked. No, said Holly. There could be big money in this if you can find me any kind of contact, said Robin desperately, throwing finesse to the wind.
Soul place,
Holly slurred after a few minutes' muddled thought and fruitless staring at her phone.
and Market Arbre.
It took a long time to locate the telephone number of Noel's last place of work, but at last they found it. Robin made a note, then dug £10 out of her own purse and thrust it into Holly's willing hand. "You've been very helpful indeed."
It's just gadgies, isn't it? All the same.
"Yes," said Robin, without a clue what she was agreeing to. "I'll be in touch. I've got your address." She stood up.
Yeah. See, though. Just gadgies, all the same.
"She means men," said the barmaid, who had come over to collect some of Holly's many empty glasses, and was smiling at Robin's clear bewilderment.
A gadgie is a man. She's saying men are all the same.
"Oh, yes," said Robin, barely aware of what she was saying. "So true. Thanks very much. Goodbye, Holly. Take care of yourself." Chapter 26. Desolate landscape, storybook bliss. Blue Oyster Cult, Death Valley Nights. "Psychology's loss," said Strike, "is private detection's gain. That was bloody good going, Robin." He raised his can of McEwan's and toasted her. They were sitting in the parked Land Rover, eating fish and chips, a short distance away from the Olympic takeaway. Its bright windows intensified the surrounding darkness. Silhouettes passed regularly across the rectangles of light, metamorphosed into three-dimensional humans as they entered the bustling chip shop and turned back into shadows as they left. "So his wife left him?" "Yep. And Holly says he hasn't seen the kid since." "Right." Strike sipped his McEwan's, thinking. He wanted to believe that Brockbank really had lost contact with Brittany, but what if the evil bastard had somehow tracked her down? "We still don't know where he is, though," Robin sighed. "Well, we know he isn't here, and that he hasn't been here for around a year," said Strike. "We know he still blames me for what's wrong with him, that he's still abusing little girls, and that he's a fuck-sight saner than they thought he was in the hospital." "Why do you say that?" "Sounds like he's kept the accusation of child abuse quiet. He's holding down jobs when he could be sitting at home claiming disability benefit. I suppose working gives him more opportunities to meet young girls." "Don't," murmured Robin, as the memory of Holly's confession suddenly gave way to that of the frozen head, looking so young, so plump, so dimly surprised. "That's Brockbank and Lang, both at large in the UK, both hating my guts." Chomping chips, Strike rummaged in the glove compartment, extracting the road atlas, and for a while was quiet, turning pages. Robin folded the remainder of her fish and chips in its newspaper wrappings and said, "I've got to ring my mother. Back in a bit." Leaning against a street lamp a short distance away, she called her parents' number. "Are you all right, Robin?" "Yes, Mum." "What's going on between you and Matthew?" Robin looked up at the faintly starry sky. "I think we've split up." "You think?" said Linda. She sounded neither shocked nor sad, merely interested in the full facts. Robin had been worried that she might cry when she had to say it aloud, yet no tears stung her eyes, nor did she need to force herself to speak calmly. Perhaps she was toughening up. The desperate life story of Holly Brockbank and the gruesome end of the unknown girl in Shepherd's Bush certainly gave a person perspective. "It only happened on Monday night." "Was this because of Cormoran?" "No," said Robin. "Sarah Shadlock. It turns out Matt was sleeping with her while I was at home. When? You know when. After I dropped out." Two young men meandered out of the Olympic, definitely the worse for drink, shouting and swearing at each other. One of them spotted Robin and nudged the other. They veered towards her. "Thou all right, darling?" Strike got out of the car and slammed the door, looming darkly, a head taller than both of them. The youths swayed away in sudden silence. Strike lit a cigarette leaning up against the car, his face in shadow. "Mum, are you still there?" "He told you this on Monday night?" asked Linda. "Yes," said Robin. "Why?" "We were rowing about Cormoran again," Robin muttered, aware of Strike yards away. "I said, it's a platonic relationship like you and Sarah, and then I saw his face, and then he admitted it." Her mother gave a long, deep sigh. Robin waited for words of comfort or wisdom. "Dear God," said Linda. There was another long silence. "How are you really, Robin?" "I'm all right, Mum. Honestly, I'm working. It's helping." "Why are you in Barrow, of all places?" "We're trying to trace one of the men Strike thinks might have sent him the leg." "Where are you staying?" "We're going to go to the Travel Lodge," said Robin. "In separate rooms, obviously," she hastened to add. "Have you spoken to Matthew since you left?" "He keeps sending me texts telling me he loves me." As she said it, she realized that she had not read his last. She had only just remembered it. "I'm sorry," Robin told her mother. "The dress and the reception and everything. I'm so sorry, Mum." "They're the last things I'm worried about," said Linda. And she asked yet again, "Are you all right, Robin?" "Yes, I promise I am." She hesitated, then said, almost defiantly, "Cormoran's been great." "You're going to have to talk to Matthew, though," said Linda. "After all this time, you can't not talk to him." Robin's composure broke. Her voice trembled with rage, and her hands shook as the words poured out of her. "We were at the rugby with them just 2 weekends ago with Sarah and Tom. She's been hanging around ever since they were at uni. They were sleeping together while I... He's never cut her out of his life. She's always hugging him, flirting with him, shit-stirring between him and me. At the rugby it was Strike. Oh, he's so attractive. Just the two of you in the office, is it? And all this time I thought it just went one way. I knew she tried to get him into bed at uni, but I never... 18 months they were sleeping together. And you know what he said to me? She was comforting him. I had to give in and say she could come to the wedding because I'd asked Strike without telling Matt. That was my punishment because I didn't want her there. Matt has lunch with her whenever he's near her offices. I'm going to come down to London and see you," said Linda. "No, Mum, for a day. Take you out for lunch." Robin gave a weak laugh. "Mum, I don't take a lunch hour. It isn't that kind of job. I'm coming to London, Robin." When her mother's voice became firm like that, there was no point arguing. "I don't know when I'll be back." "Well, you can let me know and I'll book the train." "Oh, okay," said Robin. When they had bidden each other goodbye, she realized that she had tears in her eyes at last. Much as she might pretend otherwise, the thought of seeing Linda brought much comfort. She looked over at the Land Rover. Strike was still leaning up against it, and he too was on the phone. Or was he merely pretending? She had been talking loudly. He could be tactful when he chose. She looked down at the mobile in her hands and opened Matthew's message. "Your mother called. I told her you're away with work. Let me know whether you want me to tell Dad you're not going to his birthday thing. I love you, Robin. M. 6 kisses." There he went again. He did not really believe that the relationship was at an end. Let me know whether you want me to tell Dad, as though it were a storm in a teacup, as though she would never take it so far as not to attend his father's party. I don't even like your bloody father. Angry, she typed and sent the response. Of course I'm not coming. She got back into the car. Strike seemed to be genuinely talking on the phone. The road atlas lay open on the passenger seat. He had been looking at the Leicestershire town of Market Harborough. "Yeah, you too," she heard Strike say. "Yeah. See you when I get back." Ellen, she thought. He climbed back into the car. "Was that Wardle?" she asked innocently. "Ellen." he said. Does she know you've gone away with me? Just the two of us? Robin felt herself turn red. She did not know where that thought had come from. It wasn't as though... You want to go to Market Harborough? She asked, holding up the map. Might as well, said Strike, taking another swig of beer. It's the last place Brockbank worked. Could get a lead. We'd be stupid not to check it out. And if we're going through there... He lifted the book out of her hands and flicked over a few pages. It's only 12 miles from Corby. We could swing by and see whether the Lang, who was shacked up with a woman there in 2008, is our Lang. She's still living there. Lorraine McNaughton's the name. Robin was used to Strike's prodigious memory for names and details. Okay, she said, pleased to think that the morning would bring more investigation, not simply a long drive back to London. Perhaps if they found something interesting, there would be a second night on the road, and she need not see Matthew for another 12 hours. But then she remembered that Matthew would be heading north the following night for his father's birthday. She would have the flat to herself in any case. Could he have tracked her down? Strike wondered aloud, after a silence. Sorry, what? Who? Could Brockbank have tracked Brittany down and killed her after all this time? Or am I barking up the wrong tree because I feel so fucking guilty? He gave the door of the Land Rover a soft thump with his fist. The leg, though, said Strike, arguing against himself. It's scarred just like hers was. That was a thing between them. I tried to saw off your leg when you were little and your mum walked in. Fucking evil bastard. Who else would send me a scarred leg? Well, said Robin slowly, I can think of a reason the leg was chosen, and it might not have anything at all to do with Brittany Brockbank. Strike turned to look at her. Go on. Whoever killed that girl could have sent you any part of her and achieved the same result, said Robin. An arm or a breast? She did her best to keep her tone matter-of-fact. Would have meant the police and the press swarming all over us just the same. The business would still have been compromised, and we'd have been just as shaken up. But he chose to send a right leg. Cut exactly where your right leg was amputated. I suppose it ties in with the effing song. Although, Strike reconsidered. No, I'm talking crap, aren't I? An arm would have worked just as well for that. Or a neck. He's making clear reference to your injury, Robin said. What does your missing leg mean to him? Christ knows, said Strike, watching her profile as she talked. Heroism, said Robin. Strike snorted. There's nothing heroic about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're a decorated veteran. I wasn't decorated for being blown up. That happened before. You've never told me that. She turned to face him, but he refused to be sidetracked. Go on. Why the leg? Your injury's a legacy of war. It represents bravery, adversity overcome. Your amputation's mentioned every single time they talk about you in the press. I think, for him, it's tied up with fame and achievement and honour. He's trying to denigrate your injury, to tie it to something horrible, divert the public's perception away from you as hero towards you as a man in receipt of part of a dismembered girl. He wants to cause you trouble, yes, but he wants to diminish you in the process. He's somebody who wants what you've got, who wants recognition and importance. Strike bent down and took a second can of McEwen's out of the brown bag at his feet. The crack of the ring pull reverberated in the cold air. If you're right, said Strike, watching his cigarette smoke curl away into the darkness, if what's roiling this maniac is that I got famous, Whittaker goes to the top of the list. That was all he ever wanted, to be a celebrity. Robin waited. He had told her virtually nothing about his stepfather, although the internet had supplied her with many of the details that Strike had withheld. He was the most parasitic fucker I've ever met, said Strike. It'd be like him to try and siphon off a bit of fame from someone else.
She could feel him becoming angry again beside her in the small space. He reacted consistently at every mention of each of the three suspects. Brockbank made him guilty, Whittaker angry. Lang was the only one he discussed with anything like objectivity. Hasn't Shanker come up with anything yet?
Says he's in Catford. Shanker'll track him down. Whittaker'll be there somewhere, in some filthy corner. He's definitely in London.
Why are you so sure?
Just London, isn't it? Said Strike, staring across the car park at the terraced houses. He came from Yorkshire originally, Whittaker, you know, but he's pure Cockney now.
You haven't seen him for ages, have you?
I don't need to. I know him. He's part of the junk that washes up in the capital looking for the big time and never leaves. He thought London was the only place that deserved him. Had to be the biggest stage for Whittaker.
Yet Whittaker had never managed to claw his way out of the dirty places of the capital where criminality, poverty and violence bred like bacteria, the underbelly where Shanker still dwelled. Nobody who had not lived there would ever understand that London was a country unto itself. They might resent it for the fact that it held more power and money than any other British city, but they could not understand that poverty carried its own flavour there, where everything cost more, where the relentless distinctions between those who had succeeded and those who had not were constantly, painfully visible. The distance between Ellen's vanilla-columned flat in Clarence Terrace and the filthy Whitechapel squat where his mother had died could not be measured in mere miles. They were separated by infinite disparities, by the lotteries of birth and chance, by faults of judgment and lucky breaks. His mother and Ellen, both beautiful women, both intelligent, one sucked down into a morass of drugs and human filth, the other sitting high over Regent's Park behind spotless glass. Robin, too, was thinking about London. It had Matthew in its spell. But he had no interest in the labyrinthine worlds she probed daily during her detective work. He looked excitedly towards the surface glitter, the best restaurants, the best areas to live, as though London were a huge monopoly board. He had always had a divided allegiance to Yorkshire, to their hometown, Massam. His father was Yorkshire-born, while his late mother had come from Surrey and had carried with her an air of having gone north on sufferance. She had persistently corrected any Yorkshire turns of speech in Matthew and his sister Kimberly. His carefully neutral accent had been one of the reasons that Robin's brothers had not been impressed when they had started dating. In spite of her protestations, in spite of his Yorkshire name, they had sensed the wannabe southerner. "It'd be a strange place to come from, this, wouldn't it?" said Strike, still looking out over the terraces. "It's like an island. I've never heard that accent before, either." A man's voice sounded somewhere nearby, singing a rousing song. Robin thought at first that the tune was a hymn. Then the man's unique voice was joined by more voices, and the breeze changed direction so that they heard a few lines quite distinctly. Friends to share in games and laughter, songs at dusk and books at noon. "School song," said Robin, smiling. She could see them now, a group of middle-aged men in black suits, singing loudly as they walked up Buccleuch Street. "Funeral," guessed Strike. "Old schoolmate. Look at them." As the black-suited men drew level to the car, one of them spotted Robin looking. "Barrow Boys Grammar School," he shouted at her, fist raised, as though he had just scored a goal. The men cheered, but there was melancholy to their drink-fuelled swagger. They began singing the song again as they passed out of sight. Harbour lights and clustered shipping, clouds above the wheeling gulls. "Hometowns," said Strike. He was thinking about men like his Uncle Ted, a Cornishman to his bones, who had lived and would die in St. Mawes, part of the fabric of the place, remembered as long as there were locals, beaming out of fading photographs of the lifeboat on pub walls. When Ted died, and Strike hoped it would be 20, 30 years hence, they would mourn him as the unknown Barovian grammar boy was being mourned, with drink, with tears, but in celebration that he had been given to them. What had dark, hulking Brockbank, child rapist, and fox-haired Lang, wife torturer, left behind in the towns of their birth? Shudders of relief that they had gone, fear that they had returned, a trail of broken people and bad memories. "Shall we go?" Robin asked quietly, and Strike nodded, dropping the burning stub of his cigarette into his last inch of McEwen's, where it emitted a small, satisfying hiss. Chapter 27. A dreadful knowledge comes. Blue oyster cult in the presence of another world. They were given rooms 5 doors apart in the travel lodge. Robin had dreaded the man behind the desk offering a double room, but Strike had headed that off with a peremptory 2 singles before he had time to open his mouth. Ridiculous, really, to feel suddenly self-conscious, because they had been physically closer all day in the Land Rover than they were in the lift. It felt odd saying goodnight to Strike when she reached the door of her room. Not that he lingered. He merely said, "Night," and walked on to his own room. But he waited outside his door until she managed to work the keycard and let herself inside with a flustered wave. Why had she waved? Ridiculous. She dropped her holdall on the bed and moved to the window, which offered only a bleak view of the same industrial warehouses they had passed on their way into town a few hours earlier. It felt as though they had been away from London for much longer than they had. The heating was turned up too high. Robin forced open a stiff window, and the cool night air surged inside, eager to invade the stuffy square box of a room. After putting her phone on to charge, she undressed, pulled on a nightshirt, brushed her teeth, and slid down between the cool sheets. She still felt strangely unsettled, knowing that she was sleeping 5 rooms away from Strike. That was Matthew's fault, of course. If you sleep with him, we're over for good. Her unruly imagination suddenly presented her with the sound of a knock on the door. Strike inviting himself in on some slim pretext. Don't be ridiculous. She rolled over, pressing her flushed face into the pillow. What was she thinking? Damn Matthew, putting things in her head, judging her by himself. Strike, meanwhile, had not yet made it into bed. He was stiff all over from the long hours of immobility in the car. It felt good to get the prosthesis off. Even though the shower was not particularly handy for a man with one leg, he used it, carefully holding onto the bar inside the door, trying to relax his sore knee with hot water. Towel dried, he navigated his way carefully back to the bed, put his mobile onto charge, and climbed, naked, beneath the covers. Lying with his hands behind his head, he stared up at the dark ceiling and thought about Robin lying 5 rooms away. He wondered whether Matthew had texted again, whether they were on the phone together, whether she was capitalizing on her privacy to cry for the first time all day. The sounds of what was probably a stag party reached him through the floor, loud male laughter, shouting, whoops, slamming doors. Somebody put on music, and the bass pounded through his room. It reminded him of the nights he had slept in his office, when the music playing in the 12-bar cafe below had vibrated through the metal legs of his camp bed. He hoped the noise was not as loud in Robin's room. She needed her rest. She had to drive another 250 miles tomorrow. Yawning, Strike rolled over, and in spite of the thudding music and yells, fell almost immediately asleep. They met by agreement in the dining room next morning, where Strike blocked Robin from view as she surreptitiously refilled their flask from the urn at the buffet, and both loaded their plates with toast. Strike resisted the full English and rewarded himself for his restraint by sliding several Danish pastries into his backpack. At 8 o'clock, they were back in the Land Rover, driving through the glorious Cumbrian countryside, a rolling panorama of heather moors and peatlands under a hazy blue sky and joining the M6 south. "Sorry I can't share the driving," said Strike, who was sipping coffee. "That clutch would kill me. It'd kill both of us." "I don't care," said Robin. "I love driving, you know that." They sped on in companionable silence. Robin was the only person whom Strike could stand to be driven by, notwithstanding the fact that he had an ingrained prejudice against women drivers. This was something that he generally kept quiet, but which had its roots in many a negative passenger experience, from his Cornish aunt's nervous ineptitude to his sister Lucy's distractibility to Charlotte's reckless courting of danger. An ex-girlfriend from the SIB, Tracy, had been competent behind the wheel and yet had become so paralysed with fear on a high, narrow alpine road that she had stopped, on the verge of hyperventilating, refusing to cede the wheel to him, but unable to drive further. "Matthew like the Land Rover?" Strike asked, as they trundled over a flyover. "No," said Robin. "He wants an A3 cabriolet." "Course he does," said Strike under his breath, inaudible in the rattling car. "Wanker." It took them 4 hours to reach Market Harborough, a town which, as they established en route, neither Strike nor Robin had ever visited. The approach wound through a number of pretty little villages with thatched roofs, 17th-century churches, topiary gardens, and residential streets with names like Honeypot Lane. Strike remembered the stark, blank wall, barbed wire, and looming submarine factory that had formed the view from Noel Brockbank's childhood home. What could have brought Brockbank here, to bucolic prettiness and charm? What kind of business owned the telephone number that Holly had given Robin, and which was now residing in Strike's wallet? The impression of genteel antiquity only increased when they reached Market Harborough itself. The ornate and aged church of St. Dionysius rose proudly in the heart of the town, and beside it, in the middle of the central thoroughfare, stood a remarkable structure resembling a small timbered house on wooden stilts. They found a parking space to the rear of this peculiar building. Keen to smoke and to stretch his knee, Strike got out, lit up, and went to examine a plaque that informed him the stilted edifice was a grammar school that had been built in 1614. Biblical verses painted in gold ran around the structure. "Man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart." Robin had remained in the Land Rover, examining the map for the best route to Corby, their next stop. When Strike had finished his cigarette, he hoisted himself back into the passenger seat. "OK, I'm going to try the number. If you fancy stretching your legs, I'm nearly out of fags." Robin rolled her eyes, but took the proffered tenner and left in search of Benson and Hedges. The number was engaged the first time Strike tried it. On his second attempt, a heavily accented female voice answered, "Taioke Massage, how can I help you?" "Hi," said Strike. "I've been given your number by a friend. Whereabouts are you?" She gave him a number in St. Mary's Road, which he saw, after a brief consultation of the map, was mere minutes away. "Any of your ladies free for me this morning?" he asked. "What kind you like?" said the voice. He could see Robin coming back in the wing mirror, her strawberry blonde hair blowing freely in the breeze, a gold pack of Benson and Hedges glinting in her hand. "Dark," said Strike, after a fractional hesitation. "Toy." "We had 2 Thai ladies free for you. What service you look for?" Robin pulled open the driver's door and got back in. "What have you got?" asked Strike. "1 lady central massage with oils, £90. 2 ladies central massage with oil, 120. Full body-to-body naked massage with oil, 150. You negotiate extras with the lady, OK? "OK, I'd like the, 1 lady," said Strike. "Be with you in a bit." He hung up. "It's a massage parlour," he told Robin, examining the map, "but not the kind you'd take your bad knee to." "Really?" she said, startled. "They're everywhere," he said. "You know that." He understood why she was disconcerted. The scene beyond the windscreen, St. Dionysius, the godly grammar school on stilts, a busy and prosperous high street, a St. George's Cross rippling in the breeze outside a nearby pub, might have appeared on a poster advertising the town. "What are you going to—" "Where is it?" asked Robin. "Not far away," he said, showing her on the map. "I'm going to need a cash point first." Was he actually going to pay for a massage? Robin wondered, startled. But she did not know how to frame the question, and nor was she sure that she wanted to hear the answer. After pulling in at a cash point to enable Strike to increase his overdraft by another £200, she followed his directions onto St. Mary's Road, which lay at the end of the main street. St. Mary's Road proved to be a perfectly respectable-looking thoroughfare, lined with estate agents, beauty spas and solicitors, most of them in large detached buildings. "That's it," said Strike, pointing as they drove past a discreet establishment that sat on a corner. A glossy purple and gold sign read, "Thai Orchid Massage." Only the dark blinds on the windows hinted at activities beyond the medically sanctioned manipulation of sore joints. Robin parked in a side street and watched Strike until he passed out of sight. Approaching the massage parlour's entrance, Strike noticed that the orchid depicted on the glossy sign overhead looked remarkably like a vulva. He rang the bell, and the door was opened instantly by a long-haired man almost as tall as himself. "I just phoned," Strike said. The bouncer grunted and nodded Strike through a pair of thick black inner curtains. Immediately inside was a small carpeted lounge area with 2 sofas, where an older Thai woman sat along with 2 Thai girls, one of whom looked about 15. A TV in the corner was showing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The girls' expressions changed from bored to alert as he entered. The older woman stood up. She was vigorously chewing gum. "You call, yeah?" "That's right," said Strike. "You want drink?" "No, thanks." "You like Thai girl?" "Yep," said Strike. "Who you want?" "Her," said Strike, pointing at the younger girl, who was dressed in a pink halter-neck suede miniskirt and cheap-looking patent stilettos. She smiled and stood up. Her skinny legs reminded him of a flamingo's. "Okay," said his interlocutor. "You pay now, go private booth after, okay?" Strike handed over £90, and his chosen girl beckoned, beaming. She had the body of an adolescent boy, except for the clearly fake breasts, which reminded him of the plastic Barbies on Ellen's daughter's shelf. The private booth was accessed down a short corridor, a small room with a single black-blinded window and low lighting. It was suffused with the smell of sandalwood. A shower had been crammed into the corner. The massage table was of fake black leather. "You want shower first?" "No, thanks," said Strike. "Okay, you take off clothes in there," she said, pointing at a tiny curtained-off corner in which Strike would have had great difficulty concealing his 6'3" frame. "I'm happier with my clothes on. I want to talk to you." She did not seem fazed. She had seen all sorts. "You want top off?" she offered brightly, reaching for the bow behind her neck. £10 extra, top off." "No," said Strike. "Hand relief," she offered, eyeing his flies. "Hand relief with oil, 20 extra." "No, I just want to talk to you," said Strike. Doubt crossed her face, and then a sudden flash of fear. "You police?" "No," said Strike, holding up his hands as though surrendering to her. "I'm not police. I'm looking for a man called Noel Brockbank. He used to work here, on the door, I expect. Probably the bouncer." He had chosen this particular girl because she looked so young. Knowing Brockbank's proclivities, he thought Brockbank might have sought contact with her rather than any of the other girls. But she shook her head. "He gone," she said. "I know," said Strike. "I'm trying to find out where he went." "Mama sack him." Was the owner her mother, or was it an honorary title? Strike preferred not to involve Mama in this. She looked shrewd and tough. He had an idea he would be forced to pay well for what might turn out to be no information at all. There was a welcome naivety about his chosen girl. She could have charged him for confirmation that Brockbank had once worked there, that he had been sacked, but it had not occurred to her. "Did you know him?" Strike asked. "He sacked week I come," she said. "Why was he sacked?" The girl glanced at the door. "Would anyone here have a contact number for him, or know where he went?" She hesitated. Strike took out his wallet. 20, he said. "If you can introduce me to someone who's got information on where he is now, that's yours to keep." She stood playing with the hem of her suede skirt like a child, staring at him, then tweaked the tenors out of his hand and tucked them deep into her skirt pocket. "Wait here." He sat down on the fake leather massage table and waited. The little room was as clean as any spa, which Strike liked. He found dirt deeply an aphrodisiac. It always reminded him of his mother and Whitaker in that fetid squat, of stained mattresses and the miasma of his stepfather thick in his nostrils. Here, beside the oils neatly lined up on a side cabinet, erotic thoughts could hardly fail to occur. The idea of a full body-to-body naked massage with oil was far from unpleasing. For no reason that he could think of, his thoughts jumped to Robin, sitting outside in the car. He got briskly to his feet again, as though he had been discovered doing something compromising, and then angry Thai voices sounded close at hand. The door burst open to reveal Mama and his chosen girl, who looked frightened. "You pay for one girl massage," said Mama angrily. Like her protégé, her eyes found his flies. She was checking to see whether any business had already been done, whether he was trying to get more on the cheap. "He changed mind," said the girl desperately. "He want two girl, one Thai, one blonde. We do nothing. He changed mind." "You pay for one girl only," shouted Mama, pointing at Strike with a talon-tipped finger. Strike heard heavy footsteps and guessed that the long-haired doorman was approaching. "I'm happy," he said, inwardly cursing, "to pay for the two-girl massage as well." 120 more, Mama shouted at him, unable to believe her ears. "Yes," he said. "Fine." She made him come back out into the lounge area to pay. An overweight redhead was sitting there in a cut-out black lycra dress. She looked hopeful. "He want blonde," said Strike's accomplice, as he handed over another £120, and the redhead's face fell. "Ingrid with client," said Mama, shoving Strike's cash in a drawer. "You wait here till she finish." So he sat between the skinny Thai girl and the redhead and watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, until a small, suited man with a white beard came scurrying out of the corridor and, avoiding eye contact with anybody, disappeared through the black curtains and escaped onto the street. 5 minutes later, a slim peroxide blonde, who, Strike thought, must be around his own age, appeared in purple lycra and thigh-high boots. "You go with Ingrid," said Mama, and Strike and the Thai girl traipsed obediently back to the private parlour. "He no want massage," Strike's first girl told the blonde breathlessly when the door was closed. "He want know where Noel went." The blonde eyed Strike, frowning. She might be no more than twice the age of her companion, but she was good-looking, with dark brown eyes and high cheekbones. "What you want him for?" she asked in pure Essex, and then calmly, "Are you placed?" "No," said Strike. Sudden comprehension was illuminating her pretty face. "Hang on," she said slowly. "I know who you are. You're that Strike, you're Cormoran Strike, the detective who solved the Lula Landry case, and, Jesus, didn't someone just send you a leg?" Yeah, they did." "Noel was fucking obsessed with you," she said. "All I ever heard him talk about, practically, after you was on the news." "Is that right?" "Yeah. He kept saying you give him a brain injury." I can't take full credit. You knew him well, did you?
Not that well, she said, correctly interpreting Strike's meaning. I knew his friend from up north, John. He was a great guy. One of my regular punters before he went off to Saudi. Yeah, they was at school together, I think. He felt sorry for Noel because he was ex-forces and he'd had a few problems, so he recommended him for here. Said he was down on his luck. He got me to rent Noel a room in my place and all. Her tone said plainly that she felt John's sympathy for Brockbank had been misplaced.
How did that go?
He was all right at first, but once his guard come down, he just ranted all the time. About the army, about you, about his son. He's obsessed with his son, getting his son back. He says it's your fault he can't see him, but I don't see how he works that out. Anybody could see why his ex-wife didn't want him near the kid.
And why's that?
Mama found him with her granddaughter on his lap and his hand up her skirt, said Ingrid.
She's 6.
Ah, said Strike. He left owing me 2 weeks' rent, and that's the last I ever saw of him. Good bloody riddance.
Do you know where he went after he was sacked?
No idea.
So you haven't got any contact details?
I've probably still got his mobile number, she said. I don't know whether he'll still be using it.
Could you give...
Do I look like I've got a mobile on me? She asked, raising her arms high. The lycra and boots outlined every curve. Her erect nipples were clearly visible through the thin fabric. Invited to look, Strike forced himself to maintain eye contact.
Could you meet me later and give it to me?
We're not allowed to exchange contact details with punters. Terms and conditions, sweetheart. Why we're not allowed to carry phones. Tell you what, she said, eyeing him up and down. Seeing as it's you, and seeing as how I know you punched a bastard and you're a war hero and everything, I'll meet you up the road when I clock off.
That, said Strike, would be great. Thanks very much.
He did not know whether he imagined a flirtatious glint in her eye. Possibly he was distracted by the smell of massage oil and his recent thoughts of warm, slippery bodies. 20 minutes later, having waited long enough for Mama to assume that relief had been sought and given, Strike left the Thai Orchid and crossed the road to where Robin was waiting in the car.
230 quid for an old mobile number, he said, as she pulled away from the curb and accelerated towards the town centre. I hope it's bloody worth it. We're looking for Adam and Eve Street. She says it's just up here on the right. The cafe's called Applebee's. She's going to meet me there in a bit.
Robin found a parking space and they waited, discussing what Ingrid had said about Brockbank while eating the Danish pastries that Strike had stolen from the breakfast buffet. Robin was starting to appreciate why Strike was carrying extra weight. She had never before undertaken an investigation that lasted more than 24 hours. When every meal had to be sourced in passing shops and eaten on the move, you descended quickly to fast food and chocolate.
That's her,
said Strike 40 minutes later, clambering out of the Land Rover and heading for the interior of Applebee's. Robin watched the blonde approach, now in jeans and a fake fur jacket. She had the body of a glamour model, and Robin was reminded of platinum. 10 minutes passed, then 15. Neither Strike nor the girl reappeared. How long does it take to hand over a telephone number? Robin asked the interior of the Land Rover crossly. She felt chilly in the car. I thought you wanted to get on to Corby. He had told her nothing had happened, but you never knew. Perhaps it had. Perhaps the girl had covered Strike in oil and... Robin drummed her fingers on the steering wheel. She thought about Ellen and how she would feel if she knew what Strike had done that day. Then, with a slight jolt, she remembered that she had not checked her phone to see whether Matthew had been in contact again. She took it out of her coat pocket and saw no new messages. Since telling him she was definitely not going to his father's birthday party, he had gone quiet. The blonde and Strike emerged from the cafe. Ingrid did not seem to want to let Strike go. When he waved farewell, she leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek,
then sashayed away. Strike caught Robin watching and got back into the car with a kind of bashful grimace. "That looked interesting," said Robin. "Not really," said Strike, showing her the number now keyed into his phone. Noel Brockbank Mobile. "She was just chatty." If Robin had been a male colleague, he would have found it impossible not to add, "I was in there." Ingrid had flirted shamelessly across the table, scrolling slowly through the contacts on her phone, wondering aloud whether she still had the number, so that he started to feel anxious that she had nothing, asking him whether he had ever had a proper Thai massage, probing about what he wanted Noel for, about the cases he had solved, especially that of the beautiful dead model, which had first brought him to public notice, and finally insisting, with a warm smile, that he take her number too, just in case. "Do you want to try Brockbank's number now?" Robin asked, recalling Strike's attention from the back view of Ingrid as she walked away. "What? No. That wants thinking about. We might only have one shot if he picks up." He checked his watch. "Let's get going. I don't want to be too late in court." The phone in his hand rang. "Wardle," said Strike. He answered, putting the phone onto speaker so that Robin could listen. "What's going on?" "We've ID'd the body," said Wardle. A note in his voice warned them that they were about to recognize a name. The tiny pause that followed allowed the image of that little girl with her small bird-like eyes to slide in panic through Strike's mind. "She's called Kelsey Platt, and she's the girl who wrote to you for advice on how to cut off her leg. She was genuine, 16 years old." Equal amounts of relief and disbelief crashed over Strike. He groped for a pen, but Robin was already writing. "She was doing a City and Guilds in childcare at some vocational college, which is where she met Oksana Voloshina. Kelsey usually lived in Finchley with her half-sister and a sister's partner. She told them she was going away on a college placement for 2 weeks. They didn't report her missing. They weren't worried. She wasn't expected back until tonight. Oksana said Kelsey didn't get on with her sister and asked whether she could stay there for a couple of weeks, get some space. Looks like the girl had it all planned out, writing to you from that address. The sister's a total mess, understandably. I can't get much sense out of her yet, but she's confirmed the handwriting on the letter was genuine, and the thing the girl had about wanting to get rid of her leg didn't seem to come as a total shock to her. We've got DNA samples off the girl's hairbrush. It matches. It's her." With a creak of the passenger seat, Strike leaned closer to Robin to read her notes. She could smell the cigarette smoke on his clothes and a tiny whiff of sandalwood. "There's a partner living with the sister?" he asked. "A man?" "You won't pin it on him," said Wardle, and Strike could tell that Wardle had already had a good try. 45, retired fireman, not in great nick. Knackered lungs and a watertight alibi for the weekend in question. "The weekend?" began Robin. "Kelsey left her sister's on the night of April the 1st. We know she must have died on the 2nd or 3rd. You got handed her leg on the 4th. Strike, I'm going to need you back in here for more questions. Routine, but we're going to have to take a formal statement about those letters." There seemed little else to be said. After accepting Strike's thanks for letting them know, Wardle rang off, leaving a silence that seemed to Robin to quiver with aftershocks. Chapter 28. Oh, Debbie Denise was true to me, she'd wait by the window so patiently. Blue Oyster Cult, Debbie Denise. Lyrics by Patti Smith. This whole trip's been a wasted detour. It isn't Brittany, it can't be Brockbank. Strike's relief was stupendous. The colours of Adam and Eve Street seemed suddenly washed clean, the passers-by brighter, more likeable than they had been before he had taken the call. Brittany must, after all, be alive somewhere. This was not his fault. The leg had not been hers. Robin said nothing. She could hear the triumph in Strike's voice, feel his release.
She, of course, had never met or seen Brittany Brockbank, and while she was glad the girl was safe, the fact remained that a girl had died in horrific circumstances. The guilt that had tumbled from Strike seemed to have fallen heavily into her own lap. She was the one who had skim-read Kelsey's letter and simply filed it in the nutter drawer without response. Would it have made a difference, Robin wondered, if she had contacted Kelsey and advised her to get help? Or if Strike had called her and told her that he had lost his leg in battle, that whatever she had been told about his injury was a lie? Robin's insides ached with regret. "Are you sure?" she said aloud, after a full minute's silence, both of them lost in their own private thoughts. "Sure about what?" asked Strike, turning to look at her. "That it can't be Brockbank." "If it's not Brittany," began Strike. "You've just told me that girl—" "Ingrid." "Ingrid," said Robin, with a trace of impatience. "Yes. You've just told me she says Brockbank's obsessed with you. He holds you accountable for his brain damage and the loss of his family." Strike watched her, frowning, thinking. "Everything I said last night about the killer wanting to denigrate you and belittle your war record would sit comfortably with everything we know about Brockbank," Robin went on. "And don't you think that meeting this Kelsey and perhaps seeing the scarring on her leg that was like Brittany's, or hearing that she wanted to get rid of it could have, I don't know, triggered something in him?" "I mean," said Robin tentatively, "we don't know exactly how the brain damage—"
"He's not that fucking brain damaged," snapped Strike. "He was faking it in the hospital. I know he was."
Robin said nothing, but sat behind the wheel and watched shoppers moving up and down Adam and Eve Street. She envied them. Whatever their private preoccupations, they were unlikely to include mutilation and murder.
"You make some good points," said Strike at last.
Robin could tell that she had taken the edge off his private celebration. He checked his watch.
"Come on, we'd better get off to Corby if we're going to do it today."
The 12 miles between the two towns was swiftly covered. Robin guessed from his surly expression that Strike was mulling over their discussion about Brockbank. The road was nondescript, the surrounding countryside flat, hedgerows and occasional trees lining the route. "So, Lang," said Robin, trying to move Strike out of what seemed an uncomfortable reverie. "Remind me—"
"Lang, yeah,"
said Strike slowly. She was right to think that he had been lost in thoughts of Brockbank. Now he forced himself to focus, to regroup.
"Well, Lang tied up his wife and used a knife on her, accused of rape twice that I know of, but never done for it. And he tried to bite half my face off in the boxing ring. Basically a violent, devious bastard," said Strike. "But like I told you, his mother-in-law reckons he was ill when he got out of jail. She says he went to Gateshead, but he can't have stayed there long if he was living in Corby with this woman in 2008, he said, checking the map again for Lorraine McNaughton's road. "Right age, right time frame. We'll see. If Lorraine's not in, we'll go back after 5 o'clock.
Following Strike's directions, Robin drove through the very centre of Corby town, which proved to be a sprawl of concrete and brick dominated by a shopping centre. A massive block of council offices, on which aerials bristled like iron moss, dominated the skyline. There was no central square, no ancient church, and certainly no stilted, half-timbered grammar school. Corby had been planned to house its explosion of migrant workers in the 1940s and 1950s. Many of the buildings had a cheerless, utilitarian air. "Half the names are Scottish," said Robin, as they passed Argyle Street and Montrose Street.
"Used to call it Little Scotland, didn't they?"
said Strike, noting a sign for Edinburgh House. He had heard that in its industrial heyday, Corby had had the largest Scottish population south of the border. Saltires and lions rampant fluttered from balconies of flats.
"You can see why Lang might have felt more at home here than in Gateshead. Could have had contacts in the area."
5 minutes later, They found themselves in the old part of town, whose pretty stone buildings retained traces of the village that Corby had been before the steelworks arrived. Shortly afterwards, they came upon Weldon Road, where Lorraine McNaughton lived. The houses stood in solid blocks of 6, each pair a mirror image of the other, so that their front doors sat side by side and the layout of the windows was reversed. Carved into the stone lintel over each door was a name. "That's hers," said Strike, pointing at Summerfield, which was twinned with Northfield. Summerfield's front garden had been covered in fine gravel. Northfield's grass needed mowing, which reminded Robin of her own flat back in London. "I think we both better go in," said Strike, unbuckling his seatbelt. "She'll probably be more comfortable with you there." The doorbell seemed to be out of order. Strike therefore rapped sharply on the door with his knuckles. An explosion of furious barking told them that the house had at least one living inhabitant. Then they heard a woman's voice, angry but somehow ineffectual. "Shh! Be quiet! Stop it! Shush! No!" The door opened, and Robin had just caught a glimpse of a hard-faced woman of around 50 when a rough-coated Jack Russell came pelting out, growling and barking with ferocity, and sank its teeth into Strike's ankle. Fortunately for Strike, but less so for the Jack Russell, its teeth connected with steel. It yelped, and Robin capitalized on its shock by stooping swiftly, grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and lifting it up. So surprised was the dog at finding itself dangling in mid-air that it simply hung there. "No biting," said Robin. Apparently deciding that a woman brave enough to pick it up was worthy of respect, the dog allowed her to take a firmer grip, twisted in mid-air, and attempted to lick her hand. "Sorry," said the woman. "He was my mother's. He's a bloody nightmare. He likes you, look. Miracle." Her shoulder-length brown hair had grey roots. Deep marionette lines lay either side of a thin-lipped mouth. She was leaning on a stick, one of her ankles swollen and bandaged, the foot encased in a sandal that displayed yellowing toenails. Strike introduced himself, then showed Lorraine his driving licence and a business card. "Are you Lorraine McNaughton?" "Yeah," she said hesitantly. Her eyes flickered to Robin, who smiled reassuringly over the Jack Russell's head. "You're what did you say?" "A detective," said Strike. "And I was wondering whether you could tell me anything about Donald Lang. Telephone records show he was living here with you a couple of years ago." "Yeah, he was," she said slowly. "Is he still here?" Strike asked, although he knew the answer. "No." Strike indicated Robin. "Would it be all right if my colleague and I come in and ask you a few questions? We're trying to find Mr. Lang." There was a pause. Lorraine chewed her inner lip, frowning. Robin cradled the Jack Russell, which was now enthusiastically licking her fingers, where no doubt it could taste traces of Danish pastry. Strike's torn trouser leg flapped in a light breeze. "All right, come in," said Lorraine, and she backed away on her crutches to admit them. The frowsy front room smelled strongly of stale cigarette smoke. There were countless old ladyish touches, crocheted tissue box covers, cheap frilled cushions, and an array of fancily dressed teddy bears arranged on a polished sideboard. One wall was dominated by a painting of a saucer-eyed child dressed as a Pierrot. Strike could no more imagine Donald Lang living here than he could visualize a bullock bedded down in the corner. Once inside, the Jack Russell scrabbled to get down out of Robin's arms, then started barking at Strike again. "Oh, shut up," groaned Lorraine. Sinking down onto the faded brown velvet sofa, she used both arms to lift her bandaged ankle back onto a leather poof, reached sideways to retrieve her pack of Super Kings, and lit up. "I'm supposed to keep it raised," she explained, cigarette waggling in her mouth as she picked up a full cut-glass ashtray and set it on her lap. "District nurse is in every day to change the dressings. Sit down." "What have you done?" asked Robin,
squeezing past the coffee table to sit beside Lorraine on the sofa. The Jack Russell immediately jumped up beside her and, mercifully, stopped barking. "I got a load of chip fat dropped on me," said Lorraine. "At work." "Christ," said Strike, settling himself in the armchair. "That must have been agony." "Yeah, it was. They say I'll be off at least a month. At least it wasn't far to go to casualty." Lorraine, it transpired, worked in the canteen of the local hospital. "So what's Donny done?" Lorraine muttered, puffing smoke, once the subject of her injury had been thoroughly aired. "Robbery again, is it?" "Why'd you say that?" asked Strike carefully. "He robbed me," she said. Robin saw now that the brusqueness was a facade. Lorraine's long cigarette trembled as she said it. "When was this?" asked Strike. "When he walked out, took all me jewellery, Mum's wedding ring, everything. He knew what that meant to me. She'd not been dead a year. Yet one day he just walks out of the house and never comes back. I called the police. I thought he'd had an accident. Then I realised my purse was empty and my jewellery was gone." The humiliation had not left her. Her sunken cheeks flushed as she said it. Strike felt in the inside pocket of his jacket. "I want to make sure we're talking about the same man. Does this picture look familiar?" He handed her one of the photographs Lang's ex-mother-in-law had given him in Melrose. Big and broad in his blue and yellow kilt, with his dark ferret-like eyes and that low-sprouting crop of fox-red hair, Lang was standing outside a registry office. Rona clung to his arm, less than half his width, in what looked like a poorly fitting, possibly second-hand wedding gown. Lorraine examined the photograph for what seemed like a very long time. At last she said, "I think it's him. It could be." "You can't see it, but he had a big tattoo of a yellow rose on his left forearm," said Strike. "Yeah," said Lorraine heavily. "That's right. He did." She smoked, staring at the picture. "He'd been married, had he?" she asked, with a slight quaver in her voice. "Didn't he tell you?" asked Robin. "No. Told me he'd never been." "How did you meet him?" asked Robin. "Pub," said Lorraine. "He didn't look much like that when I knew him." She turned in the direction of the sideboard behind her and made a vague attempt to get up. "Can I help?" Robin offered. "In that middle drawer, there might be a picture." The Jack Russell began barking again as Robin opened a drawer containing an assortment of napkin rings, crochet doilies, souvenir teaspoons, toothpicks, and loose photographs. Robin extracted as many of the latter as she could and brought them back to Lorraine. "That's him," said Lorraine, after sorting through many pictures that mostly featured a very elderly woman who Robin assumed to be Lorraine's mother. Lorraine passed the picture straight to Strike. He would not have recognised Lang if he had passed him in the street. The former boxer was massively swollen, especially around the face. His neck was no longer visible, his skin seemed tight, his features distorted. One arm was around a smiling Lorraine's shoulders, the other hung loose at his side. He was not smiling. Strike peered closer. The yellow rose tattoo was visible, but partially obscured by angry red skin plaques that mottled the whole expanse of his forearm. "Is there something wrong with his skin?" "Psoriatic arthritis," said Lorraine. "He was bad with it. That's why he was on the sick benefit. He had to stop work." "Yeah?" said Strike. "What had he been working as before?" "He come down here as a manager for one of the big construction firms," she said. "But then he got ill and couldn't work. He'd had his own building company up in Melrose. He was the managing director." "Really?" said Strike. "Yeah, family business," said Lorraine, searching a stack of photographs. "He inherited it from his dad. There he is again, look." They were holding hands in this picture, which looked as though it had been taken in a beer garden. Lorraine beamed, and Lang looked blank. his moon face shrinking his dark eyes to slits. He had the characteristic look of a man on medically prescribed steroids. The hair, like a fox's pelt, was the same, but otherwise Strike was hard-pressed to make out the features of the fit young boxer who had once bitten his face. "How long were you together?" 10 months. I met him right after Mum died. She was 92. She lived here with me. I was helping with Mrs. Williams next door and all. She was 87, senile, her son's in America. Donnie was good to her. He mowed her lawn and got shopping. Bastard knew which side his bread was buttered, thought Strike. Ill, unemployed and broke, as Lang had been at the time, a lonely middle-aged woman without dependents who could cook, who had her own house, who had just inherited money from her mother, must have been a godsend. It would have been worth faking a bit of compassion to get his feet under the table. Lang had had charm when he chose to use it. "He seemed all right when we met," said Lorraine morosely. "Couldn't do enough for me then. He wasn't well himself, joints swollen and everything. He had to have injections off the doctor. He got a bit moody later, but I thought that was just his health. You don't expect ill people to be always cheerful, do you? Not everyone's like Mum. She was a bloody marvel. Her health was that bad and she was always smiling and... "Let me get you a tissue," said Robin, and she leaned slowly towards the crocheted-covered box so as not to disarrange the Jack Russell, which had its head on her lap. "Did you report the theft of your jewellery?" Strike asked, once Lorraine had received her tissue, which she plied between deep drags on her Super King. "No," she said gruffly. "What was the point? They were never going to find it." Robin guessed that Lorraine had not wanted to draw official attention to her humiliation and sympathised. "Was he ever violent?" Robin asked gently. Lorraine looked surprised. "No." "Is that why you're here? Has he hurt someone?" "We don't know," said Strike. "I don't think he'd hurt anyone," she said. "He wasn't that kind of man. I said that to the police." "Sorry," said Robin, stroking the now dozing Jack Russell's head. "I thought you didn't report the robbery." "This was later," said Lorraine. "Month or so after he'd gone. Somebody broke into Mrs. Williams' place, knocked her out and robbed the house. The police wanted to know where Donnie was. I said, 'He's long gone, moved out.' Anyway, he wouldn't do that, I told them. He'd been good to her. He wouldn't punch an old lady." They had once held hands in a beer garden. He had mowed the old lady's lawn. She refused to believe Lang had been all bad. "I assume your neighbour couldn't give the police a description?" Strike asked. Lorraine shook her head. "She never came back after. Died in her home. Got a family in Northfield now," said Lorraine. 3 little kids. You should hear the noise. And they've got the bloody cheek to complain about the dog." They had hit a complete dead end. Lorraine had no idea where Lang had gone next. She could not remember him mentioning any place to which he was connected other than Melrose, and she had never met any of his friends. Once she had realised that he was never coming back, she had deleted his mobile number from her phone. She agreed to let them take the 2 photographs of Lang, but other than that, had no more help to offer. The Jack Russell protested loudly at Robin withdrawing her warm lap, and showed every sign of wishing to take his displeasure out on Strike as the detective rose from his chair. "Stop it, Tigger," said Lorraine crossly, holding the struggling dog on the sofa with difficulty. "We'll see ourselves out," Robin shouted, over the dog's frenzied barking. "Thanks so much for all your help." They left her there in her cluttered, smoky sitting room, bandaged, ankle raised, probably a little sadder and more uncomfortable for their visit. The sound of the hysterical dog followed them all the way up the garden path. "I feel we could have at least made her a cup of tea or something," said Robin guiltily, as they got back into the Land Rover. "She doesn't know what a lucky escape she's had," said Strike bracingly. "Think about the poor old dear in there." He pointed at Northfield. Beaten to shit for a couple of extra quid.
You think that was Lang?
Of course it was bloody Lang,
said Strike, as Robin turned on the engine.
He'd cased the joint while he was supposedly helping her out, hadn't he? And you noticed that, for all he was supposed to be so ill with his arthritis, he was still capable of mowing lawns and half-killing old women.
Hungry and tired, her head aching from the stale cigarette smoke, Robin nodded and said that she supposed so. It had been a depressing interview, and the prospect of a further 2.5 hours' drive to get back home was not appealing.
"Do you mind if we get going?"
said Strike, checking his watch.
"I told Ellen I'll be over tonight."
"No problem," said Robin. Yet for some reason, perhaps due to her headache, perhaps because of the lonely woman sitting in Summerfield among the memories of loved ones who had left her, Robin could easily have wept all over again. Chapter 29. I Just Like to Be Bad. Sometimes he found it hard to be with the people who thought themselves his friends, the men with whom he associated when he needed money. Theft was their main occupation, tomming of a Saturday night their recreation. He was popular among them, a mate, so they thought, a fellow, an equal. An equal. The day the police had found her, all he had wanted was to be alone to savour the coverage. The stories in the paper made good reading. He felt proud. This was the first time he'd been able to kill in private, to take his time, to organise things as he'd wanted. He intended to do the same with the secretary, to have time to enjoy her alive before he killed her. His one frustration was there was no mention of the letters that were supposed to point the police to Strike, to make them interrogate and badger the fucker, drag his name through the mud in the papers, make the dumb public think he'd had something to do with it. However, there were columns and columns of coverage, photographs of the flat where he'd done her, interviews with the pretty boy police officer. He saved the stories. They were souvenirs, just like the bits of her he had taken for his private collection. Of course, his pride and enjoyment had to be hidden from it, because it required very careful handling at the moment. It wasn't happy, not happy at all. Life wasn't panning out the way it had expected, and he had to pretend to give a flying fuck, to be concerned, be a nice guy because it was useful to him. It brought in money, and it might have to give him alibis. You never knew whether they might be needed. He'd had a close call once before. That had been the second time he had killed, in Milton Keynes. You didn't shit on your own doorstep. That had always been one of his guiding principles. He had never been to Milton Keynes before or since, and had no connection with the place. He had stolen a car, away from the boys, a solo job. He had had fake plates ready for a while. Then he had simply driven, wondering whether he would get lucky. There had been a couple of failed attempts since his first murder. Trying to chat up girls in pubs, in clubs, trying to isolate them, was not working as well as it had in the past. He didn't look as good as he once had, he knew that. But he didn't want to establish a pattern of doing prostitutes. The police started to put two and two together if you went for the same type every time. Once, he had managed to track a tipsy girl down an alleyway, but before he'd even drawn his knife out, a pair of giggling kids had burst into view, and he had taken off. After that, he had given up on trying to pick up a girl in the usual way. It would have to be force. He had driven for hours in increasing frustration, not a whiff of a victim in Milton Keynes. At 10 to midnight, he was on the verge of caving and sniffing out a hooker when he'd spotted her. She was arguing with her boyfriend on a roundabout in the middle of the road, a short-haired brunette in jeans. As he passed, he kept an eye on the couple in his rearview mirror. He watched her storm away, as good as intoxicated by her own anger and tears. The infuriated man she had left behind shouted after her, then, with a gesture of disgust, stumbled off in the opposite direction. He did a U-turn, and drove back up the road towards her. She was sobbing as she walked, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. He had wound down the window. "You right, love? Piss off." She sealed her fate by plunging angrily into the bushes beside the road to get away from his crawling car. Another 100 yards would have taken her to a well-lit stretch of road. All he had to do was turn off the road and park. He pulled on the balaclava before getting out of the car, the knife ready in his hand, and walked calmly back to the place where she had disappeared. He could hear her trying to fight her way out of the dense patch of trees and shrubs, placed there by town planners to soften the contours of the wide grey dual carriageway. There was no street lamp here. He was invisible to passing drivers as he skirted the dark foliage. As she beat her way back onto the pavement, he was standing ready to force her back in at knife point. He had spent an hour in the bushes before leaving the body. He ripped her earrings from her lobes and then wielded his knife with abandon, hacking off bits of her. A gap in the traffic, and he scurried, panting, back to the stolen car in the darkness, balaclava still in place. He drove away, every particle of him elated and sated, his pockets seeping. Only then did the mist lift. Last time, he had used a car from work, which he had subsequently cleaned thoroughly in full view of his workmates. He doubted anyone would be able to get the blood out of these cloth seats, and his DNA would be on everything. What was he going to do? That was the closest he had ever come to panicking. He drove miles north before abandoning the car in a lonely field far from the main road, not overlooked by any buildings. Here, shivering in the cold, he took off the fake plates, soaked one of his socks in the petrol tank, then chucked it into the bloody front seat and lit it. It took a long time for the car to properly catch. He had to reapproach it several times to help it along, until finally, at 3 a.m, while he watched, shivering, from the cover of trees, it exploded. Then he ran. It was winter, which meant at least that the balaclava did not look out of place. He buried the fake plates in a wood and hurried on, head bowed, hands in his pockets on his treasured souvenirs. He had considered burying them too, but he could not bring himself to do it. He had covered the bloodstains on his trousers with mud, kept his balaclava on at the station, acting drunk in a corner of the train carriage to keep people away from him, muttering to himself, projecting that aura of menace and madness that acted like a cordon when he wished to be left alone. By the time he reached home, they had found her body. He watched it on the TV that night, eating off a tray in his lap. They found the burnt-out car, but not the plates, and this really was proof of his own inimitable luck, the strange protective blessing the cosmos gave him. The boyfriend with whom she had argued was arrested, charged, and, though the evidence against him was transparently weak, convicted. The thought of that dickhead serving his time still made him laugh sometimes. Nevertheless, those long hours of driving through the darkness, when he had known an encounter with the police might be fatal, when he had feared a request to turn out his pockets, or a shrewd-eyed passenger, noticing dried blood on him, had taught him a powerful lesson. Plan every detail. Leave nothing to chance. That was why he needed to nip out for some Vicks Vapo Rub. The number one priority right now was to make sure that its stupid new scheme did not interfere with his own. Chapter 30. I am gripped by what I cannot tell. Blue Oyster Cult, Lips in the Hills. Strike was inured to the shifts between frenetic activity and enforced passivity demanded by investigations. Nevertheless, the weekend following their round trip to Barrow, Market Harborough and Corby found him in a strange state of tension. The gradual re-immersion in civilian life that had taken place over the past couple of years had brought with it pressures from which he had been protected while in the military. His half-sister, Lucy, the only sibling with whom he had shared a childhood, called early on Saturday morning
to ask why he had not responded to her invitation to his middle nephew's birthday party. He explained that he had been away, unable to access mail sent to the office, but she barely listened. "Jack Hero worships you, you know," she said. "He really wants you to come." "Sorry, Lucy," said Strike. "Can't make it. I'll send him a present." Had Strike still been in the SIB, Lucy would not have felt entitled to exert emotional blackmail. It had been easy to avoid family obligations then, while he was travelling the world. She had seen him as an inextricable part of the Army's immense and implacable machine. When he steadily refused to yield to her word picture of a desolate 8-year-old nephew looking in vain for Uncle Cormoran at the garden gate, she desisted, asking instead how the hunt for the man who had sent the leg was progressing. Her tone implied that there was something disreputable about being sent a leg. Keen to get her off the phone, Strike told her untruthfully that he was leaving everything up to the police. Fond as he was of his younger sister, he had come to accept that their relationship rested almost entirely on shared and largely traumatic memories. He never confided in Lucy unless forced to do so by external events, for the simple reason that confidences usually elicited alarm or anxiety. Lucy lived in a state of perennial disappointment that he was still, at the age of 37, holding out against all those things that she believed necessary to make him happy: a job with regular hours, more money, a wife and children. Glad to have got rid of her, Strike made himself his third mug of tea of the morning and laid back down on the bed with a pile of newspapers. Several of them displayed a photograph of murder victim Kelsey Platt, wearing a Navy school uniform, a smile on her plain, pimply face. Dressed only in boxers, his hairy belly no smaller for the plentiful takeaways and chocolate bars that had filled it in the last fortnight, he munched his way through a packet of rich tea biscuits and skimmed several of the stories, but they told him nothing he did not already know. So he turned instead to the anticipatory comment about the next day's Arsenal-Liverpool match. His mobile rang while he was reading. He had not realised how tightly wound he was. He reacted so fast that Wardle was taken by surprise. "Bloody hell, that was quick. What were you doing, sitting on it?" "What's going on?" "We've been over to Kelsey's sister's place. Name's Hazel, she's a nurse. We're looking into all Kelsey's day-to-day contacts. We've gone through her room and we've got her laptop. She's been online, on some message board for people who want to hack bits off themselves. And she was asking about you." Strike scratched his dense curly hair, staring at the ceiling, listening. "We've got personal details for a couple of the people she was interacting with regularly on the boards. I should have pictures by Monday. Where will you be?" "Here, in the office." "Her sister's boyfriend, the ex-fireman, says Kelsey kept asking him about people trapped in buildings and car accidents and all sorts. She really wanted to get rid of that leg." "Jesus," muttered Strike. After Wardle had hung up, Strike found himself unable to focus on the backroom reshuffles at the Emirates. After a few minutes, he abandoned the pretense that he was absorbed in the fate of Arsene Wenger's management team and resumed his staring at the cracks in the ceiling, absently turning his mobile over and over. In the blinding relief that the leg had not been Brittany Brockbank's, he had given less thought to the victim than he would ordinarily have done. Now, for the first time, he wondered about Kelsey and the letter that she had sent him, which he had not bothered to read. The idea of anybody seeking amputation was repugnant to Strike. Round and round in his hand he turned his mobile, marshalling everything he knew about Kelsey, trying to build a mental picture out of a name and mingled feelings of pity and distaste. She had been 16. She had not got on with her sister. She had been studying childcare. Strike reached for his notebook and began to write. Boyfriend at college? Lecturer? She had gone online, asking about him. Why? Where had she got the idea that he, Strike, had amputated his own leg? Or had she evolved a fantasy out of newspaper reports about him? Mental illness? Fantasist, he wrote.
Wardle was already looking into her online contacts. Strike paused in his writing, remembering the photograph of Kelsey's head with its full cheeks in the freezer, staring out of its frosted eyes. Puppy fat. He had thought all along that she looked far too young for 24. In truth, she had looked young for 16. He let his pencil fall and continued to turn his mobile over and over in his left hand, thinking. Was Brockbank a true paedophile, as a psychologist Strike had met in the context of another military rape case had put it? Was he a man who was only sexually attracted to children? Or was he a different kind of violent abuser, a man who targeted young girls merely because they were most readily available and easiest to cow into silence, but who had wider sexual tastes if an easy victim became available? In short, was a babyish-looking 16-year-old too old to appeal sexually to Brockbank, or would he rape any easily silenced female if he got the chance? Strike had once had to deal with a 19-year-old soldier who had attempted to rape a 67-year-old. Some men's violent sexual nature required only opportunity. Strike had not yet called the number that Ingrid had given him for Brockbank. His dark eyes drifted to the tiny window that showed a feebly sunlit sky. Perhaps he should have passed Brockbank's number to Wardle. Perhaps he ought to call it now. Yet even as Strike began to scroll down the list of contacts, he reconsidered. What had he achieved so far by confiding his suspicions to Wardle? Nothing. The policeman was busy in his operations room, doubtless sifting leads, busy with his own lines of inquiry and giving Strike's, as far as the private detective could tell, only slightly more credence than he would have given anyone who had hunches but no proof. The fact that Wardle, with all his resources, had not yet located Brockbank, Lang, or Whitaker did not suggest that he was prioritizing the men. No. If Strike wanted to find Brockbank, he ought surely to maintain the cover that Robin had created, that of the lawyer looking to win the ex-major compensation. The traceable backstory they had created with his sister in Barrow might prove valuable. In fact, thought Strike, sitting up on the bed, it might be an idea to call Robin right now and give her Brockbank's number. She was alone, he knew, in the Ealing flat, while Matthew was home in Massam. He could call and perhaps... Oh, no, you don't, you silly fucker. A vision of himself and Robin in the Tottenham had bloomed in his head, a vision of where a phone call might lead. They were both at a loose end. A drink to discuss the case. On a Saturday night, piss off. Strike got up suddenly, as though the bed had become painful to lie on, dressed, and headed out to the supermarket. On his way back into Denmark Street, carrying bulging plastic bags, he thought he spotted Wardle's plainclothes policeman, stationed in the area to keep an eye out for large men in beanie hats. The young man in a donkey jacket was hyper-aware, his eyes lingering a tad too long on the detective as he walked past, his shopping swinging. Ellen called Strike much later, after he had eaten a solitary evening meal in his flat. As usual, Saturday night was out of bounds for a meeting. He could hear her daughter playing in the background as she talked. They had already arranged to see each other for dinner on Sunday, but she had called to ask whether he fancied meeting her earlier. Her husband was determined to force the sale of the valuable flat in Clarence Terrace, and she had started looking for a new property. "Do you want to come and look at it with me?" she asked. "I've got an appointment at the show flat tomorrow at 2. He knew, or thought he knew, that the invitation sprang not from some eager hope that he would one day be living with her there — they had only been dating for 3 months — but because she was a woman who would always choose company when possible. Her air of cool self-sufficiency was misleading. They might never have met had she not preferred to attend a party full of her brother's unknown colleagues and friends, rather than spend a few hours alone. There was nothing wrong with that, of course. Nothing wrong with being sociable, except that for a year now, Strike had organised his life to suit himself, and the habit was hard to break. "Can't," he said. "Sorry.
I'm on a job until 3. The lie convincingly told, she took it reasonably well. They agreed to meet at the bistro on Sunday evening, as previously planned, which meant that he would be able to watch Arsenal-Liverpool in peace. After he had hung up, he thought again of Robin, alone in the flat she shared with Matthew. Reaching for a cigarette, he turned on the TV and sank back onto his pillows in the dark. Robin was having a strange weekend. Determined not to sink into moroseness just because she was alone and Strike had gone off to Ellen's. Where had that thought come from? Of course he had gone. After all, it was the weekend, and it was no business of hers where he chose to spend it. She had spent hours on her laptop, doggedly pursuing one old line of inquiry and one new. Late on Saturday night, she made an online discovery that caused her to jog 3 victory laps of the tiny sitting room and almost phoned Strike to tell him. It took several minutes, with her heart thumping and her breath coming fast, to calm down and to tell herself that the news would keep until Monday. It would be much more satisfying to tell him in person. Knowing that Robin was alone, her mother called her twice over the weekend, both times pressing for a date when she could come down to London. "I don't know, Mum. Not just now," sighed Robin on Sunday morning. She was sitting in her pyjamas on the sofa, laptop open in front of her again, trying to hold an online conversation with a member of the BIID community who called themselves Devotee. She had only picked up her mother's call because she was afraid ignoring it might result in an unannounced visit. Devotee. Where do you want to be cut? Trans hopeful. Mid-thigh. Devotee. Both legs? What about tomorrow? Asked Linda. No, said Robin at once. Like Strike, she lied with fluent conviction. I'm midway through a job. The following week's better. Trans hopeful. Yes, both. Do you know anyone who's done it? Devotee. Can't share that on MSJ board. Where you live? I haven't seen him, said Linda. Robin, are you typing? No, Robin lied again, her fingers suspended over the keyboard. Who haven't you seen? Matthew, of course. Oh, well, no. I didn't think he'd come calling this weekend. She tried typing more quietly. Trans hopeful. London. Devotee. Me too. Got a pic. Did you go to Mr. Cunliffe's birthday party? She asked, trying to drown out the sound of the laptop keys. Of course we didn't, said Linda. Well, let me know what day's best week after next, and I'll book my ticket. It's Easter, it'll be busy. Robin agreed, returned Linda's affectionate goodbye, and directed her full attention to Devotee. Unfortunately, after Robin had refused to give him or her, she was almost positive that he was male, a picture, Devotee lost interest in their back and forth on the notice boards and went quiet. She had expected Matthew to return from his father's on Sunday evening, but he did not. When she checked the calendar in the kitchen at 8, she realized that he had always intended to take Monday off. Presumably she had agreed to this, back when the weekend had been planned, and told Matthew that she would ask Strike for a day's holiday too. It was lucky that they had split up, really, she told herself bracingly. She had dodged one more row about her working hours. However, she cried later, alone in the bedroom that was thick with relics of their shared past. The fluffy elephant he had given her on their first Valentine's Day together. He had not been so suave in those days. She could remember him turning red as he had produced it, and the jewellery box he had given her for her 21st. Then there were all the photographs showing them beaming during holidays in Greece and Spain, and dressed up at Matthew's sister's wedding. The biggest picture of the lot showed them arm in arm on Matthew's graduation day. He was in his academic gown, and Robin stood beside him in a summer dress, beaming as she celebrated an achievement of which she had been robbed by a man in a gorilla mask. Chapter 31.
Nighttime flowers, evening roses, bless this garden that never closes. Blue oyster cult, tenderloin. Robin's mood was buoyed next day by the glorious spring morning that greeted her outside her front door. She did not forget to remain aware of her surroundings as she travelled by tube towards Tottenham Court Road, but saw no sign of any large man in a beanie hat. What leapt to the eye on her morning commute was the mounting journalistic excitement about the royal wedding. Kate Middleton seemed to be on the front of virtually every newspaper held by her fellow travellers. It made Robin hyper-aware all over again of that naked, sensitive place on her third finger where an engagement ring had sat for a year. However, excited as she was about sharing the results of her solo investigative work with Strike, Robin refused to be downcast. She had just left Tottenham Court Road station when she heard a man shout her name. For a split second, she feared an ambush by Matthew. Then Strike appeared, forging a path through the crowd, backpack on his shoulder. Robin deduced that he had spent the night with Ellen. "Morning. Good weekend?" he asked. Then, before she could answer, "Sorry, no. Crap weekend, obviously." "Bits of it were all right," said Robin, as they wended their way through the usual obstacle course of barriers and holes in the road. "What have you got?" Strike asked loudly over the interminable drills. "Sorry?" she shouted. "What have you found out?" "How do you know I found anything out?" "You got that look," he said. "The look you get when you're dying to tell me something." She grinned. "I need a computer to show you." They turned the corner into Denmark Street. A man dressed all in black stood outside their office door, holding a gigantic bunch of red roses. "Oh, for God's sake," breathed Robin. A spasm of fear receded. Her mind had momentarily edited out the armful of blooms and seen only the man in black. But it wasn't the courier, of course. This, she saw as they approached him, was a youth with long hair, an Interflora delivery man wearing no helmet. Strike doubted the boy had ever handed over 50 red roses to a less enthusiastic recipient. "His father's put him up to this," Robin said darkly, as Strike held open the door for her, and she pushed her way inside, being none too gentle with the quivering floral display. "All women love roses," he'll have said. "That's all it takes, a bunch of bloody flowers." Strike followed her up the metal staircase, amused but careful not to show it. He unlocked the office door, and Robin crossed to her desk and dropped the roses unceremoniously onto it, where they quivered in their beribboned polythene bag of greenish water. There was a card. She did not want to open it in front of Strike. "Well," he asked, hanging his backpack on the peg beside the door, "what have you found out?" Before Robin could say a word, there was a rap on the door. Wardle's shape was easily recognisable through the frosted glass, his wavy hair, his leather jacket. "I was in the area. Not too early, is it? Bloke downstairs let me in." Wardle's eyes travelled immediately to the roses on Robin's desk. "Birthday?" "No," she said shortly. "Do either of you want coffee?" "I'll do it," said Strike, moving over to the kettle and still speaking to Robin. "Wardle has got some stuff to show us." Robin's spirit sank. Was the policeman about to preempt her? Why hadn't she called Strike on Saturday night when she'd found it? Wardle sat down on the mock-leather sofa that always emitted loud farting noises when anyone over a certain weight sat on it. Clearly startled, the policeman repositioned himself gingerly and opened a folder. "It turns out Kelsey was posting on a website for other people who wanted to get limbs taken off," Wardle told Robin. Robin sat down in her usual seat behind her desk. The roses impeded her view of the policeman. She picked them up impatiently and deposited them on the floor beside her. "She mentioned Strike," Wardle went on. "Asked if anyone else knew anything about him." "Was she using the name Nowhere to Turn?" asked Robin, trying to keep her voice casual. Wardle looked up, astonished, and Strike turned, a coffee spoon suspended in mid-air. "Yeah, she was," said the policeman, staring. "How the hell did you know that?" "I found that message board last weekend," said Robin. "I thought Nowhere to Turn might be the girl who wrote the letter." "Christ," said Wardle, looking from Robin to Strike. "We should offer her a job." "She's got a job," said Strike. "Go on, Kelsey was posting." "Yeah, well, she ended up exchanging email addresses with these two. Nothing particularly helpful, but we're looking to establish whether they actually met her, in real life," said Wardle. Strange, thought Strike, how that phrase, so prevalent in childhood to differentiate between the fantasy world of play and the dull adult world of fact, had now come to signify the life that a person had outside the internet. He handed Wardle and Robin their coffees, then went through to his inner office to fetch a chair, preferring not to share the farting sofa with Wardle. When he returned, Wardle was showing Robin printed screenshots of the Facebook pages of two people. She examined each of them carefully, then passed them on to Strike. One was a thick-set young woman with a round, pale face, bobbed black hair, and glasses. The other was a light-haired man in his 20s, with lopsided eyes. She blogs about being transabled, whatever the fuck that is, and he's all over message boards, asking for help in hacking bits off himself. Both of them have got serious issues, if you ask me. Recognise either of them? Strike shook his head, as did Robin. Wardle sighed and took the pictures back. Long shot. "What about other men she's been knocking around with? Any boys or lecturers at college?" asked Strike, thinking of the questions that had occurred to him on Sunday. "Well, the sister says Kelsey claimed to have a mysterious boyfriend they were never allowed to meet. Hazel doesn't believe he existed. We've spoken to a couple of Kelsey's college friends, and none of them ever saw a boyfriend, but we're following it up." "Speaking of Hazel," Wardle went on, picking up his coffee and drinking some before continuing, "I've said I'll pass on a message. She'd like to meet you." "Me?" said Strike, surprised. "Why?" "I don't know," said Wardle. "I think she wants to justify herself to everyone. She's in a real state." "Justify herself?" "She's guilt-ridden because she treated the leg thing as weird and attention-seeking, and feels that's why Kelsey went looking for someone else to help her with it. She understands I never wrote back, that I never had actual contact with her. Yeah, I've explained that to her. She still wants to talk to you." "I don't know," said Wardle slightly impatiently. "You got sent her sister's leg. You know what people are like when they're in shock. Plus, it's you, isn't it?" said Wardle, with a faint edge in his voice. "She probably thinks the boy wonder will solve it while the police are blundering." Robin and Strike avoided looking at each other, and Wardle added grudgingly, "We could have handled Hazel better. Our guys interrogated her partner a bit more aggressively than she liked. It put her on the defensive. She might like the idea of having you on the books, the detective who's already saved one poor innocent from the nick." Strike decided to ignore the defensive undertone. "Obviously, we had to question the bloke who was living with her," Wardle added for Robin's benefit. "That's routine." "Yes," said Robin. "Of course." "No other men in her life, except the sister's partner and this alleged boyfriend?" asked Strike. "She was seeing a male counsellor, a skinny black guy in his 50s, who was visiting family in Bristol on the weekend she died. And there's a church youth group leader called Darrell," said Wardle. "Fat guy in dungarees. He cried his eyes out all through the interview. He was present to correct at the church on the Sunday. Nothing checkable otherwise, but I can't see him wielding a cleaver. That's everyone we know about. Her course is nearly all girls." "No boys in the church youth group?" "They're nearly all girls as well. Oldest boy's 14. "How would the police feel about me seeing Hazel?" Strike asked. "We can't stop you," Wardle said, shrugging. "I'm for it, on the understanding that you'll pass on anything useful, but I doubt there's anything else there. We've interviewed everyone. We've been through Kelsey's room, we've got a laptop, and personally I bet none of the people we've talked to knew anything.
They all thought she was off on a college placement. After thanks for the coffee and a particularly warm smile for Robin, which was barely returned, Wardle left. Not a word about Brockbank, Lang or Whittaker, Strike grumbled, as Wardle's clanging footsteps faded from earshot. And you never told me you'd been ferreting around on the net, he added to Robin. I had no proof she was the girl who'd written the letter, said Robin. But I did think Kelsey might have gone online looking for help. Strike heaved himself to his feet, took her mug from her desk, and was heading for the door when Robin said indignantly, "Aren't you interested in what I was going to tell you?" He turned, surprised. "That wasn't it?" "No." "Well?" "I think I found Donald Lang." Strike said nothing at all, but stood looking blank, a mug in each hand. "You've... what? How?" Robin turned on her computer, beckoned Strike over, and began typing. He moved around to look over her shoulder. "First," she said, "I had to find out how to spell psoriatic arthritis. Then, look at this." She had brought up a Just Giving charity page. A man glared out of the small picture at the top. "Bloody hell, that's him," said Strike, so loudly that Robin jumped. He set the mugs down and dragged his chair around the desk to look at the monitor. In doing so, he knocked over Robin's roses. "Shit, sorry, I don't care," said Robin. "Sit here, I'll clean them up." She moved out of the way, and Strike took her place on the swivel chair. It was a small photograph, which Strike enlarged by clicking on it. The Scot was standing on what seemed to be a cramped balcony, with a balustrade of thick greenish glass, unsmiling, with a crutch under his right arm. The short, bristly hair still grew low on his forehead, but it seemed to have darkened over the years, no longer red as a fox's pelt. Clean-shaven, his skin looked pockmarked. He was less swollen in the face than he had been in Lorraine's picture, but he had put on weight since the days when he had been muscled like a marble atlas and had bitten Strike on the face in the boxing ring. He was wearing a yellow T-shirt, and on his right forearm was the rose tattoo, which had undergone a modification. A dagger now ran through it, and drops of blood fell out of the flower towards the wrist. Behind Lang on his balcony was what looked like a blurry, jagged pattern of windows in black and silver. He had used his real name, Donald Lang Charity Appeal. "I am a British veteran now suffering from psoriatic arthritis. I am raising money for arthritis research. Please give what you can." The page had been created 3 months previously. He had raised 0% of the £1,000 he was hoping to meet. "No rubbish about doing anything for the money," Strike noted. "Just gimme." "Not give me," Robin corrected him from the floor, where she was mopping up spilled flower water with bits of kitchen roll. "He's giving it to the charity." "So he says." Strike was squinting at the jagged pattern behind Lang on the balcony. "Does that remind you of anything? Those windows behind him?" "I thought of the gherkin at first," said Robin, throwing the sodden towels in the bin and getting to her feet. "But the pattern's different." "Nothing about where he's living," said Strike, clicking everywhere he could on the page to see what further information he might uncover. "Just Giving must have his details somewhere." "You somehow never expect evil people to get ill," said Robin. She checked her watch. "I'm supposed to be on platinum in 15. I better get going." "Yeah," said Strike, still staring at Lang's picture. "Keep in touch, and, oh yeah, I need you to do something." He pulled his mobile out of his pocket. "Brockbank." "So you do still think it might be him?" Robin said, pausing in the act of putting on her jacket. "Maybe. I want you to call him. Keep the Venetia Hall personal injury lawyer thing going." "Oh, okay," she said, pulling out her own mobile and keying in the number that he had shown her. But beneath her matter-of-fact manner, she was quietly elated. Venetia had been her own idea, her creation, and now Strike was turning the whole line of inquiry over to her. She was halfway up Denmark Street in the sunshine before Robin remembered that there had been a card with the now battered roses, and that she had left it behind, unread. Chapter 32. What's that in the corner? It's too dark to see. Blue Oyster Cult, After Dark. Surrounded all day long by the sounds of traffic and loud voices, Robin did not have a good opportunity to call Noel Brockbank until 5 o'clock that afternoon. Having seen Platinum to work as usual, she turned into the Japanese restaurant beside the lap dancing club and took her green tea to a quiet corner table. There she waited for 5 minutes to satisfy herself that any background noises Brockbank might hear could plausibly belong to a busy office situated on a main road, and keyed in the number, her heart hammering. It was still in service. Robin listened to it ringing for 20 seconds, and then, just when she had guessed that nobody was going to pick up, somebody did. Very heavy breathing roared down the line. Robin sat still, the mobile tight against her ear. Then she jumped as a shrill toddler's voice said, "Hello?" "Hello?" said Robin cautiously. In the background, a woman's muffled voice said, "What have you got, Sahara?" A scraping noise, and then, much louder, "That's Noel's. He's been The line went dead. Robin lowered the phone slowly, her heart still racing. She could almost see the sticky little finger that had accidentally cut the call. The phone began to vibrate in her hand. Brockbank's number calling back. She took a steadying breath and answered, "Hello, Venetia Hall." "What?" said a woman's voice. "Venetia Hall, Hardacre and Hall," said Robin. "What?" said the woman again. "Did you just call this number?" She had a London accent. Robin's mouth was dry. "Yes, I did," said Robin as Venetia. "I'm looking for Mr. Noel Brockbank." "Why?" After an almost imperceptible pause, Robin said, "Could I ask who I'm speaking to, please?" "Why?" The woman was sounding increasingly belligerent. "Who are you?" "My name's Venetia Hall," said Robin, "and I'm a lawyer specialising in personal injury compensation." A couple sat down in front of her and began to talk loudly in Italian. "What?" said the woman on the end of the line again. Inwardly cursing her neighbours, Robin raised her voice and gave the same story that she had told Holly back in Barrow. "Money for him?" said the unknown woman, with a degree less animosity. "Yes, if his case is successful," said Robin. "Can I ask, how'd you find out about him?" "We came across Mr. Brockbank's records while we were researching other—" "How much money?" "That depends." Robin took a deep breath. "Where is Mr. Brockbank?" "At work." "Can I ask where—" "I'll get him to call you. This number, yeah?" "Yes, please," said Robin. "I'll be here in the office tomorrow from 9. What was your name?" Robin spelled Venetia for her. "Yeah, all right then. I'll get him to call. Bye then." Robin rang Strike to tell him what had happened as she walked towards the tube, but his number was engaged. Her spirits ebbed as she descended into the underground. Matthew would be at home by now. It felt as though it had been a long time since she had seen her ex-fiancé, and she dreaded their reunion. Her mood sank still further as she travelled home, wishing she had a valid reason to stay away, but grudgingly obedient to her promise to Strike that she would not stay out after dark. 40 minutes later, she arrived at West Ealing Station. Walking towards the flat with dread in her heart, her second attempt to call Strike went through. "Bloody good work," he said, when she told him that she had successfully contacted Brockbank's phone. "You say this woman had a London accent?" "I think so," said Robin, feeling that Strike was missing a more important point, "and a small daughter by the sounds of it." Yeah, expect that's why Brockbank's there. She had expected him to show more concern for a child in close proximity with a man he knew to be a child rapist, but no. He briskly changed the subject. I've just been on the phone to Hazel Furley. Who? Kelsey's sister, remember? Who wants to meet me. I'm going to see her on Saturday. Oh, said Robin. Can't do it before then. Mad Dad's back from Chicago, just as well. 2 times won't support us forever. Robin did not respond. She was still thinking about the toddler who had answered the phone. Strike's reaction to that news had disappointed her. Are you all right? Asked Strike. Yes, said Robin. She had reached the end of Hastings Road. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, she said. He agreed to it and hung up. Feeling unexpectedly worse for having spoken to Strike, she headed with some trepidation towards her front door. She need not have worried. The Matthew who had returned from Massam was no longer the man who begged Robin hourly to talk to him. He slept on the sofa. Over the next 3 days they moved carefully around each other, Robin with cool politeness, he with an air of ostentatious devotion that tipped at times into parody. He hurried to wash up cups as soon as she had finished drinking from them, and on Thursday morning asked her respectfully how work was going. "Oh, please," was Robin's only response, as she strode past him to the front door. His family, she guessed, had told him to back off, to give her time. They had not yet discussed how they were going to tell everyone else that the wedding was off. Matthew clearly did not wish to have that discussion. Day to day, Robin stopped short of initiating the conversation. Sometimes she asked herself whether this cowardice revealed her own secret desire to put her ring back on. At others, she was sure that her reluctance sprang from exhaustion, disinclination for what she knew would be the worst and most painful confrontation yet, and a need to marshal her forces before the final break. Little though she had encouraged her mother's forthcoming visit, Robin was subconsciously hoping to draw enough strength and comfort from Linda to do what had to be done. The roses on her desk shriveled slowly. Nobody had bothered to put them in fresh water, so they died quietly in the wrappings in which they had arrived. But Robin was not there to throw them out, and Strike, who visited the office infrequently to fetch things, felt it would be out of place for him to dispose of them, or of the still unopened card. After the previous week of regular contact, Robin and Strike had resumed a work pattern that meant they rarely saw each other, taking it in turns to follow Platinum and Mad Dad, who would return from America and immediately resume the stalking of his young sons. On Thursday afternoon, they discussed by phone the question of whether Robin should try Noel Brockbank again, because he had still not called her back. After consideration, Strike told her that Venetia Hall, busy lawyer, would have other fish to fry. "If he hasn't contacted you by tomorrow, you can try again. That'll be a full working week. Of course, his lady friend might have lost the number." When Strike had hung up, Robin resumed her wanderings in Edge Street in Kensington, which was where Mad Dad's family lived. The location did nothing to lift Robin's spirits. She had begun looking online for somewhere else to live, but the places she would be able to afford on the salary Strike paid her were even worse than she had feared. Single rooms in shared houses, the best she could expect. The beautiful Victorian Mews houses that surrounded her, with glossy front doors, leafy climbing plants, window boxes and bright sash windows, spoke of the comfortable, prosperous existence to which Matthew had aspired back in the days that Robin seemed ready to embrace a more lucrative career. She had told him all along that she did not care about money, or at least not as much as he did, and that remained true. But it would be a strange human being, she thought, who could linger among these pretty, quiet houses and not compare them to the other's detriment, with small room in strictly vegan household, mobile phone tolerated if used in bedroom, that was just within her price range, or the cupboard-sized room in Hackney in friendly and respectful household, ready to take you on board."
Her mobile rang again. She tugged the phone out of her jacket pocket, expecting Strike, and her stomach turned over. Brockbank. Taking a deep breath, she answered. "Venetia Hall."
"You the lawyer?"
She did not know what she had expected him to sound like. He had taken monstrous form in her mind, this rapist of children, the long-jawed thug with his broken bottle and what Strike believed to be fake amnesia. His voice was deep, and his accent, though by no means as thick as his twins, remained distinctly Barovian. "Yes," said Robin. "Is that Mr. Brockbank?"
"Aye, that's right."
The quality of his silence was somehow threatening. Robin hastened to tell her fictitious story of the compensation that might await him if he were happy to meet her. When she had finished, he said nothing. Robin held her nerve, because Venetia Hall had the self-confidence not to rush to fill a silence, but the crackling of the slack line between them unnerved her.
"And where did you find out about us, eh?"
"We came across your case notes while we were investigating."
"Investigating what?"
Why did she have such a feeling of menace? He couldn't be anywhere near her, but she scanned her surroundings all the same. The sunny, gracious street was deserted. "Investigating similar, non-combat-related injuries to other servicemen," she said, wishing that her voice had not risen to such a high pitch. More silence. A car rolled towards her round the corner. Damn it, Robin thought desperately, as she realized that the driver was the obsessive father she was supposed to be observing covertly. He had looked her full in the face as she turned towards his car. She ducked her head and walked slowly away from the school.
"So, what do I have to do then, eh?"
asked Noel Brockbank in her ear. "Could we meet and have a chat about your history?" Robin asked, her chest actually painful, so fast was her heart pounding.
"I thought you'd read our history,"
he said, and the hairs on the back of Robin's neck stood up.
"A cunt called Cormoran Strike gave us brain damage."
"Yes, I saw that in your file," said Robin breathlessly. "But it's important to take a statement so we can—"
"Take a statement?"
There was a pause that felt suddenly dangerous.
"Sure you're no horny?"
Robin Ellacott, Northerner, understood. Venetia Hall, Londoner, almost certainly would not. Horny was the Cumbrian word for policeman. "Not a what? I'm sorry," she said, doing her best to sound politely confused. Mad Dad had parked outside his estranged wife's house. Any moment now, his sons would be leaving with their nanny for a playdate. If he accosted them, Robin needed to photograph the encounter. She was falling down on the paying job. She ought to be photographing Mad Dad's movements.
"Police," said Brockbank aggressively.
"Police," she said, still striving for that tone of mingled disbelief and amusement. "Of course not."
"You sure about that, are you?"
The front door of Mad Dad's wife's house had opened. Robin saw the nanny's red hair and heard a car door open. She forced herself to sound offended and confused. "Yes, of course I am, Mr. Brockbank. If you're not interested—" Her hand was slightly damp on the phone. Then, taking her by surprise, he said,
"All right, I'll meet you."
"Excellent," said Robin, as the nanny led the two little boys onto the pavement. "Whereabouts are you?"
"Shoreditch,"
said Brockbank. Robin felt every nerve tingle. He was in London. "So where would be convenient to—"
"What's that noise?"
The nanny was screaming at Mad Dad, who was advancing on her and the boys. One of his sons began wailing. "Oh, it's just my day for picking up my son from school," said Robin loudly, over the background shrieks and shouts. Silence again on the end of the line. Matter-of-fact, Venetia Hall would surely break it, but Robin found herself paralysed by what she tried to tell herself was an irrational fear. Then he spoke in a voice more menacing than Robin had ever heard. the more so because he half crooned the words, so close to the receiver that he seemed to be breathing into her ear.
"Do I know you, little girl?"
Robin tried to speak, but no sound came out. The line went dead. Chapter 33. Then the door was open and the wind appeared. Blue Oyster Cult, don't fear the Reaper. "I messed up with Brockbank," said Robin. "I'm really sorry. But I don't know how I messed up. Plus, I didn't dare take pictures of Mad Dad because I was too close." It was 9 o'clock on Friday morning, and Strike had arrived, not from the upstairs flat, but from the street, fully dressed and carrying his backpack again. Robin had heard him humming as he came up the stairs. He had stayed overnight at Ellen's. Robin had called him the previous evening to tell him about the Brockbank call, but Strike had not been at liberty to talk for long, and had promised that they would do so today. "Never mind Mad Dad, we'll get him another day," said Strike, busy at the kettle. "And you did great with Brockbank. We know he's in Shoreditch. We know I'm on his mind, and we know he was suspicious that you might be police. So is that because he's been fiddling with kids up and down the country, or because he's recently hacked a teenager to death?" Ever since Brockbank had spoken his last 6 words into her ear, Robin had felt slightly shaken. She and Matthew had barely talked to each other the previous evening, and having no outlet for a sudden feeling of vulnerability that she did not entirely understand, she had placed all her reliance on seeing Strike face to face and getting to discuss the meaning of those 6 ominous words. "Do I know you, little girl?" Today, she would have welcomed the serious, cautious Strike, who had taken the sending of the leg as a threat and warned her about staying out after dark. The man, now cheerfully making himself coffee and talking about child abuse and murder in a matter-of-fact tone, was bringing her no comfort. He could have no idea what Brockbank had sounded like, crooning inside her ear. "You know something else about Brockbank?" she said in a tight voice. "He's living with a little girl." "He might not be living with her. We don't know where he left the phone." "All right, then," said Robin, feeling even more tightly wound. "If you want to be pedantic, we know he's in close contact with a little girl." She turned away on the pretext of dealing with the mail she had scooped from the doormat on her arrival. The fact that he had arrived humming had irked her. Presumably his night with Ellen had been a welcome distraction, providing recreation and recuperation. Robin would have loved a respite from her hyper-vigilant days and evenings of frigid silence. The knowledge that she was being unreasonable did nothing to diminish her resentment. She scooped the dying roses in their dry plastic bag off the desk and pushed them headfirst into the bin. "There's nothing we can do about that kid," said Strike. A most enjoyable stab of anger shot through Robin. "I won't worry about her, then," she snapped. Trying to extract a bill from an envelope, she accidentally ripped the whole thing in 2. "You think she's the only child at risk from an abuser? There'll be hundreds of them right now, just in London." Robin, who had half expected him to soften now that she had revealed how angry she was, looked round. He was watching her, eyes slightly narrowed, with no air of sympathy. "Keep worrying all you want, but it's wasted energy. There's nothing you or I can do about that kid. Brockbank's not on any registers. He hasn't got any convictions. We don't even know where she is or what she's—" "Her name's Zahara," said Robin. To her horror, her voice turned to a strangled squeal, her face flooded with colour, and tears started in her eyes. She turned away again, although not fast enough. "Hey," said Strike kindly. But Robin made a wild flapping gesture with her hand to stop him talking. She refused to break down. All that was holding her together was her ability to keep moving forwards, to keep doing the job. "I'm fine," she said through clenched teeth. "I'm fine. Forget it." She could not now confess how menacing she had found Brockbank's sign-off. Little girl, he had called her. She was not a little girl. She was not broken or childlike, not any more. But Zahara, whoever she was. She heard Strike leave for the landing, and a moment later a large wad of toilet paper appeared in her swimming sights. "Thank you," she said thickly, taking it from Strike's hand and blowing her nose. Several silent minutes passed, while Robin periodically dabbed at her eyes and blew her nose, avoiding looking at Strike, who was perversely remaining in her part of the office rather than heading for his own. "What?" Robin said at last, anger rising again at the fact that he was simply standing there watching her. He grinned. In spite of everything, she experienced a sudden desire to laugh. "Are you going to stand there all morning?" she asked, trying to sound cross. "No," said Strike, still grinning. "I just wanted to show you something." He ferreted in his backpack and pulled out a glossy property brochure. "Ellen's," he said. "She went to see it yesterday. She's thinking of buying a flat there." All desire to laugh fled. How exactly did Strike think that it would cheer Robin up to know that his girlfriend was thinking of buying a ludicrously expensive flat? Or was he about to announce, Robin's fragile mood began to collapse in on itself, that he and Ellen were moving in together? Like a film flickering rapidly before her eyes, she saw the upstairs flat empty, Strike living in luxury, herself in a tiny box room on the edge of London, whispering into her mobile so that her vegan landlady did not hear her. Strike laid the brochure on the desk in front of her. The cover showed a tall modern tower topped by a strange shield-like face in which wind turbines were set like three eyes. The legend read, Strata, SE1, London's most desirable residential property. "See?" said Strike. His triumphant air was aggravating Robin beyond measure, not least because it seemed so unlike him to gloat about the prospect of borrowed luxury. But before she could respond, there was a knock on the glass door behind him. "Bloody hell," said Strike, in frank astonishment as he opened the door to Shanker, who walked in, clicking his fingers and bringing with him the usual fug of cigarette smoke, cannabis, and body odour. "I was in the area," said Shanker, unconsciously echoing Eric Wardle. "I found him for you, Bunsen." Shanker dropped down onto the mock leather sofa, legs spread out in front of him, and took out a packet of Mayfairs. "You phone Whittaker?" asked Strike, whose dominant emotion was astonishment that Shanker was awake so early in the morning. "Who else did you ask me to find?" said Shanker, inhaling deeply on his cigarette and clearly enjoying the effect he was creating. "Catford Broadway, flat over a chip shop. The brass lives with him." Strike held out his hand and shook Shanker's. Notwithstanding his gold tooth and the scar that twisted his upper lip, their visitor's grin was strangely boyish. "Want a coffee?" Strike asked him. "Yeah, go on then," said Shanker, who seemed disposed to bask in his triumph. "All right," he added cheerfully to Robin. "Yes, thanks," she said with a tight smile, returning to the unopened mail. "Talk about on a roll," Strike said quietly to Robin, while the kettle boiled loudly and an oblivious Shanker smoked and checked texts on his phone. "That's all three of them in London. Whittaker in Catford, Brockbank in Shoreditch, and now we know Lang's in Elephant and Castle. Or he was 3 months ago." She had agreed to it before doing a double take. "How do we know Lang was in Elephant and Castle?" Strike tapped the glossy brochure of the Strata on her desk. "What do you think I'm showing you that for?" Robin had no idea what he meant. She looked blankly at the brochure for several seconds before its significance struck her. Panels of silver punctuated the long, jagged lines of darkened windows all down the rounded column. This was the background visible behind Lang as he stood on his concrete balcony. "Oh," she said weakly.
Strike wasn't moving in with Ellen. She did not know why she was blushing again. Her emotions seemed totally out of control. What on earth was wrong with her? She turned on her swivel chair to concentrate on the post yet again, hiding her face from both men. "I don't know if I've got enough dosh on me to pay you, Shanker," Strike said, looking through his wallet. "I'll walk you down to a cash point." "Fair enough, Bunsen," said Shanker, leaning over to Robin's bin to dispose of the ash trickling from his cigarette. "You need help with Whittaker, you know where I am." "Yeah, cheers. I can probably handle it, though." Robin reached for the last envelope in the post pile, which felt stiff and had an additional thickness at one corner, as though it contained a card with some kind of novelty attached. On the point of opening it, Robin noticed that it had been addressed to her, not Strike. She paused, uncertain, looking at it. Her name and the address of the office had been typed. The postmark was from central London, and the letter had been sent the previous day. Strike and Shanker's voices rose and fell, but she could not have said what they were saying. "It's nothing," she told herself. "You're overwrought. It couldn't happen again." Swallowing hard, she opened the envelope and gingerly removed the card. The image showed a Jack Vetriano painting of a blonde sitting in profile on a chair, which was draped in a dust sheet. The blonde was holding a teacup, and her elegant black-stockinged, stilettoed legs were crossed and raised on a footstool. There was nothing pinned to the front of the card. The object that she had felt through the card was taped inside it. Strike and Shanker were still talking. A whiff of decay caught her nostrils through the fug of Shanker's body odour. "Oh, God," said Robin quietly, but neither man heard her. She flipped over the Vetriano print. A rotting toe was sellotaped to the inner corner of the card. Carefully printed in capital letters were the words, "She's as beautiful as a foot." She dropped it onto the desk and stood up. In slow motion, it seemed, she turned to Strike. He looked from her stricken face to the obscene object lying on the desk. "Get away from it." She obeyed, sick and trembling, and wishing that Shanker was not there. "What?" Shanker kept saying. "What? What is it? What?" "Somebody sent me a severed toe," said Robin, in a collected voice that was not her own. "You're fucking kidding me," said Shanker, moving forwards with eager interest. Strike physically restrained Shanker from picking up the card, which lay where it had fallen from Robin's hand. Strike recognised the phrase, "She's as beautiful as a foot." It was the title of another Blue Oyster Cult song. "I'll call Wardle," Strike said. But instead of taking out his mobile, he scribbled a 4-digit code on a post-it note and extracted his credit card from his wallet. "Robin, go and get the rest of Shanker's money out for him, then come back here." She took the note and the credit card, absurdly grateful for the prospect of fresh air. "And Shanker," said Strike sharply, as the two of them reached the glass door, "you walk her back here, all right? Walk her back to the office." "You got it, Bunsen," said Shanker, energised, as he always had been, by strangeness, by action, by the whiff of danger. Chapter 34. The lies don't count, the whispers do. Blue Oyster Cult, The Vigil. Strike sat alone at the kitchen table in his attic flat that night. The chair was uncomfortable, and the knee of his amputated leg aching after several hours tailing Mad Dad, who had taken time out of work today to stalk his younger son on a trip to the Natural History Museum. The man owned his own company, or he would surely have been fired for the working hours he spent intimidating his children. Platinum, however, had gone unwatched and unphotographed. On learning that Robin's mother was due to visit that evening, Strike had insisted on Robin taking 3 days off, overriding all her objections, walking her to the tube and insisting that she text him once safely back at her flat. Strike yearned for sleep. He felt too weary to get up and go to bed. He had been more disturbed by the second communication from the killer than he had been prepared to admit to his partner. Appalling though the arrival of the leg had been, he now acknowledged that he had nourished a vestige of hope that the addressing of the package to Robin had been a nasty embellishment, but an afterthought. The second communication with her, sly sideways wink at Strike notwithstanding, "She's as beautiful as a foot," had told him for certain that this man, whoever he was, had Robin in his sights. Even the name of the painting on the front of the card he had selected, the image of the solitary leggy blonde, was ominous. "In thoughts of you." Rage burgeoned in the motionless Strike, chasing away his tiredness. He remembered Robin's white face, and knew that he had witnessed the death of her faint hope that the sending of the leg had not been the random act of a madman. Even so, she had argued vociferously against taking time off, pointing out that their only two paying jobs frequently clashed. Strike would be unable to cover both properly on his own, and would consequently have to choose on a daily basis whether to follow Platinum or Mad Dad. He had been adamant. She should return to work only when her mother returned to Yorkshire. Their persecutor had now succeeded in reducing Strike's business to 2 clients. He had just endured a second incursion of police into his office and was worried that the press would get wind of what had happened, even though Wardle had promised not to release news of the card and the toe. Wardle agreed with Strike that one of the killer's objectives was to focus press and police attention on the detective, and that it was playing into the killer's hands to alert the media. His mobile rang loudly in the small kitchen. Glancing at his watch, he saw that it was 10:20. He seized it, barely registering Wardle's name, as he raised it to his ear, because his mind had been on Robin. "Good news," Wardle told him. "Well, of a kind. He hasn't killed another woman. The toe's Kelsey's, off the other leg. Waste not, want not, eh?" Strike, who was not in the mood for humour, replied brusquely. After Wardle had hung up, he continued to sit at his kitchen table, lost in thought, while the traffic growled past in Charing Cross Road below. Only the recollection that he had to get to Finchley the next morning to meet Kelsey's sister finally motivated him to begin the usual onerous process of dealing with his prosthesis before bed. Strike's knowledge of London was, thanks to his mother's peripatetic habits, extensive and detailed, but there were gaps, and Finchley was one of them. All he knew about the area was that it had been Margaret Thatcher's constituency in the 1980s, while he, Leda and Lucy had been moving between squats in places like Whitechapel and Brixton. Finchley would have been too far away from the centre to suit a family entirely reliant on public transport and takeaways. Too expensive for a woman who frequently ran out of coins for the electricity meter. The kind of place, as his sister Lucy might once have wistfully put it, where proper families lived. In marrying a quantity surveyor and producing 3 impeccably turned-out sons, Lucy had fulfilled her childhood yearning for neatness, order, and security. Strike took the tube to West Finchley and endured a long walk to Summers Lane rather than find a taxi, because his finances were so bad. Sweating slightly in the mild weather, he moved through road after road of quiet detached houses, cursing the place for its leafy quiet and its lack of landmarks. Finally, 30 minutes after he had left the station, he found Kelsey Platt's house, smaller than many of its fellows, with a whitewashed exterior and a wrought-iron gate. He rang the doorbell and immediately heard voices through the pane of frosted glass like the one in his own office door. "I think it's the detective, Pet," said a Geordie voice. "You get it," said a woman's high-pitched voice. A large red mass bloomed behind the glass, and the door opened onto the hall, which was mostly concealed by a burly, barefoot man in a scarlet toweling robe. He was bald, but his bushy grey beard, coupled with the scarlet robe, would have suggested Santa had he looked jolly. However, he was frantically mopping his face with a sleeve of his dressing gown. The eyes behind the glasses were swollen into bee-stung slits, and his ruddy cheeks were shining with tears. "Sorry," he said gruffly, moving aside to let Strike in. "Working nights," he added, in explanation of his attire. Strike sidled past. The man smelled strongly of Old Spice and camphor. Two middle-aged women were locked in a tight embrace at the foot of the stairs, one blonde, the other dark, both sobbing. They broke apart as Strike watched, wiping their faces. "Sorry," gasped the dark-haired woman. "Cheryl's our neighbour. She's been in Magaluf. She's only just heard about Kelsey." "Sorry," echoed red-eyed Cheryl. "I'll give you space, Hazel. Anything you need. Anything, Ray. Anything." Cheryl squeezed past Strike. "Sorry," and hugged Ray. They swayed together briefly, both big people, their bellies pressed together, arms stretched around each other's necks. Ray began sobbing again, his face in her broad shoulder. "Come through," hiccuped Hazel, dabbing at her eyes as she led the way into the sitting room. She had the look of a Bruegel peasant, with her rounded cheeks, prominent chin, and wide nose. Eyebrows as thick and bushy as tiger moth caterpillars overhung her puffy eyes. "It's been like this all week. People hearing and coming over, and sorry," she finished on a gasp. He had been apologized to half a dozen times in the space of 2 minutes. Other cultures would have been ashamed of an insufficient display of grief. Here in quiet Finchley, they were ashamed to have him witness it. "Nobody knows what to say," Hazel whispered, pressing away her tears as she gestured him to the sofa. "It's not like she was hit by a car or was ill. They don't know what you say when someone's been—" She hesitated, but balked at the word, and her sentence ended in a gargantuan sniff. "I'm sorry," said Strike, taking his turn. "I know this is a terrible time for you." The sitting room was immaculate and somehow unwelcoming, perhaps because of its chilly colour scheme. A 3-piece suite covered in striped silvery grey cloth, white wallpaper with a thin grey stripe, cushions angled on their points, ornaments on the mantelpiece perfectly symmetrical. The dust-free television screen gleamed with reflected light from the window. Cheryl's misty form trotted past on the other side of the net curtains, wiping her eyes. Ray shuffled past the sitting-room door on his bare feet, dabbing under his glasses with the end of his toweling robe belt, his shoulders stooped. As though she had read Strike's mind, Hazel explained. "Ray broke his back trying to get a family out of a boarding house that caught fire. Wall gave way and his ladder fell. 3 stories. "Christ," said Strike. Hazel's lips and hands were trembling. Strike remembered what Wardle had said, that the police had mishandled Hazel. Suspicion, or rough questioning of her Ray, would have seemed unforgivable cruelty to her in this state of shock, an inexcusable exacerbation of their appalling ordeal. Strike knew a lot about the brutal intrusion of officialdom into private devastation. He had been on both sides of the fence. "Anyone want a brew?" Ray called huskily from what Strike assumed was the kitchen. "Go to bed," Hazel called back, clutching a sodden ball of tissues. "I can make 'em. Go to bed." "You sure?" "Get to bed. I'll wake you at 3. Hazel wiped her whole face with a fresh tissue, as though it were a face-cloth. "He's not one for disability pay and all that, but nobody wants to give him a proper job," she told Strike quietly, as Ray shuffled, sniffing, back past the door. "Not with his back and his age and his lungs not being the best. Cash in hand. Shift work."
Her voice trailed away, her mouth trembled, and for the first time she looked Strike directly in the eye. "I don't really know why I asked you to come," she confessed. "It's all confused in my head. They said she wrote to you, but you never wrote back, and then you got sent her... It must have been an appalling shock to you," said Strike, fully aware that anything he could say would understate the case. "It's been," she said feverishly, "terrible. Terrible. We didn't know anything at all. We thought she was on a college placement. When the police came to the door, she said she was going away with college, and I believed her. Some residential placement at a school. It sounded right, I never thought. But she was such a liar. She lied all the time. 3 years she's been living with me, and I still haven't... I couldn't get her to stop."
"What did she tell lies about?" asked Strike.
"Anything," said Hazel, with a slightly wild gesture. "If it was Tuesday, she'd say it was Wednesday. Sometimes there was no point to it at all. I don't know why. I don't know."
"Why was she living with you?" Strike asked.
She was my half-sister. Same mum. We lost Dad when I was 20. Mum married a guy from work and had Kelsey. There were 24 years between us. I'd left home. I was more like an auntie to her than a sister. Then Mum and Malcolm had a car crash out in Spain 3 years ago. Drunk driver. Malcolm died outright, Mum was in a coma for 4 days, and then she passed too. There isn't any other family, so I took Kelsey in."
The extreme tidiness of their surroundings, the cushions on their points, surfaces clear and highly polished, made Strike wonder how a teenager had fitted in here.
"Me and Kelsey didn't get on,"
said Hazel, again seeming to read Strike's thoughts. Tears flowed once more as she pointed upstairs, where Ray had gone to bed.
"He was much more patient with all her moodiness and her sulks. He's got a grown-up son who's working abroad. He's better with kids than me. Then the police come jackbooting in here," she said on a sudden rush of fury, "and tell us she's been... They start questioning Ray like he'd ever, in a million years. I said to him, it's like a nightmare. You see people on the news, don't you, appealing for kids to come home? People put on trial for things they never did. You never think. But we never even knew she was missing. We'd have looked. We never knew. The police asking Ray questions, where he was, and I don't know what."
"They told me he didn't have anything to do with it," Strike said.
"Yeah, they believe that now," said Hazel, through angry tears, "after 3 men told them he was with them every minute of the stag weekend and showed them the bloody photos to prove it."
She would never think it reasonable that the man who had been living with Kelsey should be questioned about her death. Strike, who had heard the testimony of Brittany Brockbank and Rona Lang, and many others like them, knew that most women's rapists and killers were not strangers in masks who reached out of the dark space under the stairs. They were the father, the husband, the mother's or the sister's boyfriend. Hazel wiped the tears away as fast as they fell onto her round cheeks, then suddenly asked,
"What did you do with her silly letter anyway?"
"My assistant put it in the drawer where we keep unusual correspondence," said Strike.
"The police said you never wrote back to her. They said they was forged, the letters they found."
"That's right," said Strike.
"So whoever done it must have known she was interested in you."
"Yes," said Strike.
Hazel blew her nose vigorously, then asked, "Do you want a cuppa then?"
He accepted only because he thought she wanted a chance to pull herself together. Once she had left the room, he looked around openly. The only photograph stood on a small nest of tables in the corner beside him. It showed a beaming woman in her 60s, wearing a straw hat. This, he assumed, was Hazel and Kelsey's mother. A slightly darker strip on the surface of the table beside the picture suggested that another had stood beside it,
preventing the sun bleaching that small strip on the cheap wood. Strike guessed that this had been the school photograph of Kelsey, the picture that all the papers had printed. Hazel returned, carrying a tray bearing mugs of tea and a plate of biscuits. After she had carefully positioned his tea on a coaster beside her mother's photograph, Strike said, "I hear Kelsey had a boyfriend." "Rubbish," retorted Hazel, dropping back into her armchair. "More porkies." "What makes you—" "She said his name was Niall. Niall. Honestly." Her eyes leaked more tears. Strike was at a loss to understand why Kelsey's boyfriend might not have been called Niall, and his incomprehension showed. "One Direction," she said, over the top of her tissue. "Sorry," said Strike, completely at sea. "I don't—" "The band. They're a band that came third on the X Factor. She's obsessed. She was obsessed. And Niall was her favourite. So when she says she's met a boy called Niall and he's 18 and he's got a motorbike, I mean, what were we supposed to think?" "Ah, I see." "She said she met him at the counsellor's. She's been seeing a counsellor, see. Claims she met Niall in a waiting room, that he was there because his mum and dad died, like hers. We never saw hide nor hair of him. I said to Ray, she's at it again, she's fibbing. And Ray said to me, let it go, it keeps her happy. But I didn't like her lying," said Hazel, with a fanatic glare. "She lied all the time. Came home with a plaster on her wrist, said it was a cut and it turned out to be a One Direction tattoo. Look at her saying she was going away on a college placement. Look at that. She kept lying, and look where it got her." With an enormous visible effort, she controlled a fresh eruption of tears, holding her trembling lips together and pressing the tissues hard across her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Ray's got a theory. He wanted to tell the police, but they didn't care. They were more interested in where he'd been when she was... But Ray's got a friend called Richie, who puts a bit of gardening his way, see? And Kelsey met Richie." The theory was rolled out with a huge amount of extraneous detail and repetition. Strike, who was well used to the rambling style of unpractised witnesses, listened attentively and politely. A photograph was produced out of a dresser drawer, which did double duty in proving to Strike that Ray had been with 3 friends on a stag weekend in Shoreham-by-Sea when Kelsey was killed, and also revealed young Richie's injuries. Richie and Ray sat on the shingle beach beside a patch of sea holly, grinning, holding beers, and squinting in the sunlight. Sweat glistened on Ray's bald pate and illuminated young Richie's swollen face, his stitches and bruising. His leg was in a surgical boot. "And see, Richie came round here right after he'd had his smash, and Ray thinks it put the idea in her head. He thinks she was planning to do something to her leg and then pretend she'd had a traffic accident." "Richie couldn't be the boyfriend, could he?" asked Strike. "Richie? He's a bit simple. He'd have told us. Anyway, she barely knew him. It was all a fantasy. I think Ray's right. She was planning to do something to her leg again and pretend she'd come off some boy's bike." It would have been an excellent theory, thought Strike, if Kelsey had been lying in hospital, pretending to have suffered a motorbike accident and refusing to give more details under the pretense of protecting a fictitious boyfriend. He did Ray the credit of agreeing that this was exactly the kind of plan a 16-year-old might have come up with, mingling grandiosity and short-sightedness in dangerous measure. However, the point was moot. Whether or not Kelsey had once planned a fake motorbike crash, the evidence showed that she had abandoned the plan in preference for asking Strike for instructions on leg removal. On the other hand, this was the first time that anyone had drawn any connection between Kelsey and a motorcyclist. And Strike was interested in Hazel's absolute conviction that any boyfriend must be fictional. "Well, there was hardly any boys on her childcare course," said Hazel. "And where else was she going to meet him? Niall. She'd never had a boyfriend at school or anything. She went to the counsellor and sometimes she went to the church up the road. They've a youth group, but there's no Nile with a motorbike there," said Hazel. The police checked, asked her friends if they knew anything. Darryl, who runs the group, he was that upset. Ray saw him this morning on his way home. Says Darryl burst into tears when he saw him from across the road. Strike wanted to take notes, but knew it would change the atmosphere of confidence he was trying to nurture. "Who's Darryl?" "He didn't have anything to do with it. Youth worker at the church. He's from Bradford," said Hazel obscurely, "and Ray's sure he's gay." "Did she talk about her—" Strike hesitated, unsure what to call it. "Her problem with her leg at home?" "Not to me," said Hazel flatly. "I wouldn't have it. I didn't want to hear it. I hated it. She told me when she was 14, and I told her exactly what I thought. Attention-seeking, that's all it was." "There was old scarring on her leg. How did that—" "She did it right after Mum died. Like I didn't have enough to worry about. She tied wire around it, tried to cut off the circulation." Her expression revealed a mixture, it seemed to Strike, of revulsion and anger. "She was in the car when Mum and Malcolm died, in the back. I had to get a counsellor and all that for her. He thought it was a cry for help or something, what she did to her leg. Grief. Survivor's guilt, I can't remember. She said not, though. Said she'd wanted the leg gone for a while. I don't know," said Hazel, shaking her head vigorously. "Did she talk to anyone else about it? Ray?" "A bit, yeah. I mean, he knew what she was like. When we first got together, when he moved in, she told him some real whoppers. Her dad being a spy, that was one of them. And that was why their car had crashed, and I don't know what else. So he knew what she was like. But he didn't get angry with her. He just used to change the subject, chat to her about school and that." She had turned an unattractive dark red. "I'll tell you what she wanted," she burst out. "To be in a wheelchair, pushed around like a baby and to be pampered and the centre of attention. That's what it was all about. I found a diary, must have been a year or so ago. The things she'd written, what she liked to imagine, what she fantasized about. Ridiculous." "Such as?" asked Strike. "Such as having a leg cut off and being in a wheelchair and being pushed to the edge of the stage and watching One Direction and having them come and make a big fuss of her afterwards because she was disabled," said Hazel on a single breath. "Imagine that. It's disgusting. There are people who are really disabled and they never wanted it. I'm a nurse, I know, I see them." "Well," she said, with a glance at Strike's lower legs, "you don't need telling. You didn't, did you?" she asked suddenly point blank. "You didn't do it yourself?" Was that why she had wanted to see him, Strike wondered? In some confused subconscious manner, trying to find her moorings in the sea on which she was suddenly adrift, had she wanted to prove a point, even though her sister was gone and beyond understanding, that people didn't do that, not in the real world where cushions stood neatly on points and disability came only by mischance, through crumbling walls or roadside explosives. "No," he said. "I was blown up." "There you are, you see," she said, tears erupting again, savagely triumphant. "I could have told her that. I could have told her if she'd asked me. But what she claimed," said Hazel, gulping, "was that her leg felt like it shouldn't be there, like it was wrong to have it and it needed to come off, like a tumour or something. I wouldn't listen. It was all nonsense. Ray says he tried to talk sense into her. He told her she didn't know what she was asking for, that she wouldn't want to be in hospital like he was after he broke his back, laid up for months in plaster, skin sores and infections and all the rest of it. He didn't get angry with her, though. He'd say to her, 'Come and help me in the garden' or something, distract her. The police told us she was talking to people online who were like her. We had no idea. I mean, she was 16. You can't go looking at their laptops, can you? Not that I'd know what to look for." "Did she ever mention me to you?" Strike asked. "The police asked that," No. I can't remember her ever talking about you and Norcom Ray. I mean, no offence, but I remember the Lula Landry trial, but I wouldn't have remembered your name from that or recognised you. If she'd brought you up, I'd remember. It's a funny name. No offence.
What about friends? Did she go out much?
She hardly had any friends. She wasn't the popular sort. She lied to all the kids at school too, and nobody likes that, do they? They bullied her for it. Thought she was strange. She hardly ever went out. When she was meeting this supposed Nile, I don't know.
Her anger did not surprise Strike. Kelsey had been an unplanned addition to her spotless household. Now, for the rest of her life, Hazel would carry guilt and grief, horror and regret, not least that her sister's life had been ended before she could grow out of the peculiarities that had helped estrange them. "Would it be all right if I used your bathroom?" Strike asked. Dabbing her eyes, she nodded. Straight ahead, top of the stairs. Strike emptied his bladder while reading a framed citation for brave and meritorious conduct awarded to firefighter Ray Williams, which was hanging over the system. He strongly suspected that Hazel had hung that there, not Ray. Otherwise, the bathroom displayed little of interest. The same meticulous attention to cleanliness and neatness displayed in the sitting room extended all the way to the inside of the medicine cabinet, where Strike learned that Hazel was still menstruating, that they bulk bought toothpaste, and that one or both of the couple had hemorrhoids. He left the bathroom as quietly as he could. Faintly, from behind a closed door, came a soft rumbling indicating that Ray was asleep. Strike took 2 decisive steps to the right and found himself in Kelsey's box room. Everything matched, covered in the same shade of lilac, walls, duvet, lampshade and curtains. Strike thought he might have guessed that order had been forcibly imposed on chaos in here, even had he not seen the rest of the house. A large cork notice board ensured that there would be no unsightly pin marks on the walls. Kelsey had plastered the cork with pictures of 5 pretty boys, whom Strike assumed were One Direction. Their heads and legs protruded outside the frame of the board. There was a particular recurrence of a blonde boy. Other than the pictures of One Direction, she had cut out puppies, mostly Shih Tzus, random words and acronyms, Occupy, FOMO, and Amazeballs, and many recurrences of the name Nile, often stuck into hearts. The slapdash random collage told of an attitude completely at odds with the precision with which the duvet had been laid on the bed and the exactly square position of the lilac rug. Prominent on the narrow bookshelf was what looked like a new One Direction, Forever Young, our official X Factor story. Otherwise, the shelves held the Twilight series, a jewellery box, a mess of small trinkets that not even Hazel had managed to make look symmetrical, a plastic tray of cheap makeup, and a couple of cuddly toys. Banking on the fact that Hazel was heavy enough to make a noise coming upstairs, Strike swiftly opened drawers. The police would have taken away anything of interest, of course. The laptop, any scrap of scribbled paper, any telephone number or jotted name, any diary, if she had continued to keep one after Hazel had gone snooping. A mishmash of belongings remained. A box of writing paper like that on which she had written to him, an old Nintendo DS, a pack of false nails, a small box of Guatemalan worry dolls, and, in the very bottom drawer of her bedside table, tucked inside a fluffy pencil case, several stiff, foil-covered strips of pills. He pulled them out, ovoid capsules in mustard yellow, labelled Accutane. He took one of the strips and pocketed it, closed the drawer, and headed to her wardrobe, which was untidy and slightly fusty. She had liked black and pink. He felt swiftly among the folds of material, rifling through the pockets of the clothes, but found nothing until he tried a baggy dress in which he found what looked like a crumpled raffle or coat check ticket, numbered 18. Hazel had not moved since Strike had left her. He guessed that he could have stayed away longer and she would not have noticed. When he re-entered the room, she gave a little start. She had been crying again.
"Thank you for coming,"
she said thickly, getting to her feet.
"I'm sorry,
And she began to sob in earnest. Strike put a hand on her shoulder, and before he knew it, she had her face on his chest, sobbing, gripping the lapels of his coat, with no trace of coquettishness, but in pure anguish. He put his arms around her shoulders, and they stood so for a full minute until, with several heaving breaths, she stepped away again, and Strike's arms fell back to his sides. She shook her head, no words left, and walked him to the door. He reiterated his condolences. She nodded, her face ghastly in the daylight now falling into the dingy hall.
"Thanks for coming,"
she gulped.
"I just needed to see you. I don't know why. I'm ever so sorry."
Chapter 35. Dominance and Submission. Since leaving home, he had cohabited with 3 women, but this one, it, was testing him to his limits. All 3 dirty bitches had claimed to love him, whatever that was supposed to mean. Their so-called love had turned the first 2 tractable. At heart, of course, all women were cheating cunts, determined to take more than they gave, but the first 2 hadn't been anything like it. He was forced to put up with more than he'd ever put up with before, because it was an essential part of his grand plan. Nevertheless, he constantly fantasized about killing it. He could imagine its stupid face slackening as the knife sank deep into her belly, unable to believe that baby, it called him baby, was killing her, even as the hot blood began pouring over his hands, the rusty smell filling the air, still shivering with her screams. Having to play nice was playing havoc with his self-control. Switching on the charm, drawing them in, and keeping them sweet was easy, second nature to him, always had been. Sustaining the pose over long periods, though, was something else. The pretense was bringing him to breaking point. Sometimes, even the sound of its breathing was enough to make him want to grab his knife and puncture her fucking lungs. Unless he got to do one soon, he'd fucking explode. Early on Monday morning, he made an excuse to get out. But as he approached Denmark Street, intending to pick up the secretary's trail as she arrived for work, something quivered in him, like the twitching of a rat's whiskers. He paused beside a telephone box on the opposite side of the road, squinting at a figure standing on the corner of Denmark Street, right outside an instrument shop painted in the garish colours of a circus poster. He knew the police, knew their moves, their games. The young man standing with his hands in the pockets of his donkey jacket was pretending to be casual, a mere bystander. He'd invented that fucking game. He could make himself practically invisible. Look at that dickhead, standing on the corner thinking his donkey jacket made him one of the lads. Never shit a shitter, pal. Slowly he turned and walked out of sight behind the telephone box, where he slid the beanie hat off his head. He'd been wearing it when Strike chased him. Donkey jacket might have a description. He should have thought of that, should have guessed Strike would call in his police mates. Cowardly fucker. There's been no photo fit issued, though, he thought, his self-esteem rising again as he walked back down the street. Strike had come within feet of him, though he didn't realize it, and still had no fucking idea who he was. God, it would feel good after he'd done the secretary, to watch Strike and his fucking business sinking out of sight under the mudslide of the publicity, police and press crawling all over him, tainted by association, unable to protect his staff, suspected of her death, utterly ruined. He was already planning his next move. He would go to the LSE, where the secretary often followed the other blonde tart around, and hook up with her there. In the meantime, he'd need a different hat and perhaps new sunglasses. He felt in his pockets for money. He had hardly any, as fucking usual. He'd need to force it back out to work. He'd had enough of it whining and bleating and making excuses at home. In the end, he bought 2 new hats, a baseball cap and a grey woolen beanie, to replace the black fleece version he put in a bin at Cambridge Circus. Then he caught the tube to Holborn. She wasn't there, nor were any students. After searching fruitlessly for a glimpse of red gold hair, he remembered that today was Easter Monday. The LSE was closed for the bank holiday. After a couple of hours he returned to Tottenham Court Road, looking for her in the court, and skulked for a while near the entrance to Spearmint Rhino, but could not find her anywhere. After a run of days when he had been unable to get out and look for her, the disappointment caused him almost physical pain. Agitated, he began walking quiet side streets, hoping that some girl would stroll across his path, any woman at all. It didn't have to be the secretary. The knives beneath his jacket would be happy with anything now. Perhaps she had been so shaken up by his little greetings card that she had resigned. That wasn't what he wanted at all. He wanted her terrified and off balance, but working for Strike because she was his means of getting the bastard. In bitter disappointment, he returned in the early evening to it. He knew he was going to have to remain with it for the next 2 days, and the prospect was draining him of his last vestiges of control. If he could have used it in the way he planned to use the secretary, it would have been a different matter, a release. He would have hurried home, knives at the ready, but he dared not. He needed it alive and in thrall to him. Before 48 hours had passed, he was ready to explode with rage and violence. On Wednesday evening, he told it that he would have to leave early next day to do a job, and advised it bluntly that it was time it got back to work too. The resultant whining and mewling wore at him until he became angry. Cowed by his sudden rage, it tried to placate him. It needed him. It wanted him. It was sorry. He slept apart from it on the pretense of still being angry. This left him free to masturbate, but that left him unsatisfied. What he wanted, what he needed, was contact with female flesh through sharp steel, to feel his dominance as the blood spurted, to hear total submission in her screams, her pleas, her dying gasps and whimpers. Memories of the times when he had done it were no comfort. They merely inflamed his need. He burned to do it again. He wanted the secretary. He rose on Thursday morning at 4:45, got dressed, pulled on his baseball cap, and left to make his way across London to the flat that she shared with Pretty Boy. The sun had risen by the time he reached Hastings Road. An ancient Land Rover parked a short way from the house gave him cover. He leaned against it, keeping watch through the windscreen at the windows of her flat. There was movement behind the sitting-room windows at 7, and shortly afterwards, Pretty Boy left in his suit. He looked drawn and unhappy. "You think you're unhappy now, you silly bastard. Wait until I've had my fun with your girlfriend." Then at last she appeared, accompanied by an older woman who greatly resembled her. For fuck's sake. What was she doing going on outings with her fucking mother? It felt like mockery. Sometimes the whole world seemed like it was out to get him, to stop him doing things he wanted, to keep him down. He fucking hated this feeling that his omnipotence was seeping away, that people and circumstances were hemming him in, reducing him to just another thwarted, seething mortal. Somebody was going to pay for this. Chapter 36. I have this feeling that my luck is none too good. Blue Oyster Cult, Black Blade. When his alarm went off on Thursday morning, Strike extended one heavy arm and slapped the button on top of the old clock so hard that it toppled off his bedside table onto the floor. Squinting, he had to concede that the sunlight glowing through his thin curtains seemed to confirm the alarm's raucous assertion. The temptation to roll over and sink back into sleep was almost overwhelming. He lay with his forearm over his eyes for a few more seconds, blocking out the day. Then, with a mingled sigh and groan, he threw back the covers. As he groped for the handle of the bathroom door shortly afterwards, he reflected that he must have averaged 3 hours' sleep over the preceding 5 nights. As Robin had foreseen, sending her home had meant he had to choose between tailing Platinum and Mad Dad. Having recently witnessed the latter jumping out at his small sons unexpectedly and seen their tears of fright, Strike had decided that Mad Dad ought to be prioritized. Leaving Platinum to her blameless routine, he had spent large parts of the week covertly photographing the skulking father, racking up image after image of the man spying on his boys and accosting them whenever their mother was not present. When not covering Mad Dad, Strike had been busy with his own investigations. The police were moving far too slowly for his liking, so, still without the slightest proof that Brockbank, Lang or Whitaker had any connection with Kelsey Platt's death, Strike had packed almost every free hour of the preceding 5 days with the kind of relentless, round-the-clock police work that he had previously only given the army. Balanced on his only leg, he wrenched the dial on the shower clockwise and allowed the icy water to pummel him awake, cooling his puffy eyes and raising gooseflesh through the dark hair on his chest, arms and legs. The one good thing about his tiny shower was that if he slipped, there was no room to fall. Once clean, he hopped back to the bedroom, where he towelled himself roughly and turned on the TV. The royal wedding would take place the following day, and the preparations dominated every news channel he could find. While he strapped on his prosthesis, dressed and consumed tea and toast, presenters and commentators kept up a constant, excitable stream of commentary about the people who were already sitting out in tents along the route and outside Westminster Abbey, and the numbers of tourists pouring into London to witness the ceremony. Strike turned off the television and headed downstairs to the office, yawning widely, and wondering how this multimedia barrage of wedding talk would be affecting Robin, who he had not seen since the previous Friday, when the Jack Vetriano card containing a grisly little surprise had arrived. In spite of the fact that he had just finished a large mug of tea upstairs, Strike automatically switched on the kettle when he arrived in the office, then put down on Robin's desk the list of strip joints, lap dancing clubs, and massage parlours he had begun compiling in his few free hours. When Robin arrived, he intended to ask her to continue researching and telephoning all the places she could find in Shoreditch, a job she could do safely from her own home. If he could have enforced her cooperation, he would have sent her back to Massam with her mother. The memory of her white face had haunted him all week. Stifling a second enormous yawn, he slumped down at Robin's desk to check his emails. In spite of his intention to send her home, he was looking forward to seeing her. He missed her presence in the office, her enthusiasm, her can-do attitude, her easy, unforced kindness, and he wanted to tell her about the few advances he had made during his dogged pursuit of the 3 men currently obsessing him. He had now notched up nearly 12 hours in Catford, trying to glimpse Whitaker entering or leaving his flat over the chip shop, which stood on a busy pedestrian street running along the rear of the Catford Theatre. Fishmongers, wig shops, cafes and bakeries curved around the perimeter of the theatre, and each had a flat above it boasting 3 arched windows in triangular formation. The thin curtains of the flat
where Shanker believed Whittaker to be living, were constantly closed. Market stalls filled the streets by day, providing Strike with useful cover. The mingled smells of incense from the Dreamcatcher stall and the slabs of raw fish lying on ice nearby filled his nostrils until he barely noticed them. For 3 evenings, Strike had watched from the stage door of the theatre opposite the flat, seeing nothing but shadowy forms moving behind the flat's curtains. Then, on Wednesday evening, the door beside the chip shop had opened to reveal an emaciated teenage girl. Her dark, dirty hair was pulled back off a sunken, rabbity face, which had the violet-shadowed pallor of a consumptive. She wore a crop top, a zip-up grey hoodie and leggings that gave her thin legs the look of pipe cleaners. Arms crossed tightly across her thin torso, she entered the chip shop by leaning on the door until it gave, then half falling into it. Strike hurried across the road so fast that he caught the door as it swung closed and took a place immediately behind her in the queue. When she reached the counter, the man serving addressed her by name. "All right, Stephanie?" "Yeah," she said in a low voice. "2 Cokes, please." She had multiple piercings in her ears, nose, and lip. After counting out payment in coin, she left, head bowed, without looking at Strike. He returned to his darkened doorway across the road, where he ate the chips he had just bought, his eyes never moving from the lit windows above the chippy. Her purchase of 2 Cokes suggested that Whittaker was up there, perhaps sprawled naked on a mattress, as Strike had so often seen him in his teens. Strike had thought himself detached, but the awareness as he stood in the chip shop queue that he might be mere feet from the bastard, separated only by a flimsy wood and plaster ceiling, had made his pulse race. Stubbornly, he watched the flat until the lights in the windows went off around 1 in the morning, but there had been no sign of Whittaker. He had been no luckier with Lang. Careful perusal of Google Street View suggested that the balcony on which the fox-haired Lang had posed for his Just Giving photograph belonged to a flat in Wollaston Close, a squat, shabby block of flats that stood a short distance from the strata. Neither phone nor voter registration records for the property revealed any trace of Lang, but Strike still held out hope that he might be living there as the guest of another, or renting and living without a landline. He had spent hours on Tuesday evening keeping watch over the flats, bringing with him a pair of night vision goggles that enabled him to peer through uncurtained windows once darkness fell, but saw no hint of the Scot entering, leaving, or moving around inside any of the flats. Having no wish to tip Lang off that he was after him, Strike had decided against door-to-door inquiries, but had lurked by day near the brick arches of a railway bridge nearby, which had been filled in to create tunnel-like spaces. Small businesses lived here, an Ecuadorian cafe, a hairdresser's. Eating and drinking silently among cheerful South Americans, Strike had been conspicuous by his silence and moroseness. Strike's fresh yawn turned into another groan of tiredness as he stretched in Robin's computer chair, so that he did not hear the first clanging footsteps on the stairs in the hallway. By the time he had realized that somebody was approaching and checked his watch, it was surely too early for Robin, who had told him her mother's train would leave at 11. A shadow was climbing the wall outside the frosted glass. A knock on the door, and to Strike's astonishment, 2 times entered the office. A paunchy, middle-aged businessman, he was considerably wealthier than his crumpled, nondescript appearance would suggest. His face, which was entirely forgettable, neither handsome nor homely, was today screwed up in consternation. "She's dumped me," he told Strike, without preamble. He dropped onto the mock-leather sofa in an eruption of fake flatulence that took him by surprise, for the second time Strike assumed that day. It must have been a shock to the man to be dumped, when his usual procedure was to collect evidence of infidelity and present it to the blonde in question, thus severing the connection. The better Strike had got to know his client, the more he had understood that, for 2 times, this constituted some kind of satisfying sexual climax. The man appeared to be a peculiar mix of masochist, voyeur, and control freak. "Really?" said Strike, getting to his feet and heading towards the kettle. He needed caffeine. "We've been keeping a very close eye on her, and there hasn't been a hint of another man." In fact, he had done nothing about Platinum all week, except to take Raven's calls, a few of which he had allowed to go to voicemail while he had been tailing Mad Dad. He now wondered whether he had listened to all of them. He hoped to Christ that Raven had not been warning him that another rich man had shown up, ready to defray some of Platinum's student expenses in return for exclusive privileges, or he would have to say goodbye to 2 times his cash for good. "Why she dump me then?" demanded 2 times. "Because you're a fucking weirdo." "Well, I can't swear there isn't someone else," said Strike, choosing his words carefully as he poured instant coffee into a mug. "I'm just saying she's been bloody clever about it if there is. We've been tailing her every move," he lied. "Coffee?" "I thought you were supposed to be the best," grumbled 2 times. "No, I don't drink instant." Strike's mobile rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and checked the caller. Wardle. "Sorry, I need to take this," he told his disgruntled client, and did so. "Hi, Wardle." "Mally's ruled out," said Wardle. It was a mark of Strike's exhaustion that these words meant nothing to him for a second or two. Then the realization dawned that Wardle was talking about the gangster who had once cut off a man's penis, and of whose probable guilt in the matter of the leg Wardle had seemed convinced. "Digger, right," said Strike, to show that he was paying attention. "He's out, is he?" "It can't have been him. He was in Spain when she was killed." "Spain," repeated Strike. 2 times drummed his thick fingers on the arm of the sofa. "Yeah," said Wardle. "Bloody Minorca." Strike took a swig of coffee so strong he might as well have emptied boiling water straight into the jar. A headache was building in the side of his skull. He rarely got headaches. "But we've made progress with those 2 whose pictures I showed you," said Wardle. "The bloke and the girl who were posting on that Freaks website where Kelsey was asking questions about you." Strike dimly remembered the pictures Wardle had shown him of a young man with lopsided eyes and a woman with black hair and glasses. "We've interviewed them and they never met her. They only had online contact. Plus, he's got a rock-solid alibi for the date she died. He was doing a double shift at Asda, in Leeds. We've checked." "But," said Wardle, and Strike could tell he was leading up to something he thought promising, "there's a bloke who's been hanging around the forum, calls himself Devotee, who's been freaking them all out a bit. He's got a thing for amputees. He liked to ask the women where they wanted to be amputated, and apparently he tried to meet a couple of them. He's gone very quiet lately. We're trying to track him down." "Uh-huh," said Strike, very conscious of 2 times mounting irritation. "Sounds hopeful." "Yeah, and I haven't forgotten that letter you got from the bloke who liked your stump," said Wardle. "We're looking into him, too." "Great," said Strike, hardly aware of what he was saying, but holding up a hand to show 2 times, who was on the verge of getting up from the sofa, that he was almost done. "Listen, I can't talk now, Wardle. Maybe later." When Wardle had hung up, Strike attempted to placate 2 times, who had worked himself up into a state of weak anger while forced to wait for the phone call to end. Precisely what he thought Strike could do about the fact that his girlfriend had chucked him was a question that the detective, who could not afford to jettison possible repeat business, did not ask. Swigging tar-black coffee while the pain built in his head, Strike's dominant emotion was a fervent wish that he was in a position to tell 2 times to fuck off. "So what," asked his client, "are you going to do about it?" Strike was unsure whether he was being asked to force Platinum back into the relationship, track her all over London in the hopes of discovering another boyfriend, or refund 2 times his money. Before he could answer, however, he heard more footsteps on the metal stairs and female voices. Two Times barely had time for more than a startled, questioning look at Strike before the glass door opened. Robin looked taller to Strike than the Robin he kept in his memory. Taller, better looking, and more embarrassed. Behind her, and under normal circumstances he would have been interested and amused by the fact, was a woman who could only be her mother. Though a little shorter and definitely broader, she had the same strawberry blonde hair, the same blue-grey eyes, and an expression of beneficent shrewdness that was deeply familiar to Robin's boss. "I'm so sorry," said Robin, catching sight of Two Times and halting abruptly. "We can wait downstairs. Come on, Mum." Their unhappy client got to his feet, definitely cross. No, not at all," he said. "I didn't have an appointment. I'll go. Just my final invoice then, Strike." He pushed his way out of the office. An hour and a half later, Robin and her mother were sitting in silence as their taxi moved towards King's Cross, Linda's suitcase swaying a little on the floor. Linda had been insistent that she wanted to meet Strike before she left for Yorkshire. "You've been working with him for over a year. Surely he won't mind if I look in to say hello. I'd like to see where you work, at least, so I can picture it when you're talking about the office." Robin had resisted as hard as she could, embarrassed by the very idea of introducing her mother to Strike. It felt childish, incongruous, and silly. She was particularly concerned that appearing with her mother in tow would reinforce Strike's evident belief that she was too shaken up to deal with the Kelsey case. Bitterly did Robin now regret betraying her distress when the Vetriano card had arrived. She ought to have known better than to let any hint of fear show, especially after telling him about the rape. He said it had made no difference, but she knew better. She'd had plenty of experience of people telling her what was and wasn't good for her. The taxi bowled along the inner circle, and Robin had to remind herself that it was not her mother's fault that they had blundered in on Two Times. She ought to have called Strike first. The truth was that she had hoped that Strike would be out or upstairs, that she would be able to show Linda around the office and take her away without having to introduce them. She had been afraid that if she phoned him, Strike would make a point of being there to meet her mother, out of a characteristic blend of mischief and curiosity. Linda and Strike had chatted away while Robin made tea, keeping deliberately quiet. She strongly suspected that one of the reasons Linda wanted to meet Strike was to assess the precise degree of warmth that existed between him and her daughter. Helpfully, Strike looked appalling, a good 10 years older than his real age, with that blue-jawed, sunken-eyed look that he got when he forfeited sleep for work. Linda would surely be hard-pressed to imagine that Robin was nursing a secret infatuation now she had seen her boss. "I liked him," said Linda, as the red-brick palace of St. Pancras came into view. "And I have to say, he might not be pretty, but he's got something about him." "Yes," said Robin coldly. "Sarah Shadlock feels the same way." Shortly before they had left for the station, Strike had asked for 5 minutes with her alone in the inner office. There he had handed her the beginnings of a list of massage parlours, strip joints and lap dancing clubs in Shoreditch, and asked her to begin the laborious process of ringing them all in search of Noel Brockbank. "The more I think about it," Strike had said, "the more I think he'll still be working as a heavy or a bouncer. What else is there for him? Big bloke with brain damage and his history." Out of deference to the listening Linda, Strike had omitted to add that he was sure Brockbank would still be working in the sex industry, where vulnerable women might be most easily found. "Okay," Robin had replied, leaving Strike's list where he had put it on her desk. "I'll see Mum off and come back." "No, I want you to do it from home. Keep a record of all the calls. I'll reimburse you." A mental picture of the Destiny's Child survivor poster had flickered in Robin's mind. "When do I come back into the office?"
"Let's see how long that takes you," he said. Correctly reading her expression, he had added, "Look, I think we've just lost 2 times for good. I can cover Mad Dad alone."
"What about Kelsey?"
"You're trying to trace Brockbank," he said, pointing at the list in her hand. Then, his head was pounding, though Robin did not know it. "Look, everyone'll be off work tomorrow. It's a bank holiday, the royal wedding." It could not have been clearer. He wanted her out of the way. Something had changed while she had been out of the office. Perhaps Strike was remembering that, after all, she had not been trained by the military police, had never seen dismembered limbs before a leg was delivered to their door, that she was not, in short, the kind of partner who was of use to him in this extremity. "I've just had 5 days off." "For Christ's sake," he said, losing patience. "You're only making lists and phone calls. Why do you have to be in here to do it?"
"You're only making lists and phone calls." She remembered how Ellen had called her Strike secretary. Sitting in a taxi with her mother, a lava slide of anger and resentment swept away rationality. He had called her his partner in front of Wardle, back when he had needed her to look at the photographs of a dismembered body. There had been no new contract, though, no formal renegotiation of their working relationship. She was a faster typist than Strike, with his wide, hairy fingers. She dealt with the bulk of the invoices and emails. She did most of the filing, too. Perhaps, Robin thought, Strike himself had told Ellen that she was his secretary. Perhaps calling her partner had been a sop to her, a mere figure of speech. Maybe she was deliberately inflaming her own resentment now, and she knew it. Strike and Ellen discussed Robin's inadequacies during their sneaky dinners away from Ellen's husband. He might have confided in Ellen how much he now regretted taking on a woman who, after all, had been a mere temp when she had come to him. He had probably told Ellen about the rape, too. "It was a difficult time for me, too, you know. You're only making lists and phone calls." Why was she crying? Tears of rage and frustration were trickling down her face. "Robin?" said Linda. "It's nothing, nothing," said Robin savagely, wiping under her eyes with the heels of her hands. She had been desperate to get back to work after 5 days in the house with her mother and Matthew, after the awkward 3-cornered silences in the tiny space, the whispered conversations she knew that Linda had had with Matthew while she was in the bathroom, and about which she had chosen not to ask. She did not want to be trapped at home all over again. Irrational though it might have been, she felt safer in the middle of London, keeping an eye out for that large figure in the beanie hat, than she did in her flat in Hastings Road. They pulled up at last outside King's Cross. Robin was trying hard to keep her emotions under control, conscious of Linda's sideways looks as they crossed the crowded station towards her platform. She and Matthew would be alone again tonight, with the looming prospect of that final, definitive talk. She had not wanted Linda to come and stay, yet her imminent departure forced Robin to admit that there had been a comfort in her mother's presence that she had barely acknowledged. "Right," said Linda, once her case had been safely stowed in the luggage rack, and she had returned to the platform to spend the last couple of minutes with her daughter. "This is for you." She was holding out £500. "Mum, I can't take—" "Yes, you can," said Linda. "Put it towards a deposit on a new place to live, or a pair of Jimmy Choos for the wedding." They had gone window shopping in Bond Street on Tuesday, staring through the shop windows at flawless jewels, at handbags that cost more than second-hand cars, at designer clothing to which neither woman could ever aspire. It felt a long way from the shops of Harrogate. Robin had gazed most covetously through the shoe shop windows. Matthew did not like her to wear very high heels. Defiantly, she had voiced a hankering for some 5-inch spikes. "I can't," repeated Robin, as the station echoed and bustled around them. Her parents were sharing the expense of her brother Stephen's wedding later in the year. They had already paid a sizable deposit on her reception, which had been postponed once. They had bought the dress and paid for its alterations, lost one deposit on the wedding cars. "I want you to," said Linda sternly. "Either invest it in your single life or buy wedding shoes." Fighting more tears, Robin said nothing. "You've got Dad's and my full support, whatever you decide," said Linda. "But I want you to ask yourself why you haven't let anyone else know why the wedding's off. You can't keep living in limbo like this. It's not good for either of you. Take the money. Decide." She wrapped Robin in a tight embrace, kissed her just beneath the ear, and got back on the train. Robin managed to smile all the time she was waving goodbye, but when the train had finally pulled away, taking her mother back to Massam, to her father, to Rowntree the Labrador, and everything that was friendly and familiar, Robin dropped down on a cold metal bench, buried her face in her hands, and wept silently into the banknotes Linda had given her. "Cheer up, darling. Plenty more fish in the sea." She looked up. An unkempt man stood in front of her. His belly spilled widely over his belt, and his smile was lascivious. Robin got slowly to her feet. She was as tall as he was. Their eyes were on a level. "Sod off," she said. He blinked. His smile turned to a scowl. As she strode away, stuffing Linda's money into her pocket, she heard him shout something after her, but she neither knew nor cared what it had been. A vast, unfocused rage rose in her, against men who considered displays of emotion a delicious open door, men who ogled your breasts under the pretense of scanning the wine shelves, men for whom your mere physical presence constituted a lubricious invitation. Her fury billowed to encompass Strike, who had sent her home to Matthew because he now considered her a liability, who would rather endanger the business that she had helped build up, soldiering on single-handedly, than let her do what she was good at, what she sometimes outshone him at, because of the permanent handicap she had in his eyes acquired by being in the wrong stairwell at the wrong time 7 years previously. So yes, she would ring his bloody lap-dancing clubs and his strip joints in search of the bastard who had called her little girl. But there was something else she would do too. She had been looking forward to telling Strike about it, but there had been no time with Linda's train due, and she had felt no inclination after he told her to stay at home. Robin tightened her belt and marched on, frowning, feeling fully justified in continuing to follow one lead, unbeknownst to Strike, alone. Chapter 37. This ain't the Garden of Eden. Blue Oyster Cult. This ain't the summer of love. If she had to be at home, she supposed she would watch the wedding. Robin staked out a position on the sitting-room sofa early next morning, her laptop open on her knees, her mobile beside her, the TV on in the background. Matthew, too, had the day off work, but he was in the kitchen, keeping out of her way. There had been no solicitors' offers of tea today, no questions about her work, no obsequious attentiveness. Robin sensed a change in him since her mother had left. He seemed anxious, wary, more serious. Somehow, during their quiet conversations, Linda appeared to have convinced Matthew that what had happened might never be repairable. Robin knew perfectly well that she needed to deliver the coup de grace. Linda's parting words had increased her sense of urgency. She had not yet found another place to live, but she must nevertheless tell Matthew that she was moving out and agree a form of words to issue to their friends and family. Yet here she sat on the sofa, working rather than dealing with the subject that seemed to fill the small flat, pressing against the walls, keeping the atmosphere perpetually stiff with tension. Commentators wearing buttonholes and corsages were babbling on screen about the decorations in Westminster Abbey. Famous guests snaked towards the entrance, and Robin half listened as she noted down the telephone numbers for lap dancing clubs, strip joints, and massage parlours in and around Shoreditch. Every now and then, she scrolled down a page to look through the client reviews on the remote chance that somebody might have mentioned a bouncer called Noel. But no individual was named, except the women who worked there. Punters often recommended them on the basis of their reported enthusiasm for their jobs. Mandy from one massage parlour gives full 30 minutes with never any sense of being rushed. The gorgeous Sherry of Beltway strippers was always willing, accommodating, and up for a laugh. "I can thoroughly recommend Zoe," said one punter. "Gorgeous figure and a very happy ending." In a different mood, or perhaps in a different life, Robin might have found the way they talked about the women funny. So many of the men handing over cash for sex needed to believe that the women's enthusiasm was real, that they took their time for pleasure, that they were really laughing at punters' jokes, genuinely enjoying the body-to-body massages and hand jobs. One reviewer had posted a poem about his favourite girl. Even as she diligently compiled her list of numbers, Robin thought it unlikely that Brockbank, with his insalubrious record, would have been hired by any of the more upmarket places, whose websites featured artistically lit, airbrushed naked girls and invitations for couples to attend together. Brothels, Robin knew, were illegal, but you did not have to travel too far into cyberspace to find mention of them. She had become adept at nosing information from out-of-the-way corners of the internet since going to work for Strike, and was soon painstakingly cross-referencing mentions of local establishments on ramshackle sites dedicated to the exchange of such information. Here, at the cheapest end of the market, there were no poems. £60 for anal going rate round here. All Foreign girls know English. Very young, probably still clean. Wouldn't put your dick in some of what you see. Often, only an approximate location was available. She knew that Strike would not let her go looking for any of these basements and tenements where mostly East European girls or all Chinese tail were working. Taking a break, and subconsciously hoping to loosen the tight knot in her chest, she looked up at the television. Princes William and Harry were walking up the aisle together. As Robin watched, the door to the sitting room opened and Matthew walked in, carrying a mug of tea. He had not offered to make her one. He sat down in the armchair, saying nothing, and stared at the television screen. Robin returned to her work, hyper-conscious of Matthew beside her. Joining her without talking was a departure. Acceptance of her separateness, not interrupting her, even with the offer of tea, was also new. So was the fact that he did not pick up the remote control and change the channel. The cameras returned to the outside of the Goring Hotel, where they were keeping vigil for the first glimpse of Kate Middleton in her wedding dress. Robin took covert glimpses over the top of her laptop while scrolling slowly down a series of barely literate comments about a brothel near Commercial Road. An outburst of excitable comment and cheering made Robin look up in time to see Kate Middleton climbing into a limousine. Long lace sleeves, just like the one she had removed from her own wedding dress. The limousine moved slowly away. Kate Middleton was just visible beside her father in the car. So she had chosen to wear her hair down. Robin had planned to keep her hair down too. Matthew liked it that way. Not that that mattered anymore. The crowds were cheering all the way down the Mall, Union Jacks as far as the eye could see. As Matthew turned towards her, Robin pretended to be immersed in her laptop again. "Do you want tea?" "No," she said. "Thanks," she added grudgingly, aware how aggressive she had sounded. Her mobile beeped beside her. Matthew often scowled or sulked when this happened on her days off. He expected it to be Strike, which it sometimes was. Today, he merely turned back to watch the television. Robin picked up her mobile and read the text that had just arrived. "How do I know you're not press?" It was the lead she was pursuing without Strike's knowledge, and she had her answer ready. While the crowds cheered the limousine's slow progress on screen, she typed in, "If the press knew about you, they'd already be outside your house. I told you to look me up online. There's a picture of me going into court to give evidence in Owen Quine's murder case. Have you found it?" She put the mobile down again, her heart beating faster. Kate Middleton was getting out of her limousine at the Abbey. Her waist looked tiny in the lace dress. She looked so happy, genuinely happy. Robin's heart hammered as she watched the beautiful woman in a tiara proceed towards the Abbey entrance. Her mobile beeped again. "Yes, I've seen the picture. So?" Matthew made a peculiar noise into his mug of tea. Robin ignored him. He probably thought that she was texting Strike, usually the cause of his little grimaces and noises of exasperation. Switching her mobile to camera mode, Robin held it up in front of her face and took a photo. The flash startled Matthew, who looked around. He was crying. Robin's fingers trembled as she sent the photograph of herself off in a text. After that, not wanting to look at Matthew, she watched the television again. Kate Middleton and her father were now walking slowly up the scarlet-carpeted aisle that divided a sea of hatted guests. The culmination of a million fairy tales and fables was being played out in front of her. The commoner walking slowly towards her prince, beauty moving inexorably towards high rank. Against her will, Robin remembered the night that Matthew had proposed under the statue of Eros at Piccadilly Circus. There had been tramps sitting on the steps, jeering as Matthew sank to his knees. She had been caught completely off guard by that unexpected scene on the grimy steps. Matthew risking his best suit on the damp, dirty stone, alcoholic fumes wafting towards them over the smell of exhaust fumes. The little blue velvet box, and then the winking sapphire, smaller and paler than Kate Middleton's. Matthew later told her he'd chosen it because it matched her eyes. One of the tramps had got to his feet and applauded drunkenly when she said yes. She remembered the flashing neon lights of Piccadilly reflected on Matthew's beaming face. 9 years of shared life, of growing up together, of arguing and reconciling, of loving. 9 years, holding fast to each other through trauma that ought to have broken them apart. She remembered the day after the proposal, the day she had been sent by the temping agency to Strike. It seemed much, much longer ago than it was. She felt like a different person. At least, she had felt like a different person, until Strike told her to stay at home and copy down phone numbers, evading the question of when she would return to work as his partner. They split up. "What?" said Robin. "They did," said Matthew, and his voice broke. He nodded at the screen. Prince William had just turned to look at his bride. "They broke up for a bit." "I know they did," said Robin. She tried to speak coldly, but Matthew's expression was bereft. "Maybe on some level I think you deserve better than me." "Is it? Are we really over?" he asked. Kate Middleton had drawn level with Prince William at the altar. They looked delighted to be reunited. Staring at the screen, Robin knew that today her answer to Matthew's question would be taken as definitive. Her engagement ring was still lying where she had left it, on top of old accountancy textbooks on the bookcase. Neither of them had touched it since she had taken it off. "Dearly beloved," began the Dean of Westminster on screen. She thought of the day that Matthew had asked her out for the very first time, and remembered walking home from school, her insides on fire with excitement and pride. She remembered Sarah Shadlock giggling, leaning against him in a pub in Bath, and Matthew frowning slightly and pulling away. She thought of Strike and Ellen. What have they got to do with anything? She remembered Matthew, white-faced and shaking, in the hospital where they had kept her for 24 hours after the rape. He had missed an exam to be with her, simply taken off without leaving word. His mother had been annoyed about that. He had had to resit in the summer. I was 21 and I didn't know then what I know now, that there's nobody like you and that I could never love anyone else as much as I love you. Sarah Shadlock, arms around him when he was drunk, no doubt, while he poured out his confused feelings about Robin, agoraphobic, unable to be touched. The mobile beeped. Automatically, Robin picked it up and looked at it. All right, I believe it's you. Robin could not take in what she was reading and set the mobile down on the sofa without responding. Men looked so tragic when they cried. Matthew's eyes were scarlet. His shoulders heaved. Matt, she said in a low voice over his silent sobs. Matt. She held out her hand. Chapter 38. Dance on Stilts. The sky was marbled pink, but the streets were still heaving with people. A million Londoners and out-of-towners swarmed the pavements, red, white and blue hats, Union Jacks and plastic crowns, beer-swilling buffoons clutching the hands of children with painted faces, all of them bobbing and eddying on a tide of mawkish sentiment. They filled the tube, they packed the streets, and as he forced his way through them, looking for what he needed, he heard more than once the refrain of the national anthem, sung tunelessly by the tipsy, and once with virtuosity by a gaggle of rollicking Welsh women who blocked his way out of the station. He had left it sobbing. The wedding had lifted it temporarily out of its misery, led to cloying affection and self-pitying tears, to plaintive hints about commitment and companionship. He had kept his temper only because his every nerve, every atom of his being focused on what he was going to do tonight. Focused on the release that was coming. He had been patient and loving, but his reward had been it taking the biggest liberty yet, and trying to prevent him leaving. He had already put on the jacket that accommodated his knives, and he had cracked. Although he had not laid a finger on it, he knew how to terrify and intimidate with words alone, with body language, with a sudden revelation of the beast inside. He had slammed his way out of the house, leaving it cowed and appalled behind him. He would have to work hard to make up for that, he reflected, as he pushed his way through a crowd of drinkers on a pavement. A bunch of poxy flowers, some fake regret, some bullshit about being stressed. The thought turned his expression mean. Nobody dared challenge him, not with his size and demeanour, though he knocked into several of them, ploughing his way through them. They were like skittles, fleshy ninepins, and they had about as much life and meaning to him. People had significance in his life only in what they could do for him. That was how the secretary had come to assume such importance. He had never tracked a woman for so long. Yes, the last one had taken a while too, but that had been different. That dumb little bitch had toppled so gleefully into his clutches, you'd have thought getting hacked to pieces was her life's ambition, which of course it had been. The thought of it made him smile. The peach towels and the stink of her blood. He was starting to get the feeling again, that feeling of omnipotence. He was going to get one tonight. He could feel it. Heading for a meeting, shining up my greeting. He was on the lookout for a girl who would become separated from the massing throngs, addled with drink and sentimentality. But they moved in herds through the streets, so he was starting to think he'd be better with a whore after all. Times had changed. It wasn't how it had been in the old days. Hookers didn't need to walk the streets anymore, not with mobile phones and the internet. Buying yourself a woman was as easy as dialing up a takeaway nowadays, but he didn't want to leave a trail online or on some bitch's mobile records. Only the dregs were left on the streets, and he knew all the areas. But it had to be somewhere that he had no association with, somewhere a long way from it. By 10 to midnight he was in Shacklewell, walking the streets with his lower face concealed by the upturned collar of his jacket, his hat low on his forehead, the knives bouncing heavily against his chest as he walked, one a straightforward carving knife, the other a compact machete. Lit windows of curry houses and more pubs, Union Jack bunting everywhere. If it took all night, he would find her. On a dark corner stood 3 women in tiny skirts, smoking, talking. He passed by on the other side of the street, and one of them called out to him, but he ignored her, passing on into the darkness. 3 was too many. 2 witnesses left. Hunting was both easier and more difficult on foot. No worries about number plates caught on camera, but the difficulty was where he took her, not to mention the getaway being so much harder. He prowled the streets for another hour until he found himself back on that stretch of road where the 3 whores had stood. Only 2 of them now. More manageable. A single witness. His face was almost entirely covered. He hesitated, and as he did so, a car slowed, and the driver had a brief conversation with the girls. One of them got in, and the car drove away. The glorious poison flooded his veins and his brain. It was exactly like the first time he'd killed. Then, too, he had been left with the uglier one, to do with whatever he wanted. No time for hesitation. Either of her mates could come back. "Back again, babes?" Her voice was guttural, although she looked young, with red-hennaed hair and a shabby bob, piercings in both ears and her nose. Her nostrils were wet and pink, as though she had a cold. Along with her leather jacket and rubber miniskirt, she wore vertiginous heels, on which she seemed to have trouble balancing. "How much?" he asked, barely listening to her answer. What mattered was where. "We can go to my place if you want." He agreed, but he was tense. It had better be a self-contained room or a bedsit. Nobody on the stairs, no one to hear or see, just some dirty, dark little nook where a body begged to be. If it turned out to be a communal place, some actual brothel, with other girls and a fat old bitch in charge, or worse, a pimp. She wobbled out onto the road before the pedestrian light turned green. He seized her arm and yanked her back as a white van went hurtling past. "My saviour," she giggled. "Tar, babes." He could tell she was on something. He'd seen plenty like her. Her raw, weeping nose disgusted him. Their reflection in the dark shop windows they passed could have been father and daughter. She was so short and skinny, and he so large, so burly. "See the wedding?" she asked. "What?" "Royal wedding. She looked lovely." Even this dirty little whore was wedding crazy. She babbled on about it as they walked, laughing far too often, teetering on her cheap stilettos, while he remained entirely silent. "Shame his mum never saw him marry, though, innit? Here we go," said the girl, pointing to a tenement a block ahead. "That's my gaff." He could see it in the distance. There were people standing around the lit door, a man sitting on the steps. He stopped dead. "No." "Smatter?" Don't worry about them, babes. They know me, she said earnestly. No, he said again, his hand tight around her thin arm, suddenly furious. What was she trying to pull? Did she think he was born yesterday? Down there, he said, pointing to a shadowy space between two buildings. Babes, there's a bed. Down there, he repeated angrily. She blinked at him out of heavily made-up eyes, a little phased, but her thought processes were fogged, the silly bitch, and he convinced her silently by sheer force of personality. Yeah, all right, babes. Their footsteps crunched on a surface that seemed to be part gravel. He was afraid there might be security lights or sensors, but a thicker, deeper darkness awaited them 20 yards off the road. His hands were gloved. He handed over the notes. She unzipped his trousers for him. He was still soft. While she was busy on her knees in the darkness, trying to persuade him into tumescence, he was pulling his knives silently from their hiding place inside his jacket. A sliver of nylon lining, one in each hand, his palms sweaty on the plastic handles. He kicked her so hard in the stomach that she flew backwards through the air. A choking, wheezing gasp, then a crunch of gravel told him where she had landed. Lurching forward, his flies still open, his trousers sliding down his hips, he found her by tripping over her and was on her. The carving knife plunged and plunged. He hit bone, probably rib, and stabbed again. A whistle from her lungs and then, shocking him, she screamed. Though he was straddling her, she was fighting, and he could not find her throat to finish her. He gave a mighty left-handed swing with the machete, but incredibly, she still had enough life in her to shriek again. A stream of obscenities poured from his mouth. Stab, stab, and stab again with the carving knife. He punctured her palm as she tried to stop him, and that gave him an idea. Slamming her arm down, kneeling on it, he raised his knife. You fucking little cocksucking. Who's down there? Fucking hell and shit. A man's voice, coming out of the dark from the direction of the street, said again, Who's there? He scrambled off her, pulling up his pants and his trousers, backing away as quietly as he could. 2 knives in his left hand, and what he thought were 2 of her fingers in his right, still warm, bony, and bleeding. She was still moaning and whimpering. Then, with a last long wheeze, she fell silent. He hobbled away into the unknown, away from her motionless form, every sense as sharp as a cat's, to the distant approach of a hound. Everything all right down there? Said an echoing male voice. He had reached a solid wall. He felt his way along it until it turned into wire mesh. By the distant light of a street lamp, he saw the outlines of what looked like a ramshackle car repair shop beyond the fence. The hulking forms of vehicles, eerie in the gloom. Somewhere in the space he had just left he heard footsteps. The man had come to investigate the screams. He must not panic. He must not run. Noise would be fatal. Slowly he edged along the wire enclosure containing the old cars, towards a patch of darkness that might be either an opening onto an adjoining street or a dead end. He slid the bloody knives back inside his jacket, dropped her fingers into his pocket, and crept along, trying not to breathe. An echoing shout from the alleyway. Fucking hell! Andy! Andy! He began to run. They would not hear him now, not with their yells echoing off the walls, and as though the universe were once again his friend, it laid soft, grassy ground beneath his feet as he lumbered into the new darkness of the opening. A dead end. A 6-foot wall. He could hear traffic on the other side. Nothing else for it. Panting, scrambling, wishing he were what he had once been, fit and strong and young, he tried to hoist himself up, his feet trying to find some purchase, his muscles screaming in protest. Panic can do wonderful things. He was on top of the wall and down again. He landed heavily, his knees protested,
but he staggered, then regained his balance. Walk on, normal, normal, normal. Cars whooshed past. Surreptitiously, he wiped his bloody hands on his jacket. Distant shouting, too muffled to hear. He needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. He would go to the place that it didn't know about. A bus stop. He jogged a short distance and joined the queue. It didn't matter where he went as long as it took him out of here. His thumb made a bloody mark on the ticket. He pushed it deep into his pocket and made contact with her severed fingers. The bus rumbled away. He took long, slow breaths, trying to calm himself. Somebody upstairs began singing the national anthem again. The bus sped up. His heart jolted. Slowly, his breathing returned to normal. Staring at his own reflection in the filthy window, he rolled her still warm little finger between his own. As panic receded, elation took its place. He grinned at his dark reflection, sharing his triumph with the only one who could understand.